when I landed, the
General
Turkish
Assembly
president
now.
arrived, and there were 40 vehicles.
There was a,
Oh my God. How long did it take
Yes.
you?
Climate change.
Just on one lane of the road, and there were more and more and more and more and more.
we should have told them we were here for sustainability.
Yeah.
It's quite a password.
About our footprint.
Is this the task?
I'm incorrect. Wow.
Is this the task force corner? I'm forgetting where I am on that password. It's a good one.
Are those zeros or those? Oh,
Yes, it's the
Zero.
most complicated
No
password
wonder.
ever.
That's what the strike through. I typed it in incorrectly. Why can't my, can't you see what you're doing?
Yes. dollar signs.
Right.
Zero.
You're doing it as a guess.
It's very confusing.
Dollar, first letter.
When you
Covered.
Okay, sorry. All right.
Yeah, sorry?
Oh, I have to mute
Just
it.
press on the green
Thank you.
Yeah.
at some point.
It's a really good. Very good.
Yeah, I got it.
Morning.
Always my favorite table.
Yeah, we're all.
My own.
Bring more often together. It's always good. A lot going on.
Rich, can you press on your mic? Press on the green.
How did it go on?
Thank you.
Hearing a lot. I refer you to my earlier comment.
Yeah. It's about explaining it.
Yeah.
Explain it. Oh, you can explain it.
You know what? I'll make a picture. It's okay. It's okay. So everyone, once you want to speak, we can switch it on.
So, very good morning to everybody, here in board members, staff, technical advisors, and also those who kindly decided to join us in person this morning in New York at the AICPA premises offices. Thank you very much for being here on time. Thank you very much for your commitment to the IESBA board. I'd like also to greet all those who are attending virtually, board members, Felicien, hello, and Yao Shu, I think, but also all those who registered to attend and observe this meeting. You are very welcome to the meeting. I'm very pleased to welcome all of you to the September board meeting 2023. My sincere thanks and gratefulness to AICPA for hosting our board meeting this week, because the IESBA is holding its board at the IFAC offices. So we had to kindly accept the invitation and offer from AICPA to meet here. I'd like also to warmly welcome Tommy Furusawa, the PIOB board member. It's Tom's first IESBA board meeting. Tom has relatively recently joined the PIOB board. Tom, you're very welcome. From now on, you're part of the family, so feel very free and comfortable to make your comments whenever you feel it's necessary. And we are very much hoping that this relationship will, as usual, help the IESBA to take the right direction and understand the issues that sometimes we have in front of us. I'd like also to welcome Huawei from Japan FSA, the new JFSA observer who is replacing Junpei Kato, who attended the IESBA board meeting for the last time in June. Welcome. They are both Tom and Huawei joining us for the first time. Also, my greetings to Galen Hansen. Thank you very much again for your presence and for the support over time and still until the end of the year. Finally, I'd like also to welcome Lisbeth Austerman back to the board meeting. Lisbeth will be providing support to Luigi Nisoli as Martha Camerius, who is Luigi's technical advisor, is on leave for some time. So Lisbeth will be providing support to Luigi for some time as well. Many of you already know Lisbeth, as she's a former IESBA board member, so it's not a new face in the room. Welcome. I also take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to the other international observers, as I already did, and the in-person observers, and to those who are here in person. So we have a very, very challenging agenda ahead of us this week, very packed, very demanding, with some projects which will deserve from us a very careful attention, sharp observations, and a readiness to make decisions and to come up with agreements when necessary and make these projects advance. We are heading to December. You know that in December, these projects will come to critical phases, where some of them will reach its finalization phase, like tax and the strategy and work plan that we hope both will be approved by that time, and the sustainability and experts projects will reach the moment where we expect them to be ready for exposure. So December, it's going to be a very, very critical meeting for us. But the success of that meeting and of the outputs and outcomes that we expect to have by that time very much depend on how effective we will be in this meeting, allowing these projects to make progress and allowing the task forces to be able to work upon the conclusions and decisions and guidance of the board in this meeting. So I encourage you all to focus as much as possible on substantive issues during our deliberations and to offer constructive, sharp, focused suggestions for possible solutions to some identified issues, and I'm sure that there will be a few. Of course, this is my opportunity to thank everybody, board members, task forces chairs, and staff for the immense work that they have been doing and that they have done since June when we met for the last time. It has been a very, very busy summer for everybody, but for those working on these projects more than anyone. I'm very grateful for the time and the availability of all these people to the IESBA project, mostly when some of you probably had to give up from some holidays and some breaks to be able to provide your contributions. These last months, since June, have been, as usual, very intense also on outreach. Summer and did not allow us or did not make us stop in that respect. As you can see from the schedule of the outreach activities which has been circulated to you, and I'm not going to describe everything there. It was very busy for everybody with very meaningful and some interesting outreach initiatives and opportunities. On my side, I would highlight in July the participation in the European Parliament open hearing on an important project that is being put forward by the European Parliament on tax enablers. And I think this was an important moment for the IESBA to be at the right time in the right place where things are discussed and make sure that our project is being recognized and making a difference. And I'll highlight the outreach meetings that Jeff and I had in Japan and Korea over the first 2 weeks of August. I could stay here 1 hour or more describing what happened there, but in a nutshell, it was extremely intensive, extremely rewarding and rich. We managed to meet, and I'm very grateful both to Masahiro and Songnam, who provided us with an incredible shadow and a perfect organization, which allowed us to meet in both countries with regulators, professional PAOs, the firms, investors, representatives, business roundtables, corporate governance community. I'd say all the groups were covered in both the countries. It was extremely rich. They were both extremely open, very open to what the IESBA has to provide. It was also very rich because it's not always easy to reach to these stakeholders in these parts of the world. In Japan, Jeff and I had the opportunity of having 4 hours, if I'm not wrong, workshop with more than 600 stakeholders with Q&A about everything. So the impact, I think it was significant. Tom participated in some of these meetings. Thank you very much. So the takeaway is that they really want us to be present there. They asked us to please continue connecting with them, if possible, getting back there, explaining everything, extremely open and very sensitive about the importance of ethics for sustainability for reporting and assurance, both sustainability and financial. Of course, there are some issues that we will have to see how to address, and they will have to see how to address. I'm not going to go into the details, but some difficulties, but the interest and the openness to the IESBA product, so to speak, and message was impressive. Apart from the outreach activities, and thank you to all the board members who also participated in a lot of outreach initiatives since June. They are listed, and I invite you and encourage you to go through the list and see where the IESBA has been lately. The planning committee also met via a video conference in August to discuss the feedback from respondents to the consultation paper on the IESBA SWP strategy and work paper, and discuss the approach of the IESBA to the response to the Australian Parliamentary Joint Committee inquiry that was later on circulated to the board. This was another important moment for the IESBA. It was, I think, the first time that something similar, or I don't know if it was the first time, but it's not something that we do every day in our lives. And it's important, again, to be there, to make part and to be present when something important happens, and when we are invited to provide our input to make these stakeholders understand what can work better and how the IESBA work and standards can help in that direction. You will have seen the response that was sent, I'm sure. I think this is also a landmark for us. And finally, the CAG met 2 weeks ago, more or less. I will kindly ask Galen to provide some feedback about what that meeting was. It was not surprisingly, but it was extremely intense. I don't know if some of you had the opportunity to observe. It was very intense with very substantial comments and some comments that we will have to address and consider and see how to move forward with these considerations that we had. That was, as you know, the last CAG meeting, because the CAG will not anymore be part of this system, and we will have the Stakeholders Advisory Council that will replace the CAG. But anyway, of course, Galen is still the CAG chair until the end of the year, and will be making the journey with us until the end of the year. Galen, do you want to say something about the CAG?
How do I? That's how I
speak. Thank you. Yes, Gabriella, thank you very much. And it was a little bit sad. And at the same time, people are excited. Members of the CAG have the opportunity to apply to participate in the new SAC. And I expect that there are a good number of them that will probably want to do that and express that to me. So there was a lot of energy in the room. I think this was one of the best meetings of the CAG we've ever had. A lot of interaction, and I heard a great deal of support for the project. There were four major areas that we talked about in general: sustainability in both work streams, use of experts. We had a great discussion about, and then an update from Jens on tax planning. And I thought all of that was very, very positive. There was also the final session was on the strategic work plan over the 24 through 27. And one of the comments which I shared with Gabriella last night, and I think we agreed on it, was there was a lot of interest in the discussion of firm culture going forward, and possibly taking a look at that and the concept of what an audit client means within the code of conduct. So we'll see whether that has legs or not. But thank you very much, Gabriella.
Thank you very much, Galen. And of course, this will not be the last opportunity to do that. But again, thank you very much for all the help, support, and contribution over these years. It's much appreciated. And of course, it's not the end of the story. You'll stay with us. So with this, I would invite Ken to provide any more administrative information or matters.
Yes, thank you very much, Gabriela, and great to see the board again and all of you here. And as well, we have some participants online. Welcome to the meeting. Just a couple of matters. First of all, in relation to our Handbook of International Standards, the 2023 edition has been finalized. It should be printed and available for distribution to everybody who's in person at this meeting later this week. For those who are online, the printed version will be mailed to you. And as usual, if anybody would like additional copies, there is an ordering function on the board's website, so anybody can order however many copies they would like. And finally, let me just thank the staff team who've put in a lot of efforts to produce this handbook, and especially Jean and Astu, who've really corralled all the attention and all the resources that we needed within the team to get the handbook produced in time for this meeting. So that's in terms of the handbook. Secondly, we have the board social activity, which is a dinner on the Wednesday. You should have received the information from us via email. Just a reminder to hand over your contribution to ASTU by tomorrow if possible, during the breaks. So I think that's about it in terms of quick announcements, Gabriela. Thank you.
Sorry, we lost the audio. Back. Okay.
It's back on.
It's back.
Yes. Fine. Thank you.
I apologize for that. So I'm not going to take much more of the time of this board, but I'd like, of course, to thank Emmanuel and Mark for being ready and available to join us today. We want to keep this conversation with non-professional accountants and independent providers going forward. The staff has been having and quite intense dialogue with the IIF. I myself, I met with Emmanuel in June, I think, in Rome, and it was the start of a very good conversations and exchanges that we have been having. Ken, Mark and John met with Matt in London as well, and others from AIF. So this is not a single interaction with AIF. It's the result of a continued conversation and dialogue that we have been having. And with this, without further ado, Emmanuel, Matt, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for being here with us. And we are very much looking forward to listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I make a short presentation and after I leave to Matt. I'm Emanuele Riva. I'm the chair of IEF. IEF is the international network that involves accreditation bodies and the main stakeholders. I'm also the vice director of Accredia. Accredia is the Italian national accreditation body appointed by Italy for the accreditation activity. Matt, maybe I leave to you for your
I will do, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, board members. My name is Matt Gantley. I'm the Chief Executive of UCAS. That's the United Kingdom Accreditation Service. I'm also the chair of the IEF Working Group on Sustainability. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Matt. So our idea is to provide you now a short presentation to explain you what is IEF and what we are doing in this area. And after we can discuss, we can take questions and so on. So now I try to share my screen. Okay. Can you see? I hope yes. Okay. So what is IEF? IEF is the Global Association for all accreditation bodies, regional accreditation groups, conformity assessment body association, industry association, and other stakeholders. Here you can see some numbers. We have 97 accreditation bodies, 27 association members, and 6 regional accreditation groups. So as I told you, Accredia is one of these 97, and UCAS is the same. Here you have more or less the picture of the activity of the accreditation body all over the world, the coverage of the accreditation bodies. IEF has a structure with an assembly. The board of directors is the body with the main responsibility, legal responsibility, and after we are divided in committee. So it's important, for example, in this regard, the technical committee, that is the body that takes decision on a technical issue. However, it's also important to underline the fact that we have in our structure also the committee of the conformity assessment body, so the bodies that perform certification, testing, validation, verification. We have a committee of the accreditation body and a committee of the user. So in this way, there is a huge participation of all these 3 pillars in the activity of IEF. Here you can see the regions. I'm, as Accredia, a member of the region of Europe, so European accreditation, but you can see also there are also other regions that are there to harmonize the activity of the accreditation body in that region. Vision, accreditation makes the world better. So our mission is to facilitate trade and support sustainable development using international recognized accredited conformity assessment to deliver the confidence needed for market acceptance of goods and services. Here you can have more information. So our main goal is to have a consistent, to guarantee the consistent application of the conformity assessment model in the world, based this consistent application based on the standards and schemes that are recognized. We have in a network that is strengthened by peer evaluation. So each body has to peer evaluate the others, and in this way we can guarantee that we are working in the same way. To give you an easy example, in Accredia, every few years, every 2-3 years, we have a team of 15 people, of people from all over the other countries in Europe, and someone from other regions. In this way, all the other partners can see how Accredia is working and if Accredia is reliable in its activities. And Accredia, just to give you the example of Italy, is under the supervision of the Italian government. So the Italian government has the duty and the right to control the activity of the accreditation body. In this way, we can guarantee that we are working in harmonized way, but that also we are working for the public purpose. So our mission is to work on the public purpose. How does it work? We work with the MLA, the mutual recognition. The mutual recognition guarantee the mutual acceptance of the certification. So we say certified once, accepted everywhere, because we can rely on a certificate issue in other part of the world, because the rules are the same, the competence of the people are the same, and so on. So this means that it's needed to harmonize the best practice. We need a platform to exchange information. We need technical assistance, develop service to support the developing countries, support the developing and emerging economies. And also we have a strong with ILAC. ILAC is the international network for laboratories. And of course, we have a strong link with ISO and the other international standardization bodies and the trade organization. Here you can see in a glance the main partners of IF today. Don't be afraid from this slide. Here, this is just only to make you clear that we are working under rules that are published by ISO. ISO gives us to the accreditation bodies and the conformity assessment bodies the criteria, the rules that has to be applied when conformity assessment activities are performed. If you see level 1, that standard is applicable to the accreditation bodies, so to Accredia and to UCAS. The other ones are applicable to the bodies that are performing certification activities. If you see the last column, there is the 1729. This, for example, is relevant for the activity that we are talking about today, so the verification and validation activities. Where is this from? This from the TBT agreement of WTO. This is the starting point. WTO recognized a value on the activity performed by under accreditation, and we have also another important recognition by UNECE. This is an update of the document 2016. However, the main point, the main starting point is WTO. So the WTO with the TBT agreement obligates the WTO members to accept the result of conformity assessment procedure in other WTO member countries. So in the light of this, we develop an infrastructure. So not just all accreditation, but all the infrastructure that is there to help to overtake the barrier of trade. So the main goal is to overtake these barriers. There are some statistics that demonstrate that the most part of the barriers are linked to the conformity assessment activities. You can see here the big numbers are the conformity assessment activities. So these are some barriers that accreditation body are trying to reduce. Quality infrastructure, as I told you, is not just only accreditation, it's all the system has been established to develop this quality infrastructure. And we have metrology, standardization, and accreditation, conformity assessment, and market surveillance. Looking to the management, maybe it's easier. The international quality infrastructure is called INET-QI. You can see here the members of the INET-QI. So IF is one of the members with others. There is, for example, the World Bank, WTO, UNECE, UNIDO, ISO, and so on. So this network is there to guarantee the good use of the conformity assessment activities, again, based mainly on the WTO directive. So this is the difficult way to explain what I just said before. Another maybe easy way to see some numbers. You can see here the number below 11,000 are the accredited, the bodies that are accredited by the accreditation bodies member of IF. So we have many accreditation body, more or less 100 in the world that are performing activities in different fields. We work in the main field are management system, certification product, certification person, and now we have also verification and validation, verification. So the activity goes from the certification, for example, organic, certification of CMARC, certification of machine press, so also certification of the people that are working in different fields. So it's very wide the activity of accreditation bodies. Don't move anymore. Let me see here. Okay. Okay, so we are also in accreditation day, the 9th of June. It's interesting because we are able to focus every time in a different focus point. For example, in 2021, the focus was on ESG, implementation of ESG. Also, these two websites are quite interesting because you can see examples where accreditation and conformity assessment help the governments, because we are mostly working to facilitate trade and to help the governments facilitating trade. So here you have example, practical example that how it works. Okay, here we have some studies. I can talk about, for example, the Italian study that identified the benefits of accredited health management system certification. Here we took as a reference the injured that happened in companies certified and injured that happened in company not certified, in order to understand which is the real impact of management system. This study has been done not by CREDA, but the Italian insurance, mandatory insurance for the health in labor environment. So this demonstrates that with numbers that management system certified can reduce the number of the people that have injured that can die during the work. So this is just an example to understand how it works, which are the studies that are published on that website. We are working on the basis of standards, as I told you, mainly ISO standard, but also we are working a lot in the working with schemes, with partners. Here on the screen, you can see 3 examples on telecommunication, automotive, aerospace. And in these days, also another big area is the area of food and agriculture. So these are the main fields where accreditation is working. I'd like also to underline a joint statement just released by IF, the organization you can see on the screen, IF, ISEA, UNDP, so United Nations, and the Association of Conformity Assessment Body. Joint statement that will try to underline the importance of the standard and accreditation to reach the ESG goal. Here, just one video that could be useful to have in 5 minutes to understand what is the impact of accreditation. So thank you. I hope this was enough to just to give you some curiosity on what we do, and I leave to Matt for the next stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Emanuele. Thank you, board members. I just want to give you a quick update to the work that we've been doing at the IEF Sustainability Working Group. We've set out 3 key priorities, and they have specific work streams. The first of those, as Emanuele has already highlighted, is to ensure that there is greater consistency in the way that sustainability schemes are accredited across the range of accreditation activities that we cover, including inspection, testing, and certification. As Emanuele has already highlighted, we've been working closely with the ISEAL Alliance, which is the membership body for the high integrity sustainability schemes. We've also been working closely with the UNDP and have set out a statement of principles of which sustainability schemes will be applied. We're working very closely with the UNDP at the moment on the development of a new standard for the certification of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The second key work stream that we've been working on is carbon markets, especially voluntary carbon markets. We've been working closely with the Voluntary Carbon Markets Initiative on the demand side of carbon markets and the Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Markets on the supply side of carbon credits. Again, taking the approach of building bridges with those organizations to ensure the integrity of those carbon market schemes. And the third work stream, which is very relevant to our discussions here today, is corporate sustainability disclosures. Of course, that's a very growing, fast-growing, developing area, driven by voluntary means, but also in regulatory areas as well. Our purpose in having this conversation with IESBA and IAASB is to build links to ensure that in the world of standards, whether they're IESBA standards or IAASB standards or the International Standards Organization standards, that there is a consistency approach ultimately to ensure that accredited conformity assessment is delivered with integrity, with competence, and of course, there is integration with the work of accredited verifiers and the work of statutory auditors and financial audit firms, especially in non-financial reporting. Over the past couple of months, we've had early discussions with IESBA to map the work of and the standards of IEF that we accredit to, particularly the level 3 standards, which Emanuele has highlighted. The most relevant of those is a standard called ISO 17029, which is for validation and verification. We see that being an important platform which we can then map against the relevant IESBA standards and IAASB standards, including the new IEESB 5000, as well as the IQMS 1 and IQMS 2. So our objective now is we're working hard on doing that mapping exercise, which we will work closely with Ken and his team to present that, to show that correspondence of requirements, and where there are gaps or overlaps or areas that require additional work in the development of relevant mandatory documents to ensure that in accreditation, IF accredited verification, those gaps are properly filled, so we can achieve that correspondence between the worlds of accredited verification and that of statutory auditing, to allow, especially in the regulatory field, whether it's for CSRD or other regulatory requirements across the world, that there can be that correspondence and therefore that recognition of the work on both sides. So I will pass back, Chair, to you. If there are any questions, we'd be very delighted to answer them.
Thank you very much, Emanuele and Matt, for this very interesting presentation. I'm sure there will be comments and questions from the board, and this is the right time to, since we have Emmanuel and Matt ready to discuss with us. I will ask the board who has questions and encourage you to put forward your doubts and your questions. Andy, thank you very much.
But terrific. No, thank you, and thank you both for this very educational. And so I'll beg forgiveness in advance if this was covered, because I was trying to absorb a lot of information. Can you give me an overview or repeat the overview of, is it part of a two-way process, or is it if our boards develop standards for consideration, is there feedback, like comments to change or to conform in order to fit within one of these certification schemes, or is it a one-way process? So hopefully that question makes sense, but I'm just trying to figure out if there's a back and forth, or if it's how does this look? Is this good? Or this looks good, but you need to do this. Thank you.
Emmanuel, if I may jump in there to answer that question. Yes, I would agree. It needs to be a two-way process. I think in particular at the moment, with the development of the standards, we see now with the exposure draft of the relevant standards, as well as the sustainability reference group, that there is the opportunity for accreditation bodies, as well as conformity assessment bodies, accredited verification bodies, to feed into the standards development process with IESBA or the IESBA. Also, within the ISO field, there is development of ISO 14019, and the relevant competency standards that would go with it. And so we welcome the opportunity for feedback in the ISO standards to ensure that the relevant conformity assessment is compatible as possible between the two different fields.
This might be a follow-up for us internally. When is this? It sounds like things have been happening, but when will our board, how will our board interact with those comments? Is that a procedure, or is that something for another day? And again, gentlemen, this might be an internal question for the IESBA folks.
Thank you very much, Andy. I would say that it's a little bit early days for us to understand already when will this board interact with this feedback, and what's the final product that we see. These close interactions and dialogue with the AIF, just like as with others, I think will help us. And when I say us, it's the board, but also IAF, to figure out how in the future we can set up something integrated, convergence as much as possible, just like Emmanuel and Matt mentioned. But this is a work in progress, I would say. One day along this not that long journey, because we don't have that much time, but that's what we are working for, is to build understanding, awareness, collaboration, with a view to make sure that we will have something on the table for us to discuss as a concrete framework for IAF, the board, and the integration of the two, or the complementarity, or whatever, of the two frameworks. But I don't know if Ken wants to add something, because he has been working more closely with the IAF.
Yes, thank you, Gabriela. And I think this is a very good question, Andy. And what I would say is we certainly will circle back to the board. As Matt has indicated, we have been already having a couple of initial calls with his team at IAF. We have a more in-depth meeting around mid-October in London, at which then we will have perhaps a bit of a deeper dive into the mapping exercise that Matt and his team are working on, for purposes of identifying areas of correspondence, or perhaps any gaps that might exist, and how then those gaps might be filled. And with the benefit of that meeting, we would be able, from the staff team, circle back to the board most likely in December, to give basically some visibility to the board as to how we would be proceeding in terms of working with IAF, Mats and his team with respect to seeking conformity between their standards and our standards. Obviously, all with the ultimate objective of really making sure that there is one global baseline, because I think all parties understand it is not in the public interest to have different standards that would apply to the same practitioners who are doing work in the same area. So all to say, Andy, we will be coming back to the board later on, but certainly we can have a further debrief perhaps during the executive session after today's presentation.
I wanted to highlight also the aspect. So we are aware that there are now more players that are working in the same area. So there will be accreditation body, accounting company, accounting firm. But we think that it's good. The competition, of course, is always an engine to get better. However, we cannot make a competition on the principles. So the principles, in particular, the principle on impartiality, reliability, transparency, so these kind of things has to be agreed. So we can make a competition on the services, on the quality that you are offering, and so on, but not on the principles. So we are here to say to you that we are happy if you are able to arrive to the same understanding of this kind of high level. So we are the board that can harmonize the practice of all the bodies that we work in this field, not just only for accreditation bodies and you for the legal, the accounting field. So I think that we should work together to arrive to the same level for everybody, no matter who is working. And after the market, it's normal that there is a fair competition as it is, it should be. So, but whether the principle should be agreed together, and I think in a better way.
No, thank you very much, Emanuele, and that's a very very important clarification. Absolutely, it's we're not in competition on the standards per se, but it is also important to be aware that this board is developing, especially for purposes of sustainability assurance engagements, standards that will be usable and implementable by all assurance practitioners, not just the accounting, the auditors or the accounting profession. So the standards that we are putting in place now that we're developing will be usable precisely by any practitioner who is engaged to provide an assurance service in the area of sustainability reporting. And that's clearly we're going to engage further with you and your team, Emanuele, as we go forward in seeking again those grounds of convergence between our two sets of standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Vania, please. Vania.
Thank you for the presentation. I found it very, very interesting. And I realized that you have accreditation right now for very technical aspects like airplane, automobile, and so far. And you are right now starting working with sustainability. And we are in the same ship, the world itself. So we need to bring sustainability in order to the same high level of quality that we have for technical information. So it's good that we are working together and learning together, and so we can see that the results are robust in the near future. It doesn't need to be now, but you mentioned the accreditation that you are preparing for United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. That's something that calls to my heart. So if you can please provide me some details, it's something that I would really, really appreciate to receive it. Thank you.
Yes, This is an example. ISO split the standard, assigned the standard to all the goals of Agenda ONU 2030. So if you go on the website of ISO, you can see which is the standard that is linked to a specific goal. And I mean, the accreditation bodies, certification body are working in many of these fields. I put an example before on the OSHAs, the health and safety certification, but there are many schemes on the environment, many schemes on anti-bribery, on the good governance. These kind of schemes are there since years. What is missing is something horizontal. I mean, there are maybe schemes that are vertical on specific issues, but not something that is horizontal, because sustainability is really something so large, so difficult, so complex, that also so linked to the culture of the people and the history of the people. And so it's difficult to have an easy solution for each situation. So that's why standards has always been difficult to provide good solution. However, so we have many specific examples for mostly the easier one are from the environment, from the greenhouse gas with the Kyoto Protocol, with the 40,001 for certification of marine system for environment, or for the certification of the environment linked to the product declaration, the environment product declaration, or the carbon footprint. So there are many schemes linked to the environment, because the environment is easy to calculate. It's easy to find the data in the environment. It's very difficult when you talk about the social points. When you talk about social accountability, is much more difficult. So in this area, it is more difficult to have schemes that are reliable. And there is a lot of greenwashing, ethic washing, I guess you know. And so also another thing that we're thinking about is to create a set of principles that should be mandatory when you evaluate something in sustainability area. It's not possible that maybe in my culture, I can consider sustainable something that is not sustainable in another culture. So it's very difficult to arrive to horizontal principle when you're talking about this kind of things. So also this is missing now, but this is not part of this work, but this is missing. That is something that we will have to focus on in the future, not to prevent greenwashing and ethical washing.
Chair, if I may, just to add to some of the points that Emanuele has made there. IEF accredited testing, inspection and certification has been operating in the environmental field, sustainability field more broadly for over 3 decades in many management system standards such as ISO 14001, areas of environmental testing, whether it's air emissions, waste emissions, the contribution of chemicals within products, carbon schemes such as the CORSIA scheme for aviation carbon emissions, and many regulatory areas which call upon testing, inspection, certification, and verification. So this is an area which is a key strength, but with the development of sustainability and corporate sustainability disclosures, especially the regulatory driven side, we have now an onus on all sides to ensure from the standards perspective and actually the conformity assessment side and the assurance side that would come through statutory auditors, that we have a consistent approach. And so that's our desire through the mapping exercises, is for us at IF to look at the way that we operate and the standards of which we operate, from the international standards through this relevant schemes into the mandatory documents that we put in place, to say, how do they map against the relevant IESBA and IASB standards, and to identify, as Ken said, the correspondence and the gaps. Once we've done that, we'll then identify to ensure what we need to do to ensure that accredited verification is in line with the relevant approaches that we'll see in the statutory assurance field. What underlines all of that, and as soon as we've done that mapping exercise and addressed those different gaps, is competence. And through competence that comes, with sustainability growing at such a fast rate, we need to ensure that the world of accredited verification and sustainability and statutory assurance, there is sufficient competent resource, and there can be that cross-fertilization of that relevant resource. And by showing and demonstrating that correspondence of the approaches that we take, we can then address that issue of skills and competence together.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel and Matt. I'll have myself a couple of questions, but I'm looking around to see if any board member. Well, maybe, oh, sorry, Christelle.
Just to elaborate a little bit on what you just said about the skills, getting from a ethical framework on professional accountants, where the skill set, the way you educate people and you verify their education, etc., this has been built over decades. So it's a mature situation. Now we issue or we will issue standards that should apply to other kinds of professionals, very diverse kinds of professional, by the way. We cannot identify one profession. It is not a given set of profession. So the work to be done on the skills is very important, because this is going to be one of the grounds to assess who can be accredited, right? And as soon as you are not supported by one professional organization that works over time and develops this, the issue, the challenge is huge, I would say. And it's key for a good implementation, application of the standards that we want to issue. And it's also completely key if you want to accreditate a professional. So I think it's a very, very important common issue that we have with, be it with organizations like IEF, if they are mandated by regulators in states to accreditate professionals, or because there would be another self willing to be accredited. I don't know how it will work, and maybe in diverse situations depending on the jurisdictions. But I think it's a very, very key element, a very key pillar, so that the standards of both organizations, by the way, can really work and be implemented.
Thank you, Christelle. Well, I don't know if you have any reaction, but Rania, and then you, Emmanuel and Matt, can respond.
So this is a very basic question. And just like to understand, technically speaking, what is an accreditation? I mean, I know what it means, like broadly, but technically, is it the same as what we refer to as an assurance engagement? When an entity receives an accreditation, how long is that accreditation, or it becomes accredited? What is the validity of that accreditation, and what is the similarity between an accreditation and what we refer to as an assurance or an audit? It would be interesting to know. Thank you.
Okay, I can start from this. So accreditation, the main goal of accreditation is to guarantee that the certification body has the right competence and is reliable to provide some service. some certification activity. So the competence specifically on the scheme. If I have a certification body that works in one field, I don't know, tannery, in environment, so I need to see if this certification body is an expert in environment in tannery. So if they can demonstrate to me this competence, I can accredit as an Italian accreditation body, I can accredit this certification body for a specific scheme in a specific field. So this is accreditation. And accreditation is maximum, the expiration is 5 years, the certificate. However, every year there is a surveillance. Also, it depends on the schemes and so on, but usually we have we perform assessment in the certification body and also assessment witnessing this certification body. For example, we go with the certification body in the tannery to see if the people, the auditors of the certification body are working correctly, performing this certification in the specific field. So this is the complexity of the activity. It's complex because you have many fields. Only to give an example from what we do, just for certification in Italy, we are more than 500 different schemes. So 500 different scheme of certification that are, and the schemes are also vertical spread in different fields. So there are, and I come back to the previous question, there is a huge problem of competence, of course, because you need to have people in the certification body and in the accreditation body that can evaluate what's going on. So there is a huge problem of competence. But also we need more competence, because if we are going in a new fields, we need the new competence. How we solve this? Usually we go to the standardization body, to the people that wrote the standards, because they have the people that have the competence specific to this requirement in the specific fields. So we usually go to the standardization body, or we go to university or association of industry, this kind of organization. So that the team for the accreditation body usually is composed by people that are employee, or however that are full-time people, plus experts. So we work a lot with experts in the team to cover the specific field, the specific scheme. So this is how we manage. I don't know, Matt, if you want to give you perspective from England.
Manuel, yeah, I would agree with everything you've said there. So there's that initial assessment of the competence of the conformity assessment body, and then that certificate lasts for 5 years generally. But then there is an annual assessment, and as part of that assessment is both the office activities, so the competence in which that conformity assessment body operates, its systems, its procedures for delivering the skills and the training and consistent approach of that conformity assessment. And in addition to that, we will then do an on-site assessment. So they might be doing, for example, a forestry stewardship scheme or a marine stewardship scheme or a farm assurance scheme, social accountability scheme. We will then go on site and see them actually doing that sustainability assurance. So we see it both in their systems and processes, in the way that they operate as an organization, and the way that they deliver it on site as well. That's all part of the accreditation process itself. So.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel and Matt. Yeah, I have a question I have a couple of questions, but some curiosity more than other things. You mentioned, I think, Emmanuel, it was you, that there is a lot of data about environmental issues, but you lack information and data, for instance, about social, on the social dimension. Apart from the amount of information or data that there is actually there available on environmental, what is your perception about the quality and reliability of that data? How do you assess or screen, or what's your perception about what's being given to you as data in that area?
what I clarify my point. What I want to say that it's easy to measure the improvement of a company in environmental field, because you can measure the emission, you can measure the pollution, you can measure, you can make a test analysis on everything. So it's easy to understand if a company is changing in better. And if you have a certification that is pushing the company to change in better for environment, it's very easy to understand if they are doing it really or not, if they are joking with you or not, because you can see this from the data. Instead, it's more difficult to see if a company is getting better in the social side. It's more difficult because there are elements that are not so much measurable, like when you go in the environment part. That's what I wanted to say. So it's when you go in an area that is not tangible, it's more difficult to analyze that.
Could I also add to Emanuele's comments in that several of the schemes of which we accredit, for example, in aerospace, in automotive, in food safety, and in areas of sustainability, for example, those that come under the ASI assurance system, which includes the forestry stewardship, marine stewardship, biodiversity schemes, those assurance systems embody accreditation. But they also place upon the conformity assessment body, which is accredited, requirements for presenting information about the object of conformity. So, for example, the assessment report that they do on a forest, or for example, a farm assurance, or an inspection of an aerospace part, that assessment has to be placed onto a centralized database system. And that database system then collects information about that supply chain, and then the assessor, as well as the organization that is certified. So different industry schemes or different standards employ additional levels of assurance beyond just the accreditation of this certification body. They also embody requirements for register the assessor, or the verifier, the inspector, as well as presenting information to do with the organization that is assured, as well as the outcome of that assurance process itself. So that enables much richer data analysis, giving insight into the operation of that market, and then potentially foresight into where that market is going in the future.
Thank you. I know that Ken has a question, but if I may explore a little bit further this topic, I'd just like to listen from you. How do you see the combination, not to use any other words, between environmental and social assessments? Let's call it call them like this. Do you think that do you look at these two areas separately? What is in my head is these very well-known situations where, for instance, a company is producing something which is good from the environmental perspective, electric batteries for the cars or whatever, but is possibly not respecting human rights, to put it on the most extreme situation or cases. Do you combine the two assessments? Do you make them separately? How do you look at that?
Yes, it depends on the competence on the team. So when a company, we have to start from the company. The company apply for a certification that could cover environment and social aspects. If we are talking about regarding the same scheme, the same time, usually the certification body try to send a group of team with all the competence to evaluate both of the fields. And it depends also if the certification is divided or not. I mean, if the company is applying to two different schemes, one for environment, one for social, then maybe you could have a good certification for environment and no certification for social. So it could happen. Or or the both, depends on which are the weak points of the company. If you have a combined scheme, you cannot have a certificate if a part of the scheme, if the requirements is at least one requirement that is not fulfilled, you cannot be certified. The easy thing I can say is that it's up to the assessor to tell you what is wrong. So if a company really want to reach a certificate, it's quite easy because you have the list of the things to be done, to be closed. So at the end of the 5 days of audit, the team used to tell to you, you need to adjust 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. So if there is a really commitment of the company to arrive to a goal, it's easy because it's the assessor that tell you which are the weak points. Don't tell you which are the solutions. We cannot provide solution. We can just only give the list of the problems. I try to simplify, but just to make it clear. So we cannot provide consultancy. This is one of the key points in our job. We can just provide which are the black points, the weak points of the company. It's up to them to solve the issue, and we come back just to see if the issue has been taken in consideration or not. So this is how it works. So we issue non-conformity, and they have to reply to our non-conformity.
Thank you very much. It was very clear. Thank you for that. Ken, I'm sorry, Richard? Rich?
Oh, after you.
Thank you very much for the presentations. It's been very informative. I'm going to ask this, I may not be using the right words in that, but the people who are the assessors, are they employees of your organization or your member organizations, or are they parts of outside organizations and companies who are brought in to do this work, to do the assessments?
Could be both. I mean, there is no rules that says that the assessor has to be employee, full-time employee of the accreditation body. It depends on the volume of the activities. To give you an idea, in Accredia we have more or less 600 people that are external, and we have 150 people that are full-time employees. Some of these people are also assessors, but we have also many people that are external. Also because the scheme are so different that we need the support of people that are expert in the field. Of course, these people has to declare no conflict of interest in what they are evaluating. There is a strong activity to prevent any conflict of interest on the assessor for at least the previous 2 years in the specific field, in the specific area.
Thank you. So that was that last point I wanted to have a quick follow-up. So is there a stated policy or written protocols of what constitutes a conflict of interest they have to avoid for 2 years?
Yes. There are different standards for different activities. So each standard has different rules. I mean, if you are talking about certification of management system, there are requirements. Certification of product, different requirements, and so on. And so also the scheme itself can establish different rules. If I have a scheme for aerospace, the aerospace agency can ask a different rule, because maybe for that field is important something. And so we accept, all the community accept the extra requirement set by that specific field. Also, maybe we can have something from the regulators. We could have some regulation. In Italy, in Europe, there are plenty of regulation for in the certification. So we can also find in that regulation some extra requirement specific for impartiality. So it depends. There are general requirements, we can say, to keep it easy. general requirements that are basic one, plus extra requirement if needed for specific schemes.
May I just add a little bit more detail to add to Manuele's point there that so let's take, for example, my organization, UCAS. So in the United Kingdom, we are appointed to our role through the accreditation regulations. We report to the Department of Business and Trade through an MOU, which sets out our priorities and the way in which we operate and the way that we must operate in a not-for-profit manner, ensuring that conformity assessment, as it applies to all different industries, but here, for example, in sustainability, is done competently and impartially. We employ around 330 staff in the United Kingdom, and we have around about 800 relevant technical experts. Those technical experts ensure the competence of the conformity assessment body that we're evaluating. Now, we accredit then organizations such as SGS. SGS has around 98,000 employees globally, providing a very broad range of conformity assessment from pre-shipment inspections to, of course, sustainability. When we do our accreditation of SGS, we ensure that they have the right systems in place for the integrity of their conformity assessment and the relevant competencies. And those competencies are evaluated against relevant standards, which are defined in international standards or relevant scheme requirements. And so as part of our process of working with IESBA and looking to use your professionally agnostic ethics standards is to say the way in which SGS or Bureau Veritas or Intertek, the way that they operate is appropriately competent to fulfill the requirements of corporate sustainability disclosure as defined by a relevant regulator or as from a voluntary perspective, but they meet the relevant IESBA standards because we've evaluated them against the relevant ISO standards, or where there's a gap, we've evaluated them against those relevant IESBA ethics standards. So that's the process of the mapping exercise we're doing, is to try and clearly identify what the requirements are and how that then gets down to the point of the relevant competence of the organizations or the individuals undertaking that sustainability assurance.
Thank you. Very helpful.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel and Matt. Ken.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gabriela, and thank you, Matt and Emmanuel, again for all insights you've been sharing with the board here. I do have 3 questions, if I may. Firstly, I wondered if you could explain to the board a little bit about how the enforcement side of the accreditation process works. In other words, if as part of the annual assessment of a conformity assessment body, the assessor or assessors identify, let's say, some issues of non-compliance relative to ISO standards or relative to whichever mandatory requirements you would have identified at your level. What are the consequences relative to enforcement? So that's number 1. Number 2, I just wondered if you can explain also the work you're doing at your level, at IEF level, as part of your sustainability working group, and the work that ISO is doing as part of its joint working group that, to our understanding, is working to develop assurance, ethics and assurance standards for corporate sustainability disclosures in order to finalize standards ready by December 24, at a minimum, to be able to support assurance work that's going to be performed by ISO practitioners within the EU. So how is your working group at IEF working with the ISO working group? And maybe related to that, what is your timeline at the IEF level relative to the mapping exercise? And how does that dovetail with the ISO timeline, which again is to our understanding, is December 24? Thank you.
I start, Matt, and after I leave to you. But I started with the first question. It depends, of course, on the findings. However, it works like this. The accreditation body raise non-conformity and concerns usually at the end of the assessment. The certification body has some days to reply. When if they reply, we have to check if they are implementing what they are promising. So I promise to change this procedure, to do this and this. And so we go back in the certification body to see if they are doing what they are promising. Of course, if they are not doing what they promised, we can take sanctions. Take sanctions are to suspend the certification body or to withdraw the accreditation. So we start usually with the suspension for, I don't know, 3 months suspension, 6 months suspension. If they're not able to close the gap, then the accreditation committee takes the decision. It's always a committee decision. It's not a one-person decision. This in order also to reduce the influence, because it will be difficult sometimes for a one person to take this kind of decision. So it's usually a committee, and I can speak for Italy. The chair of the committee is appointed by the ministry in order to have a strength power, better power. So in order to have intimidation, things like that, because there is a person appointed by the state to take this kind of decision that is difficult to go against. I leave matter for the others.
Thank you. First of all, just in terms of the timeline, we're working on the mapping exercise right now. We hope to have the first draft done in the next couple of weeks, of which we will need to return to IESBA to ensure that we've understood clearly the relevant IESBA standards. We hope to be able to present to you when we meet in October, mid-October, the completed mapping exercise, which will present the relevant ISO standards of 17029 against the relevant IEESB standards, particularly IEESB 5000, against the relevant IESBA standards, and of course against IQMS. So the worksheet will set out those different mapping approaches, identifying where the relevant correspondence and the gaps are, so then we can consult with you and say, how could we fill those gaps through the assurance work that we do by augmenting the accreditation that we do, or filling those gaps with relevant additional requirements for those accredited conformity assessment bodies. What that then helps me answer the second question is, what is the object of conformity? How are we undertaking this corporate disclosure assurance? In many different schemes, there are clearly defined standards for those areas, but in corporate sustainability assurance or disclosure, there aren't the standards yet, and they are of course being developed, of course, in the European Union level because of the corporate sustainability reporting directive. But ISO is now working on ISO 14019 that's led by Graham Drake and Stephanie Veering. We're working closely with them as part of the open process, consultation process for feedback into the development of that standard. IEF and the relevant accreditation bodies and the national standards bodies across the world are feeding into that process to define how that assurance mechanism will work and how that will be then accredited.
Thank you very much. I still have one question regarding the European framework. As you mentioned, there is already a very complete and robust framework which is being put in place with respect to sustainability reporting, and in the future there will be a sustainability assurance framework. How do you see the ethics standards and ethics and independent standards fit into that framework? Be it the IESBA standards or whatever. And looking at the existing framework and what we expect to be in the future, the assurance framework for sustainability, how do you see the ethics part or the ethics standards fitting into that system?
Manuela, did you want to answer that first, or?
If you, maybe I can integrate.
I think that of course is a decision for the European Commission, and of course the work that's going on with ESRS and EFRAG that's working on this right now. What we would say, and there are conversations with the European Commission and our European counterparts, is that we should work to create a common framework. And we believe that the common framework here is the IESBA standards when they point to aspects of ethics in the operation of corporate sustainability reporting. And that hence is why we're undertaking this mapping exercise, is to demonstrate that accredited verification, as we define it in the relevant ISO-based standards on ISO 17029 and ISO 14019, whatever those requirements are, and where there are gaps, that approach meets, with regard to ethics, meets the relevant IESBA ethics standards, because that's professionally agnostic, and we're demonstrating through that mapping exercise that we meet those requirements. So rather than replicate them, we show where we're achieving those, and then where there's a gap, what we're doing in order to be able to address that gap. So I think it's in everybody's interest that there is just one standard when it comes to one approach when it comes to ethics in corporate sustainability disclosures, and we demonstrate that we meet that.
And Matt, if I may just have a follow-on question relative to what you've shared. You know, when you mentioned gaps, and maybe you've not come to any final conclusions to how you would fill those gaps, but would you be able to share a bit of any sort of thinking you've done at your, at the IEF level as to how the gaps might be filled? You know, for example, would it be that IEF would put together some mandatory requirements at your level, which then would be pushed down to the individual jurisdictions and member bodies of IEF? How would you go about, filling those gaps?
There is a number of different approaches that could be taken. A mandatory document is one very efficient way of achieving that, and that would apply to all accreditation bodies, and therefore all of the accredited bodies that are undertaking that work. But there are other ways of doing that. We've actually, Emmanuel has already talked this through, the development of additional standards. For example, publicly available specifications or ISO standards. The challenge of those is they do take quite a time to develop. And so time is of the essence in this issue. So Emanuele, did you want to talk more in terms of the possible mechanisms to do that, to fill those gaps?
Yes, I agree with what you said. So the easier way is to have the mandatory document. IF is used to have this mechanism. So all the members understand what is a mandatory document, what is that for. So this is the easier way for us to implement, to impose requirement, to impose. The members will decide. Of course, it's a matter of the members to take this kind of decision. But usually, this is the easier way to implement. Or if we're talking about specifically for CSRD, so this is also something that has to do with the region of Europe, so the EA, the region, specific region. So maybe the mandatory document could be issued by the region, not by the IF, if this is only for one region, interest of one region. Or we could also could have also the idea that could be the European Commission that give this direction. So I think this is the next step. When we have the document with the possible gaps, then we can find many ways to implement to close these gaps. So at the international level, at the European level, at the regulatory level, or also at national level. Also, Accredia can impose that in Italy we accredit this according to some requirements. So we can also decide to have an implementation at the national level. So it depends, which is the consensus also on the members on the solution that we're able to reach.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. We are approaching the end of this session, but I'd like again to ask if there is any board member that would like to add something, make any question. Well, if not, Emanuele and Matt, thank you very much for this excellent presentation. I think that all the board will agree with me saying that we are much more informed and we have much more clarity than we had 1 hour ago. And that's excellent because we all need to know where are we heading for and what do we want with this collaboration. This only makes me think that this is extremely valuable and meaningful that we keep on speaking and collaborating. I must confess that I'm not going to share any details now, but this conversation brought me a lot of ideas of how we can bring this project forward together. And again, it's absolutely clear that if we work separately, we will not reach something that works for the users and something that works for the public interest. We will have to find a way of, I don't know if it's convergence, if it's complementarity, if it's collaboration, what's the right word at this stage to use. I'm starting to have an idea, but we have to explore it further and test it together. Thank you very much for this, and I very much hope that you also find this collaboration useful and that we will be able to build something together in the public interest. It's no use trying to ignore what's happening around, that others are working in the same field. Wherever we go, we have to go together with full clarity of where we want to land. And I think that definitely competition is not, it can be many things, but competition is not definitely the word that will describe what we want to have. So thank you very much and hope to see you very soon again.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
So, well, a little bit 5 minutes earlier than scheduled. So we are good for now. I hope that you found it interesting. I saw that at the start there was some, I was seeing the faces around the table and there was some perplexity, some probably about what we were hearing. But I really think that this is the way to go and that we have to keep on this dialogue with these entities, not only because not doing that can be very harmful and risky for us, but also because, frankly, I think it can be very helpful for us if we find the right way and the right construct to make these different projects to get together. I think that none of us has still the clear idea of how, but I tell you that for me, it was very insightful, and it made me have a more clear idea of what we can do together than this morning I thought we could. So I hope it was also valuable for the board. I don't know if you want to add something. We still have 3 minutes. Otherwise, we will break for coffee. Okay. Thank you. We will reconvene at 10:55. Okay. You got an extra 3 minutes break. You're welcome. Yeah.
Yeah, do they want to release it immediately?
Yeah, we wanted to release it tomorrow, but I'm not sure.
So, yeah, let me see the release so I can make sure that's good.
Okay.
And then, what all we have to do. Yeah, I'll just take it first. If there's any extra steps. Yeah, with the extra. What about, it's not gonna go up on EIS overnight.
No, it's
Yeah.
not on EIS at the moment, so what we're doing is going to the printers, so we have to be ready to go to the printers today as well. Otherwise, they can tomorrow. They can allow 48 hours. And then here.
And then, but people can start buying online. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna think.
You buy it?
No, you can buy it.
Oh, okay.
Download. So this will be the 2023. Hello. How are you? How's your trip been?
No hiccups?
Yeah. I know. I'm good. Yeah. Yeah, so you can print.
Oh, okay, then they actually in the book. Oh, okay.
So I don't know who does this, it just magically appeared.
Oh, okay.
Might want to just mention ask to.
I'll stress maybe. Maybe they do it later.
Has to. I should know, I mean, that was part of it. I mean, I saw, but I don't remember. Plus, Michelle's out, so make sure.
Okay, I'll make an application.
Let's check with us first.
I'll check first, first, and then, but I like I'm saying, at this stage, I don't see it. I think the word, but if all goes well, we have it tomorrow. But I am kind of just.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I know Millie is there. So that is kind of the focus, but my first policy is to get PDF files that can go to the printers and they will do the next thing. So even if you read it, in my view, stay electronically, it's fine, just need to fix the
Okay. That sounds good. Hey, how does the book show up into this thing? Does it just automatically? I don't remember. I just remember it just showed up.
I don't know if we have to work with IT or if it's just.
I feel like it's an external. Hello, Elizabeth, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good, good to see you.
On
I don't want to
IES
interrupt
or
you.
Not
the actual handbook itself? No, the PDF?
not the PDF, the actual handbook.
I think Michelle handles that.
Yeah, that's
Her
what I was
department handles that, yeah.
How can we help you?
Just want to know, is it, I didn't get an invite for Wednesday.
You didn't?
No. Just want
Did
to
you
see if you want to
I
have me
know, I'm
there.
so sorry. Did you say yes though?
I did say
Let's
yes.
plan on
see,
doing let's see if I can. Let's go
But I included you in my numbers. I wonder why I didn't. That is so weird.
I wasn't sure if something was going to take place.
Sure.
I leave it in your good hands.
Because I know you'll find out. It's not like I can hide it from you.
Well, I found out.
You're connected,
already.
you know, you got the connections. I'm like, I can't keep you away, even if I wanted to. I'm kidding. I would not want to. I want you to join us.
Just tell me if
I
you
thought
don't
you'd
want
be
me to
joining.
come.
This is so crazy. You're not on here. Okay, let me send it to you. No, but I
wonder what
included you in
else
my
I've
numbers.
missed.
I know. But you don't know won't hurt you, you know?
Exactly.
No, I'm kidding.
That you guys have never.
That's so weird.
Right. Yeah, let's do that.
My numbers.
Yeah, and then this, I'll be ready. I'll think about that. What else is involved.
Do I need to if the selling of them is
I mean, I think we need to check to make sure that they're ready to do that.
Yeah,
So it's
maybe
a whole
just
new
mention
team
it.
dealing with this because Michelle's not like still away. She's still away? She's still
Yeah.
away?
She's only back in November.
I'm sorry, what?
She's back only in
Oh,
November.
this is her maternity. Oh God, yeah. Let's let him know. He might know already. He might be
So
aware.
I'll just ask Chris.
Yeah.
Around that and then.
Yeah, just say, Chris, we were getting ready for the release and David mentioned
Yeah.
it on, what's it called, Vimeo or the marketplace? Just say, how does it get onto the marketplace? Do we need to?
How do you spell Mimeo? M-I? Because that rings a bell.
Because they're the printers, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's Michelle
Yes.
that did it.
It's the
It
printer's
is Michelle.
website.
So it will probably be then when the printers have it.
I believe last year,
They did
it just automatically shows up.
Probably that when they've got it printed, that they have it on their site already. Okay, great. But I'll just confirm with him to make 100% sure, and then I'll send you the.
But you know,
No.
you said Mimeo,
Marketplace.mimeo.com.
but Mimeo is also the people that do our printing.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
so that's connected.
It's their website, yeah.
So yeah, it's connected because I see the orders that we did for the handbooks. They're the same people, but I don't see any emails.
I'll just confirm with him that they manage their way that page.
Okay, sorry, let me see. So Cat. So his point of reference should be Cat because she worked closely with Michelle on this. So.
Because I don't know where she.
So.
She was also off.
I thought she was
Yeah.
on some sort of leave.
Yeah, she's still chair.
So now I'm just looking at last year's and the back and forth.
Not yet, no.
Just got some bits.
Well.
So I'm just going back to the history, why she was asking them to remove the 2020 handbook.
Like Jake last week?
Oh, is that what you did? I didn't see it. Oh, you weren't there? Okay. I was there, but I didn't see it.
Ashley told me, I wasn't. Jake's picture taking yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
So he was like in the back.
Do you remember he was like in the corner of the room, like leaning into
last
the window?
Oh, yeah,
And he
yeah.
still cut off some people.
Did it?
Yours truly.
Anyway, Bill Gates was at our dinner place last night.
Huh?
Bill
at your
Gates was
dinner,
there,
or he was-
not with us, but.
What
he was
happened to
in
you
the
guys again? What was it?
quality meet or something.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, he was.
How was the food? I meant to ask you how. Oh, you're ready.
Was he what?
I mean, I should.
Merci. Yep.
Hopefully I counted it all
What did I
right.
do? Let's see. Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Luigi.
Like to see whether like
You need 10.
something wrong.
40, 60, 81, 120. Yep, perfect.
Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Bruno, how are you?
I need to rob a bank.
Please do. Rub enough for both of us, yeah?
I sent you a message back in summertime.
Oh boy.
Maybe you were on vacation. I need, for
That was a
training
certificate
purpose.
thing.
Yeah.
I
It's
thought,
possible.
but I did. I reached out to Brett and they were working on something. So I thought they were going to get in touch with you. Bruno certificate.
Just a simple piece of paper.
Okay, Brett. So, no, what did you call it? It wasn't certificate.
Training certificate.
It's not coming up on it. Why is it coming up in my search at all? Okay, would you mind resending me your email, please? And then I'll do a search and then, but I forwarded it because they were working attestation. There you go. Accreditation as auditor, I need to, right? And then I forwarded it to Brett. Okay. Let me see, attestation. Yeah, and he got back to me and he said that was in July 27th. We can provide, but just checking in case it's a yes. So he was checking. And then I remember our intern asked for the info, but nobody got back to me after that. And I forgot about it. I'm so sorry. So let me chase him. Brett.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
They just got back to me
Okay.
with the flights. I haven't opened it yet.
So have a look at it. That is one. Second is, you need a help, and
Can I take this?
what do you make the claim of my
Yeah.
investment ticket actually?
Oh, yours.
Process has changed.
Yes.
Still saying it might not, not at your end.
Get you done on the.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
No, I haven't. Sorry, I did not get straight now about. Maybe during lunch. or-
Oh, no, don't worry.
Yeah,
Just printed everything. I did skip a few of the.
That's
the-
fine.
Yeah.
That's,
didn't do too much.
that's perfectly fine. I probably could have done half of
So I
it.
feel
My
the
own,
way
my,
to do that. Now you do the work.
what I
Yeah,
had,
that's the only.
the slides were not downloading onto my computer last week. And I figured out what was the problem. I've been transitioning from PC to Apple.
Oh, God. Why would you do that?
So I only have to bring my iPad rather than my.
It would be easier. It was just adjustment period and afterwards it'd be fine. But it's painful until you
So
do.
now at least. But
Okay.
anyway, thank you.
Okay, you're
Everything went
welcome.
fine.
Yay.
You guys were great. Didn't give you enough kudos.
No,
My
no,
farewell address.
It was tough. It was sad, like you said.
What?
It was sad,
Yeah.
but all good things must come to an end, as they say.
Oh, yeah. That was very nice last week, though. I did appreciate that gift. I've been thinking about it.
Oh, that's amazing. That's wonderful.
Are you a little bit
Good.
feel?
Good. That means you're not going to be missing the other board meeting you keep missing. That's all I kept thinking about. Now he'll be able to go to the board meeting in India or somewhere in the East.
For them to.
No, the charity that you work with, the other
Oh,
board.
yes,
Yeah.
that's right. That's the upside.
Yeah.
Because I haven't been for like 4 years.
Yeah. 'Cause
And
we're
then you
always-
throw the pandemic in.
I know. So yeah, that was it, which is even more important. Yes.
You know what we did? You know, during the exit from Afghanistan, we took 200 of their students.
You did, you told me.
Did I tell you about
You
that?
did.
Young
I know.
ladies.
So impressive.
Send it to you.
And
That's a
most
lot
them
of-
have now graduated.
So impressive. And
Well,
hopefully
they've
they'll
had a
they'll pass
tough
it
life
forward.
with their families.
I know.
It's Air
We miss-
India,
we miss stop
American
invading.
Airlines, and
That's what we
Virgin.
think.
I'll let you get
I know, we'll talk later. I know. Dave,
Paris,
can you just
Air
pass me a
India,
stapler
Air
so I can?
France, and
My mom.
Vistara.
About what?
No, so he works on a board for Afghanistan.
Well, you like Air India, don't you?
It's actually an airline which is undergoing a huge overhaul of planes. They have all old planes. Have been taken over by those large groups in India only about 2 years back. And it takes some time to gone through a challenge getting the seat or the systems along the work here, because they still have to overhaul. They've ordered almost 500 planes which will come in the next maybe 8 to 10 years. But it's an airline which is undergoing a big change.
We were not able to book from here. Now we're able to book.
Yeah, earlier we could not. I remember
Yeah.
1 year back when I booked once. I tried them actually once. The service is good. I think they are improving. Anyway, whatever, once you let me know, then I'll revert back to you. If there's any other things I have in mind. Again, subject to the approval of whatever the budgets are, which is fine.
Yeah, you guys are planning. I'll send it to you.
Okay, all right.
Well, the range.
One was these.
What did I say? But so we have something, you're going at 12:30.
Yeah.
Huh? Only for 12:30.
The one that you
Yes.
shared was good. There was a reason why. I didn't. You said, yes, I did. I know why. And there was this whole stack.
Oh.
All those
You
pictures.
didn't come. Okay. You can ask him.
The problem was. No hurry. We didn't, I didn't do that. Yeah, so because he looked like so we didn't get all of the,
Like the ones you have, don't last for it. Before, no.
No,
The ones that you have fun.
no, we won't let you pay for it, but anyway, so that was why I didn't get the full batch like I normally do. So let's just make,
Try to send me an email.
yeah, oh yeah, we'll get it. Yeah, that- yes. One of the original links, that's not
But we can't download them.
right. So you have
He
to.
has to send.
No, yeah, it's already.
Anyway, yes, we should.
No, you can just email him.
I can. Yeah.
Advise you, and then email me and then I email him.
I like the ones that you chose. The only problem is I have not run the time. Is close.
I got you. That makes sense.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get that. I like, yeah, I get it. I like it.
Yeah, I like it. I put it on my Tuesday.
Yeah.
And if you have any, I will just choose to- Sorry.
Let's do it. Can we do lunchtime?
Sure.
That's my question.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. it's just gonna be-
I was reading on the website. I know that I to look that up. In London, you have to, in London, you have to register. As you can see there, it's 38th Street. Yeah, so
welcome back to the room. Virtually. We will now start our session on sustainability. Just to give you a brief what the rest of the day will be. It's
quite simple. We will discuss the common issues on sustainability, the two sustainability work streams in the morning, and then we will start with the first read of the sustainability independent standards independent standards for sustainability assurance. This discussion will start at this afternoon, will last until tomorrow morning. And again, I very much encourage you to be attentive to what's being presented. This is the opportunity for this board to make meaningful comments, to correct the trajectory if necessary and if as possible, because we have already made some robust decisions, and make sure that at the end of the day, we will have substantial conclusions and decisions on what the working group will present us, the task force, because we will start with the common issues. Let me also thank everybody for the comments those who provided comments to the set of standards, the package that was circulated in August to the board. There were some very important and meaningful comments from board members, and I very much thank you for that, because we know that's not the best season and the best moment to be looking at this substantive package of standards. So thank you for that as well. Since the June last meeting, the task force met virtually, in person, etc. So they have been working over the summer. The collaboration with IESBA has also continued in a very close way. So this was a relentless period since June until now, and that what we are going to discuss now is the product of this great effort made by the task force and the staff, of course, who did have a very busy summer, to say the least. And with this, I will give the floor to Christelle Martin. Christelle will present some common issues for the work stream 1 and work stream 2. Christelle, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriela. So yes, we had a busy season to bring up to the board something more mature and more exhaustive, right? So this morning, we are going to share with you how the coordination with the SRG, the newly active SRG, IEESB and the ISO are going on, and some outreach activities. This will be presented by the staff and also China. And then I will take you on board on our thinking and propositions about titling and numbering part 5. And I will take my Kevlar suit to present something on the title of the code. So let's start with the coordination and outreach activities. I think it's Shana that is presenting first with the SRG.
Thanks, Crystal. So the SRG had its second meeting on the 2nd of August, and we provided an update from the July Sustainability Task Force. We told them about the scoping of the standards, and then Sylvia provided an update on how their feedback on Section 600 was dealt with by the task force, and also addressed the issue of, because there was some queries on the inclusion of certain sections like taxation, and we explained to them that there's a wide variety of providers and some of them do taxation and valuation. And also then we discuss valuation services, estimation and forecasting, and how we could deal with that. There was support for dealing with it in a professionally agnostic manner. Then Keith sort of told about the option of dealing with it in Section 600, or do we do a new section on estimation services? Ultimately, the task force decided to incorporate it in valuation services, which you would see in the drafts you have got. There was also discussion from them about how would you advise and facilitate clients to pass the preconditions for assurance. I think there's a great risk of self-review in those situations. So we think the general principles in 600 would still apply. We had on the agenda to discuss ISQM1, but we ran out of time because we wanted to get to the general ethics matters, which Laura provided an update to the SRG. And then John provided a background to NOCLA and how the task force was thinking about dealing with NOCLA. There was, I think there was support for the auditor to communicate with the auditor, but there was mixed views on how you would communicate with other sustainability assurance practitioners about NOCLA and their knowledge about it. And there was a preference when you identify things like that for it to flow up the chain of the organization to those charged with governance. There was also discussion on the certification space, about human rights issues and how you would go about certifying that and the complexity. And then we discussed the next steps, which was we were waiting for them to provide some feedback on the independence for sustainability. We told them that the first read will be this board meeting. And a sustainability task force meeting is scheduled for the middle of October. And I think John is in the process of setting up the next SRG meeting for early October, so that we will get some feedback before we come to the middle of October meeting in London. So I'll hand over to John to provide some further information.
Okay, thank you, Chana. So outside of the actual SRG meetings, we've had a really significant amount of feedback, which has been through via email. So I think we've had 6 separate requests for feedback and input from the Sustainability Reference Group. So on, the independent standard, the ethics standards for assurance and reporting. And more recently, we've provided them with the full set of standards, which was presented to the board. So we're asking them to now look at it in a holistic manner in terms of, because we've looked at various parts and now asking them for feedback about how that looks from a more holistic perspective. So I just really wanted to stress the importance of the group in providing that feedback and that expertise. It's been really insightful and very useful for the for the task force. And also, a great deal of effort and time that they put in, obviously on a voluntary basis as well. As Chana mentioned, we have got the next meeting, which has been set up for the 3rd of October, and we anticipate that'll be focusing on some of the issues that come out of this board meeting. The other thing I wanted to highlight is we've now appointed the 10th member of the Sustainability Reference Group, which is Professor Kenneth Amaeshi. And he'll be representing Africa. So he was one of the representatives that was provided to IESBA from PAFA, from the Pan-African Federation of Accountants. And he was one of the members that we discussed at the June board meeting. And he's a professor in relation to sustainability finance, also an expert in sustainability in emerging markets. He's also a consultant and advisor. There was an original member that we were looking at in relation to Africa, which was we discussed at the June meeting, but due to a new position that was taken up and also inability to get clearance for the role, that's why we've gone with Professor Amaeshi. So that was it for that. And then I was going to pass over to Sylvia in relation to the IEESB update.
Thank you, John. So the next topic we would like to talk about is the coordination with the IEESB and IEESB staff. So up until June, and while we were developing the standards, there was a bi-weekly coordination call between IESBA and IEESB staff. And also we organized meeting between the liaising member from each task force, so between Rich and Isabel, so we could discuss the key issues or the common issues in the IESBA and the IEESB standards. IEESB issued their ED for public consultation in July, and we had the chance to provide our comments on the draft explanatory memorandum. And obviously, after the ED or the IEESB ED was published, we didn't have these regular calls anymore. But as Gabriela mentioned, we still have an effective coordination. And whenever there is a topic that also relates to the IEESB standards, we coordinate with them, such as, for example, in the case of another practitioner, the proposal that you received in your papers was subject to coordination with IEESB staff as well. As IEESB is now turning to their outreach activities, and there will be roundtables and further outreach, of course, we plan to coordinate them more often in the next quarter, because the information that we are receiving from these outreach activities are really relevant to our standards as well going forward. So I think we will be able to report back on any feedback that is relevant to us at our December meeting. And I think I would turn to the ISO, Christelle, if that's okay. So regarding we have a coordination with ISO. So the ISO is also developing their standards on the validation and verification of sustainability information. They formed a working group at the beginning of this year, and from IESBA staff, John and myself are liaising member to this working group. Unfortunately, the working group meetings coincide with the board meetings and the task force meeting. So we participate in the coordination via emails, and they are sharing their draft documents with us. My understanding is that the standard, they will finalize also their draft standards in December, and it will be subject to consultation. However, their due process is different from ours, so it's not a public consultation. It will be shared with the national members who will provide input on these standards. But apart from this coordination or as a liaising member, in this quarter, we scheduled 2 technical meetings where IESB staff and IESBA staff also participated, so we can discuss the common issues. From IESB perspective, the key issue for us was to have a discussion on the potential interoperability of the 2 standards. So we were focusing on aligning to the extent possible the terminology and definitions we are using in the 2 standards. And also we have a discussion on the provisions that ISO is planning to provide regarding their ethical requirements, which is based on or similar to the conceptual framework or the similar threats. They're using the threats and safeguards approach. And also in ISO standards, they are not necessarily talking about independence, but there is impartiality, and there is a different layers of these standards. So the independence will be, as Matt also mentioned, will be dealt in different manners. So we will continue this coordination up until the draft is approved, and we will come back to you with further updates in December as well. And I think I will stop here and I will pass back to John.
So yeah, just in relation to the IAF, obviously we've heard from Matt and Emmanuel this morning, and we've had a number of meetings with them so far. There's been three meetings so far, and as mentioned, there is that sort of working meeting that we've set up for the 16th of October in London, and we'll be working through that mapping exercise. So a really good opportunity to push that work forward and find out where those gaps that Matt in particular was talking about there, where those gaps might be and how they might be addressed. But Ken, was there anything else you wanted to add on the IAF at this point? No. Okay. So I'll pass over to Laura now, just in relation to other outreach activities.
Thank you, John. So we have a list here of the other outreach that was conducted during this quarter. For time reasons, we only will talk about a couple of these outreaches, and I will start with the first one, with the meeting that we had in October with 2 IESB members to discuss their past experience in corporate sustainability reporting. And as the main outtakes of that meeting, they highlighted that there is a need for structured processes and controls for sustainability disclosures. And they highlighted that it's a topic that involves not only PAs, but also controllers at the company level. There was a recognition that it's a very important role for finance committees to share their experience and their understanding with the sustainability reporting teams. In terms of the information that comes from the value chain, they noted that companies have dialogues with their suppliers regarding the data that they need to gather. In certain areas, if the company is not able to get the data from the supplier, they can also resort to estimates. And then they also recognize that there will be challenges in the adoption of the standards issued by the SSB. Regardless of how experienced the company might be in terms of sustainability reporting. Because, for instance, if the company is not experienced, then the challenge is where to start. And the IESB standards recognize there will be a learning curve and that the first report will not be perfect, especially because of lack of data. If companies are more experienced, then there are also challenges in terms of interoperability with other standards, for example, the GRI, and how to make the transition from those standards to their newly issued standards. And then another challenge is also requiring the financial and the sustainability reporting to use the same assumptions, because the same terms usually have different meanings. For instance, short-term or materiality, they have different meanings, whether it's financially or sustainability reporting. In terms of the link with the ethics standards and IESBA's work, there was a view that the route for IESBA to achieve the profession agnostic objective regarding sustainability reporting, it should be through PAs and finance professionals first, because they will become partners with sustainability professionals and eventually guide them through all those processes that are already in place for financial reporting, for instance, in terms of IT, governance, and etc. There was also a view that ethics principles are especially important in the sustainability space due to all of the inherent uncertainty about the information that is being disclosed, notably about risks and opportunities. And I would maybe ask if Gabriela or Ken want to add anything else. Okay, we could go also to the Japan and Korea outreach that Gabriela has mentioned earlier. I would ask Gabriela if she would like to add anything else regarding that outreach.
Yes, I may very briefly. I think that I already gave you a brief summary of what this was, but I'd like to just reinforce the idea that the general message, both from the Japanese and Korean stakeholders, was of a high interest in IESBA's work and in knowing and understanding more about what we are doing. We again managed to meet with all the stakeholders groups, and this included also IFR, IFR representatives, and PIOB was there as well. So I think that we covered them all. Again, thanks to the incredible work in preparing these meetings done by Masahiro and Sunam. Thank you very much for that. But it's actually something that we should follow up on, because there was a clear, very significant interest in what we do. There are some difficulties, and I mentioned that a while ago. One of them is that in both countries, most of the preparers, not to say almost all of them, are not professional accountants. So the question was a little bit, if you don't go profession agnostic, what does it mean for us? Because it's going to be difficult to implement this or to make it meaningful in countries where the preparers are not professional accountants. I think there are some other countries, Jens, and I'm looking at you, where the same happens. For instance, in Germany, where they can't be, I think, even preparers. So this is a strategic question for us that they raised. Also, specificities of the market, and Tom can maybe confirm that. But in Japan, we were told that most of these preparers, not only they are not professional accountants, but they are generalists. That in general, they prefer to have generalists doing the job. Also, because there is a practice in the companies of moving people to other roles inside the company every 5 years. So the question of competence was also raised. How do you think that we can prepare all these people, which, by the way, rotate so frequently? So, but this only shows the interest, the level of interest, because this concretely was a conversation with the local biggest listed firms, as far as I remember. Jeff can correct me, perhaps, but it was really insightful, rich, and there are some specific questions and comments that we will have to address, because we didn't know that much about how in that region they address our work. In Japan, the JFSA is clearly very much more aware than the other stakeholders. They are following our work through IOSCO, so they know exactly, or more or less, what's this is about, with a very clear and strong call for the profession agnostic approach from the JFSA, from the Japanese Financial Services Authority. Jeff, do you want to add anything?
Perhaps just one point. Thanks, Gabriela. It really highlighted the importance of us continuing with outreaches to different jurisdictions. to be effective and efficient, just so they can understand our work, to get that level of buy-in. You can't avoid it. You have to go and do these outreaches and talk to other different stakeholders. So certainly something that the task force will bring to the board about how to engage with our stakeholders as we move forward in next phase. Thanks.
And just an additional, thank you, Jeff. An additional comment is that sustainability assurance seems to be quite advanced in some of these regions, namely in Korea, where there is a clear familiarity with the topic and experience and everything. And what we confirmed is that what IFAC has told us about who is doing what and what are they, what kind of standards and so are they using. This just confirmed that, because it seems that at least in Korea, for sustainability reporting, they are mostly using ISO, and for sustainability assurance, accountability standards. So this is something that we also have to have in mind, because one of the questions that we got was also, how are you going to get these people, professionals who are already used to certain standards, to move into a different framework and be familiar with a different perspective. So all very useful, and we cannot of course neglect these questions, because as we go and as we develop the standards, we have to have them in mind and try to put ourselves in the shoes of these professionals and of these countries and see how they will look at our own standards. Laura, back to you.
Thank you, Gabrielle and Jeff. And I will now pass the floor to John to report back on the conference that was organized by the University of Johannesburg and PAFA.
Okay, thank you, Laura. So yeah, I had the opportunity to present at a public lecture, which was called Future Fit Accounting Series, Accountants for People, Planet and Prosperity. And that was held by the University of Johannesburg, and it was facilitated by PAFA. Other presenters were board members from the IESBA, the IASB and IESBA. There was also some educational aspects from Bruce Vivian from IFAC, and also from Dr. Caroline Bridges. So looking at things from an educational perspective. It was a really good opportunity to raise some awareness. So there was around about 100 odd academics that were in attendance online for the seminar. And my presentation followed that of the IESBA and the IASB. So it was a good opportunity to demonstrate how we fit within that framework around the sustainability assurance standards framework, and how we fit and underpin the other aspects of those standards procedures. And yeah, the following week, I was also provided with the opportunity to present at the 10th USA International Accountants Conference for the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. And again, just a really good opportunity to provide. And it was a general update around what IESBA's work we're doing, but mainly the focus was on sustainability and what the task force and the work streams are doing in that space. So we'll just pause there and go then to see if there's any questions from the outreach activities. Okay.
Thank you very much for the updates. Just one question, a little bit an elementary question, is that concerning the ISO is currently developing validation and verification standard, is that, and it is for the December 2024 or 2023. In that case, do you have a clear idea of the division of labor between the verification or validation and the assurance? Is it on the same field, or clearly that you are working on the different field?
It is a really good question, and actually that was one of the topic of our discussion with the ISO, to understand the scope of these two of the different standards, and whether in the case of the validation and verification, and more on the verification side, in the ISO standards, they are using that some of the verification will result in assurance. So that's what we try to understand, that what would be the interoperability between these two standards, because obviously our standards, the ethics and independence standards, is for sustainability assurance engagements and not to other type of engagement. So to respond to your question, this is still ongoing discussion because we raised that issue regarding the scoping. So we try to better understand that in the process of the verification, what are those type of engagement that will result in assurance and like eventually could fall under the scope of our ethics and independence standards as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I believe this is a very important topic we need to deal with in the future, because as Gabriela said, we had a meeting in Seoul with one of the assurers, and in response to a question whether they expect to have any difficulties in complying with our code in the future, the answer was no, simply because of their familiarity with ISO standards. So they don't understand exactly what I believe verification assurance means. So we need to deal with that. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can share a little bit as to what one of the ISO documents, the draft documents, says relative to the concept of an assurance engagement. It is the ISO working group is working on two parts of a standard. The standard is 14019. There's a part 1, which is about general principles, and the part 2 that is more specific procedures. So in terms of deliverables, and they have a broad rubric of deliverables, under their general principles part or general principles standard, there are potentially 4 outputs for deliverables. One is an assurance statement. The second one is an evidence report. The third one is a findings report. And the last one is a validation or verification plan. And they have a table that basically sets out where you would be in terms of the output, depending on the nature and the extent of the procedures you would have performed. So clearly one of the deliverable is an assurance statement. And that part of the document does go on to say, and it explains what an assurance statement effectively is. And basically what it says is, an assurance statement is the deliverable when all validation or verification process steps are completed. The assurance statement may be based on validation activities or verification activities, or a mixture of validation and verification activities, i.e. a mixed engagement. So it does seem that under the ISO draft standards, they are intending to cover an assurance statement as we would understand it from a code perspective. But clearly there are potentially some additional sort of types of outputs or deliverables, as they say, including a findings report, which, you know, what to translate it into our language would be an agreed upon procedures engagement, which is just a report of findings. So I'm more than happy to share that draft document. Just, well, maybe we'll consult with the staff so that we can better inform the board. But essentially, that's the direction they're taking on their draft documents.
Okay, if there are no other questions, back to you, Christelle, now.
Yes, so
thank you.
So the first point we want to share with you is our proposition on a title for part 5 of the code. So in our common work, we considered the standards that cover both ethics and independence, and that will apply globally. The fact that the standards are professional agnostic, and therefore there is no need to reference to professional accountants. Also, the fact that the ethics standards are proposed to apply to all sustainability assurance engagements and not those subject to the independence scope. We will talk about that again in work stream 2 sessions. But taking into consideration all these elements, the task force is proposing the following title: International Ethics and Independence Standard for Sustainability Assurance. This was the most streamlined we could reach, though it is a substantial wording, but I think it's clear. And if the board could give us their thoughts about this proposition, we'll very much appreciate.
Thank you, Christelle. Thoughts from the board? Andy.
No, thanks for that. It is clear to me what is meant by this, but I have asked others who are not of our world, and I've come to almost, well, no, I think to a universal agreement that sustainability assurance means assurance that the thing is sustainable, as opposed to the sustainability, the assurance on the information. And I realize this transcends what the IESB has as well, since they're issuing a standard on sustainability assurance. But I've heard word like validation listed, and I don't mean to make the title longer in terms of reporting on the assurance of someone else's sustainability information. But I just thought I would raise that now before we get too far down the road, that to at least the people who are not of our world, the muggles of the world, that that sustainability assurance is the assurance that the entity or the world will be sustainable. That's what's being assured. So I'm sharing that with you. I'm not sure I have a major, other than a long title, which is awkward. But if no one else responds to it that way, I'm perfectly fine to move on. But I thought this is the time to share it, to keep my mouth shut.
Of course, and let me tell you, Andy, that this is an exercise that we should be doing all the time with almost everything, because it's so interesting that we probably didn't realize that for us. It was okay, but then you go to the outside world and they understand a different thing from what we have in mind. So thank you for that. It's not a minor comment, even if we all want to avoid long titles. Well, thank you. Any other thoughts, comments, suggestions? Christelle.
Okay, thank you. We will work on that and come back to you. Yes?
Yeah, Luigi, please.
Still, there is something that I have not clear in my mind, and probably you may may help me in understanding. Are we planning to have 2 books or 1 book?
One.
Yeah, and this is a matter that could have some consequence. For example, on the title, which I think we should coordinate with the extant code, which is a little different, because there we are focusing on those that are the addressees of this book. Here we are targeting the subject matter. Let me use this word, which I think it is a matter of form, but it is something that we need to consider in order to make the 2 things consistent. And another point, which is probably a matter of following discussions, I wonder whether, for example, we are thinking to have 2 glossaries or 1 glossary, because 1 glossary, in my view, is pretty difficult today, because it is the sum of many definitions. Some of them are applicable to sustainability, other to PA, some are not applicable to both. And I think that we need to think whether it may be efficient to have 2 separate glossaries in order to help users that may use part but not the other in dealing with the It isn't just a matter where I try to go through certain definition. I had some difficulties. I'm not saying it is wrong, just difficult. And I'm thinking about the user. Maybe two may be easier than one. And another point on the general construct is the fact that we are referring in the part 5, we are referring to part 5 everywhere, where in the extant code, we are referring to sections, which is not without consequences, because we are extending requirements to the entire part, even when in the extant code, it is not. I'm thinking about, for example, documentation about threat and safeguard. We are extending this type of requirement to ethics, when in the extant code, it is not. So I wonder whether in terms of architectures, we can look as a task force can think about it in an holistic way, just to ensure that R5 is equivalent and not more challenging or restricting than the extant code, because this could make it difficult for everyone to implement R5. Thank you.
Thank you, Luigi. Chana, please.
Andy, to your point about the title, like there's independent standards for audit and review engagements. How if you just add engagements at the end? So we have independent standards for audit and review engagements. To Andy's point, how if we just add engagements at the end of the current title, proposed title, sustainability assurance engagements? No?
No, because, and maybe Krista will come to this, but the ethics provisions are not addressing only sustainability assurance engagements. And I think that's a challenge.
I have to think a little bit more about this. I don't know who was next. Sadia, please.
So I had a very similar thought to what Luigi was mentioning. And I actually would prefer 2 handbooks, not 2 different codes, but 2 handbooks. It's going to get a little bit heavy having all of it in one. It will also allow you to see which one you're using. But I'm of the view that you need 1 glossary, because 1 glossary will cover the entire code. Having 2 glossaries means that you have different codes, which might become confusing. I do see the challenge with the definition, but I actually thought it was quite nice. I just wanted to make sure that we understood that we are introducing a new acronym. So we say IIS, which is International Independent Standards. Would we now be saying IEIS? And I'm just asking this question because this is what's going to happen with time about how we're going to be defining it and how we use it in references.
Thank you, Sadia. Mark, please.
So I don't necessarily like the use of the term, but in many of these things, you end up with the least worst option. And where we have got to is the least worst option, because, as a task force, we have thought about what to call this section, and we've wound ourselves back down from half a page of quite detailed explanations to something that is just usable. And, to my mind, and it's not the task force's mind, but to my mind, if 2/3 of people understand what we're doing, that's good enough. We don't need to make sure that everyone is in the ring from day one. I would very much counsel against trying to unpick decisions that we've already taken. For instance, the idea of having a single handbook was because if you have 2 handbooks, the second one won't be adopted. So in one of my challenges from a UK perspective is that if part 5 is part of the code, we can adopt it under existing powers and existing provisions. If it's a separate handbook, I can't. And to be perfectly honest, it takes me back to the discussion that we probably had in June and also in some of the previous task force meetings, which is if that's the case, I'll just integrate the bits I want into a separate section and I'll ignore part 5 because, and that unpicks the whole reason for having professional agnostic standards that are not just applicable to professional accountants, but are applicable to all of the other providers who may work in this sort of market. So, you know, my strong sort of push and my strong advice is that, you know, we should be very careful to unpick some of the reasons that we've got, that we've chosen to get to where we have got to, because this is quite a carefully crafted piece of work to balance out all of the slightly different aspects of the public interest that we are seeking to provide a solution to. And you pull one brick out of the wall and the whole thing falls down. So we have to sort of stick with a sort of unitary model, one section 5, one code, one glossary, because otherwise you end up with a multiplicity of different things that never necessarily align, that run at the same thing, that get updated in different ways by different people. And of course, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact as well that one of the reasons that we ultimately go out to an extended period of public consultation, and the reason we carry out so much stakeholder outreach, is it does give us a very good opportunity to kick the tires, to be able to engage and explain, to be able to demonstrate the rationale for the position that we've arrived at. So it is very easy and very tempting to sort of see, well, that's not quite right. Could we make it a bit better? And there's a difficulty that in making something a bit better, it also becomes quite a lot worse. And I only say that because we've spent quite a lot of time trying to pack this into a form and a frame that will genuinely support the public interest framework principles of global adoption, wide use, and respecting the public interest. So, you know, that's sort of really, if I can sort of push one thing, it would very much be that. Thank you.
Yeah, if very briefly, Madam Chair, if I may just at least comment on the point about the glossary. From my perspective, I don't see it necessarily as being impracticable to navigate around the glossary, maybe for 2 reasons. One is users generally won't read the glossary on its own, just as you would pick up a section of the code and actually read it in its entirety to understand exactly what the expectations are. As you come up with a term, that's when you would turn to the glossary and read the definition or the description, whatever it might be. So one combined glossary ought to work on its own. And if there is a term that is used in both the extent code and part 5, that term ought to be applicable as defined in both parts, so to speak. And secondly, basically our standards now are electronic, they are on the EIS. And all defined terms are underlined and readily accessible with your mouse click. And therefore the glossary is essentially only, you know, if you will, a container of the defined terms and the definitions. So with the EIS, you'll be able to pick up the definition as you need, as you are sort of applying the standards. So I think it shouldn't be impracticable in practice. I think it's, you know, the way we are envisioning it, which is one combined glossary, should work.
Oh, thank you all for these comments. Yes, we made some decisions time ago that we should not try to, we should not reopen. Of course, there is always time for a fatal flaw, and we should not prevent ourselves from, if we identify a fatal flaw in our direction, trajectory, proposals, etc., we should be honest to ourselves and correct it. But in principle, yes, we should not reopen discussions that we had before and that we close. Anyway, I think that all comments are valuable because it also allows us to get back to where we were the considerations that we had by that time and what we learned since then to test a little bit the robustness of what we did. So all comments very welcome. With respect to this issue of the title, I'll get back, although I have my own ideas, but I'll get back to Christelle to wrap up and see what we should do about this.
Okay, so I understand the debate. We have a session to work on that, and we will come back to you on Friday. But so the question of the title of part 5 is something we post today on the table. It's not a blocking issue, so, but it's better if we, okay, put step by step, we put aside some subjects. So if we could conclude that on Friday, this would be great, if we can agree on that.
If I may, Christelle, just add something to my considerations. It is actually important that we test everything that we do with our stakeholders and see what they understand, etc. But it's also important, and this is valid, I think, for other things, that we must assume, like many others are doing, that the titles do not have to contain everything. People get familiar to them and they know what's in it. So this is valid for this section, as it is valid for the discussion that we'll have on the title of the code. We don't have to have everything there. We just have to. There are some situations where the title says much less than the reality inside. So the calibration of these two perspectives, I think, will lead the task force will be able to come up with a good solution. Back to you, Christelle.
Thank you. The next subject was about the numbering. So the task force considered whether.
Excuse me, Christelle.
Yes? Oh, sorry, Felicia. Yeah.
I was not seeing your hand.
Sorry. Hello, Chair, and everybody. Just my comments, a few comments, or one, if I may say. If you look at the title, yes, it makes a lot of sense. But I was wondering whether if we drop the word assurance, which can also be confusing for non-accountants, would it kill anything? Would it cause any harm in removing the word assurance? So that you just leave it as international ethics and independent standards for sustainability. So that if someone is looking at the content, then you find that maybe it's covering assurance and other aspects of sustainability. So I was just suggesting that if we could drop the word assurance at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. And one more element for consideration by the task force.
One more.
Thank you.
May I remind you that the reporting part of the subject is still in the extent code, adapted, etc., but it is not in part 5. But point taken, Felicia. Thank you. So on a if it's okay, on the numbering, we considered 2 options. One, to go into sections starting with 1000, which would be sequential to the part 4B, which is with section 990, which is the last one for the moment. And the other one to go to the 5000s. Which would provide space for future elements that we would like to include in the extent code between the part 4B and 5. There was also a question of parallel and sort of mind parallel, with the part 5 subject, and then also a mind parallel with IESBA 5000. So our preferred option is to go for 5000. It is sort of there is a new move in the code, and it's starting with 5000 for these elements that I just said about mind and pedagogic and sort of connection, and also it is offering the more flexibility for any other subjects that we would have to include in the extant code in the future. So this is the task for proposition. If the board has question or suggestion, comments.
I'm generally responding well to the 5,000. I do like the sort of symmetry with the IESB. I don't know if they've decided, by the way, which volume they're going to reside the 5,000. So I don't know. Well, I just don't know if that's an answer for our issue in terms of just having it as a different volume as opposed to, one book, one code, 2 volumes.
Yeah.
But gosh, I would hope the numbers don't matter that much, but I think it would be maybe more of an explanation as to if we had different numbering system, especially since it's a kind of like a clean page right now. So I'm responding well to the 5,000.
Okay. Okay. So this one is done. Okay. So maybe I can skip that one, which was a sort of elaboration on the principle. Oh, when we go to detail, we have it. Okay. Okay, Reggie.
I am in agreement with the number, of course. I'm still some concerns with regard to certain statements here, and for the reason I already told before. To ensure consistency, I think that the task force need to go through any reference to Part 5 and ensure that they are not introducing additional requirements. Let me give you an example. Where in R460, we are saying a firm shall document conclusion regarding compliance with this part. Basically, the task force is introducing new requirements that are not present in the extant code, because shall document is something applicable just for the section relating to 4B and not to the entire code of ethics. And by making reference to Part 5, you are extending to the entire code of ethics this requirement. And is it appropriate? I think that if the starting point was to have something equivalent, I think it should be reviewed and the reference should be much more focused on what the extant code is saying.
Okay. So unless some elements were meant to be unclear or to need to be a little bit more specific, the principle was to be based on the same truth than the extant code. Yeah. So we will go through these you call them new requirements or more stringent requirements, etc., to see if there is a contradiction with this principle.
Yeah, I just wondered, sorry, Priscilla, I just wondered, maybe one work stream 2 goes through the ethics provisions, and I'm not sure, Luigi, whether you've identified, let's say, a couple of instances where perhaps we are inadvertently extending requirements
with the vocabulary
across, let's say, ethics provisions when the extant code doesn't currently do that. I just wondered, as we're going through the text, if you could point to the specific instances you've identified so that we can better understand what might be some of those examples, because otherwise it's a bit, we don't have the text in front of us, so it's a bit difficult to sort of visualize.
Without ensuring that I have identified all of them.
No, absolutely, but at least, whichever examples you've identified, I think that will help us better understand.
Okay,
So my point was very similar to Luigi's, but I do think that it's a drafting issue that we need to have some kind of understanding, because equivalent is really helpful when you're looking at a 5,000 paragraph and you're looking, you already know the 400 section, you're able to understand it. There are instances that Luigi has pointed out that we went beyond, but there's some instances that we've asked for deviations from Part 4A. So there's both instances that we might want to take into consideration, and then to help with readability if someone's able to identify which those paragraphs are.
Okay, well done. For sure. Initially, we in each work streams, we were trying to have that on board. Each time we were changing things, it was very carefully, so not to change the meaning, but sometimes maybe we missed it. So we'll make that review. Just to elaborate a little bit, the fact that we use 5,000, we accompany that also with some principle in the drafting, which is to try to be the most mirroring the numbering of the sections of the extant code. So it's easy to compare, and it helps demonstrating the equivalence of the principles. So if we missed some, we're going to go through it again. And it was also, so given the specificity of that part 5, sometimes there are sections that we don't want to take on board, and we leave them intentionally left blank. When we added, it is also very visible because we used the same section number with a letter like AB, etc. So this was to compare, to ease comparison. It would be useful for the PAs who well know the structure of the code, but it's also for regulators, etc., to make an easy comparison of what is included in Part 5 with the extant code and what it means in terms of changes potentially. I don't know if there are questions on that, but no?
No, just to say one thing. I am acknowledging the impressive work that the task force did, and especially the time fashion in which this was done. And probably this is also the reason why now it is the right time to perform a stand back test.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In order to ensure that everything is working as intended. So it is just in this concept that I'm providing these comments.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, the last subject for the moment that we wanted to share with the board was the work the discussion we had in July in considering potential changes to the title of the code. We took into consideration the fact that changing that name would create potential jurisdictional issues in the implementation, notably when the code title is used in the legislation. Also the fact that if we just added words to the title, so not changing, but adding something to the title, it would make the title quite cumbersome. Also we considered that the code has an established title and brand. So when you touch to this, you should be careful, have a well thought analysis on the consequences and how to prepare this. Because such a change also you don't change the title of your main product yeah, every year or every 5 years, etc. So if we change, it should also be for with some sustainable way. On that basis, for the moment, the task force proposes not to change the title of the code, even if it's clearly saying for professional accountants, even if it's not including the word sustainability, etc. But your comments and input would be very welcome, because I know it might be a little bit frustrating because
Oh, thank you, Christelle. I'd like to hear the board about this, if possible.
Crystal, I totally agree with you. I think there should be some reticence, some reluctance to change the title, because many regulators have written into their laws, regulations, references to this particular title. And when you change that, that could cause some significant confusion, and also delays in updating something like that in their code or their laws could take some period of time, and that wouldn't be good either. But I'm looking at the handbook itself and how it's laid out, and right underneath the title, it says including international independence standards. Is that part of the title or not? I don't think it is, but I'm not quite sure about that. And could you add another line to include international sustainability standards? And is it always important that we tag the standards with the word international? I don't know the answer to that question. Probably Ken does, and he's fidgeting a little bit.
No, absolutely. Well, the word international was absolutely crucial.
Yes.
As part of their structure of the code project. So that was a very deliberate decision the board took to add the word international, because these are international standards. And to your earlier question, is the phrase that follows underneath the main line part of the title? It is part of the title, international independence standard, including international independence standards. That is part of the title.
Thank you, Karen. Jens, so.
I was going to say exact same thing.
Okay. Thanks. Jens, please.
I also agree with the proposed old title, as the task forces are saying. I only have one remark looking at the webpage of the foundation, where there's no reference anymore to professional accountants. So I would like to raise that it is perhaps a journey where we are. So it's not the end point, but at that stage, probably it's a pragmatic approach. But reading this webpage, it's only the title of the foundation is International Foundation for Ethics and Audit. It's not limited for professional accountants. We know that audit is performed normally by professional accountants, so there is some contextual. And also IESB has no reference to the profession. So that's why I just want to remind us that we perhaps have a step-by-step evolution, not a revolution.
Yes. As I said, it's for the moment. Our position is this one, but yes. Sunam.
In terms of the phrase international independence standard, just been used for the code. And in part 5, question is whether we are going to use that phrase or term in part. Currently, I believe the draft from WS Workstream 1 has used the term international independence standard for part 5. So are you going to continue to use for part 5 in the future?
Okay, if I understand well your point, it's because in the drafting we are using in part 5.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, it's to avoid sort of misunderstanding that we would be referring to something in the extent code while we are scoping our work, so that the part 5 is, if you remember, I think it was in March or maybe in June, that we said that in terms of structuring the drafting, etc., we would like to avoid to have references to other parts of the code unless it is absolutely necessary. But we can have a look at to the point that we're not. It was not a rest of the fact that we produce some elements progressively for the board, and that the wording of part 5 is just could be avoided. But I think it was generally it was to be sure that there was no confusion between international and independent standards that would be in the extent code, for example, and the one that we were referring in part 5. And I think it's mainly in the introduction part of the part 5, if I remember well, that we may have used that.
Thank you, Chriselle. Sanjeev, please.
I think just, I'm also fine with not changing the title of the code. So we're adding now, say, part 5 to the code. And as we go along, we'll be making more changes to the code in the coming years. New things will keep coming up, ever evolving, if I may say so. So everything, I think one doesn't have to change the title of the book. Inside, you'll have something on tax planning, sustainability, technology. And I think changing the name of the title, I think, is not required. I'm fine with keeping the title as it is.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Rich?
Yeah, I generally support not changing the title and the phrase where it says including international independent standards. Well, we have independent standards for audits and we'll have independent standards for attestation in there. So I don't see that inconsistent. The question I have is, and I'm not seeing we change it. We're going to have to figure out a way to deal with the marketing or the optics of the phrase professional accountants in the title, right? That's probably going to be something we'll hear about from non-PAs. So, but I strongly, because of the jurisdictional implementation issues, lean towards not changing the code.
Thank you, Rich. Mark?
I'd very strongly sort of endorse the point that Rich made, because it sort of does unpick a number of things, which makes it quite difficult. But, if I was selling marketing advice, I would say that, IESBA has a strong brand, as I think Andy reflected and Christelle reflected. This is something that will develop over a number of years. Success in a few years may be that this is referred to as IESBA's code rather than the IESBA code, because we have got a strong brand and that should continue. And that's what might replace over time. But I think where we are at the moment, the proposal is well put forward to minimize the implementation difficulties of developing the sustainability standards and bringing them within the scope of the code.
Thank you, Mark. Sanjeev?
Just one comment, Mark. Earlier you made a point that something is understandable by 2/3. The rest 1/3 is you're fine with it. I think, and then about the marketing point and on Ritz's point on reaching out, I think we probably may need to do a little more work there in making people understand the code. It's getting complex day by day. You can't avoid it, right? There are things to be added. But I think we need to make sure that how it reaches out to people, that they understand the implications of it. I mean, more, I think, effort may then be required there than anywhere else.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Christelle, do you allow me
Yes, yes, of course, of course.
Yeah, I see that the perspective of the board is clear. Sorry?
See it.
Felicia.
Oh, sorry, Felicia. I'm so sorry. Sorry.
No problem. Just to support the idea that we should not also change the title of the code. Also, just to support the same is that if you look at professional accountants, we are known to be people of integrity, people who have ethics, independence. So even maintaining the title for professional accountants, I think for some time it will also work for us because at least it defines that accountants are known to be people of credibility. So much as, of course, there's a need for more marketing, like my colleagues have mentioned, but I think also being a code, prepared and meant for professional accountants, as it is now, also augurs well, I think, with the community, given that accountants are known to be professionals with integrity and independence. Of course, the challenge comes in if you also change it, and then even when you look at people who are issuing opinions in the reports, we always refer to IESBA code. So meaning that there's a lot of things that can change over time, and it will also complicate matters when it comes to the different jurisdictions. But in the meantime, just to support the fact that referring to it as a code for professional accountants, it also gives it some weight, and it's a good thing, I think, for now, until maybe further when things are aligned, then we can venture into also renaming it and coming up with a different naming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felicia. So my turn. I understand that the board is significantly cohesive in not changing the name of the code. I personally must confess that I'm concerned about this option. And it's not because of marketing reasons or whatsoever. It's because we made a strategic decision to go profession agnostic, to make this code and what we do available to everyone. We are speaking with our stakeholders about focusing on the service, not on the profession. And then there are additional reasons like was mentioned, like IFEA is not anymore mentioning the professional accountants. IESBA does not mention professional accountants. So we are getting alone, so to speak, in a very specific approach, which very soon we will be asked if it is consistent of what we are saying that we want to do. And it's not only rich non-professional accountants. I suspect that other constituents in our environment will ask this, I think, logical question about the consistency of the title of the code with what we say that we want to do and the direction that we want to take. I also acknowledge that this would bring, because it's clear that that's not the board approach, this would bring difficulties in terms of implementation, etc. These arguments will be there forever. So with these arguments, we will never change the code and many other things. These are usually what we use to say, well, let's not change it. If we look into the other areas, the financial sector, things like that, the name of the laws change dramatically sometimes when people feel that they are not addressing the right center of the issue. For instance, on securities regulations, many codes change from securities markets regulations or laws into securities law because it was not the markets anymore, but the product that was mentioned. I'm just mentioning some examples. So it's not impossible. It brings challenges, of course, and it will be always a matter of balancing the benefits of changing. And this is the time to change. I think that we have to have this very clear. At least it's my perspective. Also, in other decisions that we are going to make very soon, that we are really, sorry for the expression that I use so frequently, we are moving the elephant. This is a big, significant shift and change for the IESBA in terms of direction, in terms of approach, in terms of substance, etc. This is the moment where the change is happening. What we will not do, of course, we can't do everything at the same time. I acknowledge that, but what we will not do now, I'm not sure about when are we going to be able to move the elephant again? So this discussion being taken in 3 or 4 years' time, I think it will be disconnected in time from the moment where something could have been done. So I did not want to go without expressing my opinion, but of course I see that the board is very clearly cohesive. So I think that the discussion, unless the task force wants to get back, is almost finished. Paul, welcome.
So sorry about that. For me, just deep apologies for the late join. But just to reiterate, I very, very, very strongly agree with the sentiments, especially the chair, in terms of the directional message we've conveyed. It really sounds like a step backwards to say that we have an appetite and intention to do a kind of agnostic approach, but we are nonetheless really strongly reiterating that that's not what we actually intend to do. So just very strong concurrence with the sentiments by the chair.
Thank you, Paul. Rich.
Yeah, Gabrielle, reflecting on what you said and thinking about what is the first sub bullet up there, which is this issue of creating jurisdictional implementation issues. Perhaps we should get some assistance from legal counsel in various jurisdictions to assess really how big a problem that is if we were to drop the phrase for professional accountants from the title, and whether that would per se cause this not to be the document referenced in legislation or would not be the applicable document going forward under legislation. Because that to me is the biggest hurdle to change, is the jurisdictional issue. Right. And so I just wonder if we might benefit, and I know the time is tight, but benefit from some additional input from people who could look at that and tell us what they think that means legislatively. And including, I would suggest, perhaps we don't have to have it perfect even in the exposure draft, right? That could be some of the feedback we learn post-exposure draft if it takes some time to study that. So just a thought.
Thank you, Rich.
Yeah, I think I would sign on also to what Richard said. I think I'm very proud of where we're going in terms of the world is behind on sustainability information, sustainability reporting, and so I'm very proud that we are improving that, because this is probably for 20 years ago, perhaps, but we should have been there. And the baseline, I'm hearing no one wants to undo our baseline, which is capital markets require, and the people who invest in those capital markets, which are mostly ultimately people at the end, require reliable and relevant financial information. It's all the words we could put in on that. Part of our code being focused on professional accountants in its appropriate and why that's appropriate. And again, I'm not speaking against the broadening the horizons, is that we have the baseline that while all of our jurisdictions have slightly different entry points to be a qualified professional accountant, I think I still have assurance that those people who are practicing in this capital market space, providing relevant, either in business or in insurance, has some degree of qualifications. So as part of the multiple moving pieces and the unintended consequences, I just don't want us to take away this leg without having I don't use the word assurance. I've already said I can't use that word. Without having the validation that those,
certification.
I'm allowed to use synonyms. Without being certain. No, without being sure, you know what I mean. I want to make sure that people practicing in this space have the skills, credentials, and qualifications such that they make those representations, whether it's to capital markets or to the world in general about sustainability, that that they're not bartender by day. All respect to bartenders, by the way, very difficult what they do. Bartenders by day, assurance providers by night.
Or the other way around.
Yeah, or the other way around. Yes, yes, I think you're right. Assurance providers by day. Thank you. Thank you. I'm still tussling with using assurance and this. Anyway, I think the end game is a broader use of it, but I just want to make sure we just can't pull that out without perhaps undoing other things unintentionally. And I know no one is intending for us to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. Ken, Mark, please.
I think Andy makes an important point because I think my own understanding from a jurisdictional perspective is that the legal and regulatory architecture to regulate those who are currently not part of a regulated profession who might be providing this type of service is probably something that will be resolved in the next 5 to 10 years, but not in the next 1 to 2. So in a sense, there is room for a degree of caution about running too quickly, and you know, in a sense, there is not a burning platform. So I think the consideration is the right one, because I think it'll be a medium-term issue that gets resolved, not an immediate one.
Thank you, Gabriela. Yes, my sense is just listening to the board discussion is I probably am in the same spot as Mark and Andy and others have indicated that probably there isn't a burning platform at this point in time. But yes, eventually we might want to get to a position where essentially this is a global code of ethics for all practitioners, regardless of which profession they're coming from, as long as it's performing the same types of service. So that's essentially the terminus or the destination we want to get to. But I also think we need to reflect on the practical ways in which the code might be adopted in different jurisdictions. I think a large part of what would be the market for those standards would be the ISO type practitioners. And we just had a conversation earlier with IAF. And as we are saying it, IAF is very intent on seeking correspondence, to use their terminology, with our standards. And it is not, as far as we can perceive, a barrier to their efforts that the code is currently titled a code for professional accountants. So in other words, they will do whatever they need to do at their level with regard to seeking correspondence, convergence, or alignment with our standards. And that brings me to my other point, which is that, yes, it's very important that we tread carefully and not rush to make changes without understanding what might be the potential consequences. So, but to Rich's point, maybe there is a need for the board to at least undertake some fact-finding to understand the avenues for which the code is adopted at the national level. The code isn't in all places embedded in legislation or regulation, so it is important for us to understand that. Equally, we know that the code is adopted by and large by the professional accountancy organizations that are members of IFAC. And insofar as making a change to the title, from my perspective, I wouldn't see it as a very big hurdle from IFAC in terms of making the necessary, let's say, alignment or conforming amendment to the statement of membership obligations for its member bodies. And also relative to IESBA, because IESBA, as you know, its proposed ISA 5000 does make a reference to our code of ethics, and it does quote the title in its entirety. And if this board were to make a change to the title, well, it would be conforming change on the IESBA. And again, I wouldn't foresee a very big hurdle on the IESBA side to make a necessary conforming amendment. So I think there are a number of moving parts that we have to understand, and maybe it's an exercise that we can think about at the staff level to try to get our heads wrapped around the mechanism of adoption and which jurisdictions might be impacted and so forth, and then maybe come back to the board. And some of you have mentioned that perhaps it's a bit of a journey to get to where we want to be. And as we look down the sort of the runway, let's make sure we get the information that will enable us to make the sort of the right decision.
Thank you, Ken. Sorry, do you allow me to
Yes, I know that we will discuss it in the course of the week in workstream 2, how to address the preparer ethics, so to say, for sustainability. And this might be an entry point for a further opening of the discussion to say, why not to have the beginning somewhere in the code, this opening paragraph to encouraging other professions or other people to follow the code and to demonstrate by that we have the ambition to be not only relevant for professional accountant as a first step, without looking at the title first, perhaps to give this entry point, because if others are reading, despite the fact that they are reading perhaps only part 5 where it's clear, but we have had the same discussion with tax planning, and we were asked whether this part is also relevant for tax lawyers, tax advisors, etc. And we said always, yes, it is agnostic, but it would be great to have somewhere a statement of fact or an ambition by the board in the preface or wherever it might be. I have not thought about it, but that could be the first step for this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. China, please.
Thanks, Gabriela. So my thinking was a bit like Ken and a bit like Rich, with if we start identifying the countries that have it embedded in legislation like UK, Australia, and the relevant people aware of a potential change to the name, because sometimes the relevant laws could be looked at every 2 years or 3 years, and the people in that jurisdiction will know when there's an opportunity. But as long as it's known and it's on the table, so potentially, let's say for the strategic work plan, we could have a mini project to look at this, get the facts. Are we talking about 10 countries, 15 countries? And like maybe, engage with those 15 countries and have it on their radar, then maybe it makes it a bit easier to make the change. But I am sort of on the page of Mark that it's not going to happen in the next year or 2 years. And that could be an issue in getting it adopted.
Thank you, Chana. Hector, please.
Thank you very much. And as you know, this is my second meeting only, but if I understand correctly, this is bigger than part 5.
Yes.
This is,
Yes.
this is way bigger than part 5.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if it makes sense to look at this only in the scope of part 5. I think it's a strategic decision for this board in terms of how are we going to grow this code and extend its application. And I obviously see that we have a big power center by the fact that some jurisdictions have to adopt this in law for the professional accountants. So this is a source of power for this code in one sense. And if we were just a code of ethics by any other association, maybe jurisdictions wouldn't care much about our code, or they might recommend it as soft law or good practice. So there is something to lose by changing the title. And I do care about titles. If I see a title, vegetarian restaurant, I might not go even if they serve food, meat as well, because because it's not what I'm looking for. So I don't know if this could be sort of a project in itself for this board in terms of deciding how are we going to turn this code into what we want it to be in the next, I don't know, 2 years. But it's way bigger than part 5. It's about tax, it's about technology, it's about other topics that we will be addressing in the coming years.
Thank you, Hector. It's actually about our strategic direction. That's what we are speaking about. Rania.
Thank you. So I am sorry I missed part of the conversation and I hesitated, but then I saw Hector. Actually, I mean, he really was speaking my mind. And I think that it's really about a decision, I mean, that the board has to take today. And I think we can all see the direction where we're headed. But I think it's important that we take the decision. I mean, how ambitious, how daring we're going to be. And if we want the world to know that, you know, we see that direction as of now. And because I think, I mean, very much to Hector's point, I think this is something that we're going to face in much of the discussions within this week. For example, when we talk about, for example, tax services, do we want to mention sustainability? Do we want to, I mean, is it that we just want to deal with the issues that are right now in front of us? Or is it that we want to be like more forward looking and we want the world to see that we're forward looking and be ahead of the curve? And I think that's, the title is just an indication, it's just a pointer in that direction, but ultimately we have to make that decision today because it should impact, should weigh in on much of the decisions that we will be taking this week. I mean, because at the end of the day, I think we can all agree that sustainability is reporting is all over the place and it should be properly reflected in everything. And even if the issues are not at hand today, they are not things that the world is grappling with today, but perhaps we should be ahead and make sure that we see this. And I think that changing the title, I know, I'm sure there are legal issues. I'm not a legal person, but I don't think that, all the changes that we're making in the code, I don't think that just changing the title is what will stand between our code being, you know, adopted in a certain jurisdiction or not. I don't think that's the main catch. To my mind, it's that change in title is going to be representative. It's going to say something about where we're headed.
Thank you, Rania. Sorry. Satya?
I think we have to think about it in terms of how adoption will take place, which actually comes after this process. Because if you're only adopting part 5 of the code, then I don't think you'd call it for professional accountants. You'd have to call it something else. But if you are adopting the entire code, then you are a professional accountant because you wouldn't be adopting part 1 to part 4 if you're not a professional accountant. And then if you're opting to adopt the entire code, then that leaves you in a different limit. But that adoption process or how you'd adopt the process might lead to what you'd want to call the code. And in many jurisdictions, we say we've adopted the IESBA code, but we rename it. You put your jurisdiction logo, you call it the South African Code of Professional Conduct. But that type of thing, I think, happens outside of just renaming the entire code at this point.
Thank you, Sadia. Well, good conversation. Yeah. I'm curious to see how the task force will reflect these comments. Yeah, I think this is an important conversation. This is really strategic. This is not only about marketing or whatever. This is really strategic. And again, we will have questions because we are already having questions and questions which go even beyond what we are discussing here. from stakeholders and sometimes from relevant stakeholders. So we should not take it as a detail. Of course, I'm not saying that we should do anything against what the board feels comfortable about. We should also address a little bit further this idea that, well, from the regulatory or legal point of view, it's going to be very difficult. I don't know, but for instance, again, sorry for the example, in the financial area, regulatory space, these changes happen, well, so many times, at least in Europe, and it takes a decision saying where it used to read like this, then it reads like, and then with time, the conforming amendments are done. So it's not a nightmare, I think, but of course we have to take into consideration the higher or lower agility of the policymakers, legislators, etc. So thank you for this. I think it was a very good discussion, that went much beyond the simple idea, should we drop 2 words or shouldn't we drop 2 words? And again, whatever the decision is, I think that we need these discussions to reinforce our reflection about where we want to go, what we want to be in the future, and how we want to show to the world what the impact that we want to make. Christelle, back to you to close the discussion.
I think I was right to say that I was going with my Kevlar suit. I think it was a very interesting discussion. I think there's this ambivalence between forward-looking, ahead of the curve, and protecting an asset, a strongness, a reputation. And I think as you said, it is a strategic decision, and therefore it should be based on very strong studies. Like we said, don't lose your ground, but mark for your strategy that everything is, I would say, valid arguments. Yeah. So as you said, at a certain point of time, the board members were cautious and agreed to be cautious. But they also agree that we are in a certain move, that there is an opening future, and that it may be to some extent now that we should express some strong signals. We are already doing that through the outreach. I mean, I'm sure that Gabriela is opening the world, right? Opening the windows, etc. So, but maybe there is a timing that we should reflect on, and I would say that we should reflect between now and December. Maybe we can assess a lot of aspects of what we said between now and then. Maybe some of the aspects should be part of the questions in the exposure draft to have additional input. And I don't know if this questioning in the exposure draft should be with a defined title to be proposed, or if it should be reflecting the analysis, meaning, okay, to what extent is it very important to have PA in the title? To what extent is it very important to have sustainability in the title, etc., etc. Maybe in a more co-construction, yeah, with our stakeholders. But I see that we have ambivalence, and we have to address it, because now we are not in a position to decide right now. That's my feeling on the board discussions.
Rania, if you can be.
No, just a suggestion, like perhaps the title could be reframed as the Handbook of Ethics for Financial and Sustainability Reporting and Assurance. And you take out.
Oh, there are ways to
Yeah.
change. The question is, do we have?
I mean, it just take out the way, because at the end of the day, it's about the function rather than the people.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Just.
Yeah, if I might suggest, I think what the board is discussing here is really the reference to the two words for professional accountants. So I think I'll probably go with Christelle's suggestion of putting this issue out there through the exposure draft, through the avenue of the exposure draft, teeing it up as a strategic issue that the board has been mulling over, bringing in the relevant considerations that have been aired during this session, and helping our stakeholders understand a bit of the predicament or conundrum, if you will, that the board is kind of grappling with, and essentially seeking input as to what sort of challenges, obstacles there might be at their end at the jurisdictional level if the board were to go forward in terms of dropping those two words, and whether the board changes the rest of the title. I mean, it's up for debate, but at least really the two words that are at stake here are the words for professional accountants, and then seeking stakeholders' input. So as you say, Crystal, I don't think the board will be able to resolve this issue now because for the reasons that Hector and others have said, this is a broader issue that transcends just this project and just part 5. And let us do our sort of homework. Let us get additional input from our stakeholders and then be better informed. Hector.
Yeah, Hector.
Before we go to stakeholders, shouldn't we have a plan, our own plan and our own perspective on where do we want to get, what are the steps, what would happen if we do it, and then we decide to go for open the discussion to stakeholders. I think we would come to that conversation well better prepared if we do our homework internally first.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest the board can start already with that homework in our discussion on the strategy and work plan. We have that session on Wednesday. Yeah,
right.
That's a good place.
Okay, Christelle, if I may close the session, thank you very much for this conversation. I think that this will not be, I think that this afternoon, we'll have to go through some similar questions. So, which only shows the consistency of what we are doing. But yeah, we'll see what happens this afternoon. So we will close now the session for lunch. It was supposed to be 1:30. Yeah, 1:30. So yeah, the boss says that you won't have 1 hour, and I'm happy with with the indication. So 1:30, please. Okay. Yeah, have a nice question. Yeah. No. You're not coming. I was saying, no. I was just about to say the same, but I was afraid that you wanted to keep 1 hour for that. That's why I looked to you with this. Well, let's see how this brings us.
Just a quick announcement. This room, in this room, all the microphones are on. So if you would like to have some private conversations, I'd encourage you maybe to go to the main sort of yeah. Well, essentially there are mics. Yeah.
So you got to turn.
Yeah, so every time I'm worried about the meeting because we can do that tomorrow as well and do like this show. I'm worried about the wisdom side that's kind of correct because it's so if I'm worried print for Chris had a good week on Sunday and was at the same bank pages. And on the second page, I'll make that. So there's Yeah, just. I'll find that out first. No, check with this number. Yeah.
Some of you, maybe even
Yeah, it's trying to edit my video. Not yet because all the issues the same. And it's like you cut the video in half. Oh, I just went to YouTube and YouTube stop for 4 hours. Yeah, so now I have to figure it out. Even though it said that it was recording.
I didn't want to learn with the cold water.
Well, it's appropriate.
You can
because
have a
it's-
little sleep.
The ocean in many countries.
Would have been nice before they introduced it.
Okay, so I didn't miss it then. Okay. Whenever I'm in a position like that, trying to walk away.
Visually, you should have been an intro. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The board never confident enough to say something. Oh, press the buttons. Press them. Press them. Oh. Press it. That was a trade secret. We got it. Yeah. I wouldn't have said that.
Yeah. that's okay.
Every now and then.
Oh, yes. I still feel quite a lot of jet lag, so I can't eat too much lunch. If I get too much lunch, I'm very, very sleepy.
You balance that out.
Yeah.
Yes,
So welcome back to the board meeting. Hope you had a good break after the good discussions of this morning. And I hope that the discussions of this morning will inspire the discussions that we will have this afternoon and tomorrow morning on the proposals that will be presented to the board by the work stream one on ethics, on independence standards for sustainability assurance. Well, I do not need to tell you that this is a critical piece of the work that we are developing, and I'm not going to make you lose time with the initial considerations, apart from asking you again to be as active and focused as in the morning. We will need all the attention of the board to address these proposals and take profit of this opportunity to make comments or proposals that will influence and leverage on the good work done heading for December and for hopefully the approval of these standards for exposure draft. Thank you to the task force, Mark, Keith, Sylvia, and the task force for the work done. And the floor is yours, Mark.
Great, thank you. We've got some slides that we're going to spend really the next day walking through. You do get to go home this evening. No, we won't carry on all night. And we're going to pass the baton backwards and forwards between myself, Sylvia, and Keith to cover things off as we work through. Really, so you don't have to get bored listening to me. So I'll start off really what we intend to run through. Where am I pointing this to?
There.
Oh, there we go. We're all right. So what we're actually going to cover off is what's happened since we last met. Just to make sure everyone's awake, of course, the reference to the feedback from the CAG is actually the September CAG, not the March one. Otherwise, we'd be going over old territory. And then we're going to sort of run through some of the key issues that we want to bring to the board's attention ahead of going through our first read later on in the board meeting. So there are a number of things where we will take you through a section by section review of some of the issues where the task force has perhaps spent most time considering the issue. And also, I think, to share with you some of those areas where we've drawn most heavily on the reference group as well, to provide us with some input on some of those things that we wanted to test a little further.
Because maybe I can check it.
Put it on.
It's on then.
So what's happened since we last met? Well, obviously we took away the board's input on a lot of the draft areas that we had put to you in the previous meeting. There have been a series of engagements with the Sustainability Reference Group on NAS in particular and assuming management responsibility, but more widely, we've also shared with the reference group the text of the standards that we've included in the board papers this time, and they'll be giving us their feedback that we can consider when we have another meeting of the task force in October. That's been helpful as well, because some of the text in the existing code, so largely in the section 600 and onwards, we've had to think about how we tailor that for a sustainability context. And I think the reference group has been very helpful in that respect. Obviously, we had our in-person meeting, which was an opportunity for us to develop some of the concepts further and also coordinate with Workstream 2. So we were able to have some joint sessions as well to make sure that we're continuing to develop. And of course, the board also had a number of documents through the summer season in case you needed anything to read while you were lying on holiday. And we've had some really helpful comments. And then, of course, most recently, we were able to do a presentation to the CAG on some of the main independence aspects and to get some good discussion and some good input from the CAG in that respect. So if I move on to where we went in the first instance with the CAG, I think the main thing to say is that on the headlines, as discussed before, there was pretty broad support from the CAG in terms of what we'd expected for the scope of Part 5. And I think a recognition that it was right for us to say that there should be an assumption that there's a similar level of public interest expectation in a sustainability engagement as in an audit engagement. We've had some good feedback in terms of transparency, in particular around how we specify the scope. But also it's very clear that the CAG members are, fully supportive of the profession agnostic approach that's been developed, and a recognition that what we're trying to create is a level playing field where non-PAs are able to engage and use the standards in the same way that PAs could. And I think that's that led to some quite interesting discussions. Won't surprise you because it's taken quite a lot of our consideration. The sort of intersection between ISQM1, ISSA 5000 and where we go. And I think a lot of people recognize that in terms of the quality management approach, although it's the right thing to do from an equivalent position, ISQM1 is quite a demanding standard to get your head round if you're not a PA. And I think it's quite hard as well, certainly in terms of some of the engagement with the regulatory community. What is what is at least as demanding as ISQM1? Well, it's quite hard to articulate that. Some of the CAG members were very interested in the enforcement question, which I think came up in the previous session as well. And one of the things that we were very clear on is that, you know, the use of the code by non-PAs and any enforcement is a matter for individual jurisdictions. It's not for IESBA. So there was this sort of perhaps slight misunderstanding around the edges where people said, well, what's IESBA going to do to make this get used? And what are you going to do if someone does the wrong thing? And the answer is, well, we're not, but we're going to engage with jurisdictions. We're going to engage with our national standard setters. We're going to engage with the international regulatory community as a way of saying, well, here is something that you can use, but you have to determine that this is how you're going to use it and you're going to require it. Other things from the CAG, a recognition that sustainability reporting and assurance is developing fast, but in terms of its maturity, it's at still quite an early stage. And in particular, if you think about the maturity of reporting systems and key controls over those reporting systems, they're not as well developed and embedded as they are for financial reporting. So therefore, a number of the CAG members said, well, clients will often ask their practitioner, be it a PA or a non-PA, for advice on sustainability reporting, how to do it, how to get the information to the right level of maturity. What does this mean in terms of potential threats to independence? And how do we ensure that those are dealt with effectively through the additional material that we want to bring within the code? And I think we had a really good discussion as well about why is it that you've gone down a route where you've articulated how this works in a group context when ISSA is silent on groups. And I think, you know, we were able to explain that actually we've got quite a compelling reason, because a lot of the sustainability reporting engagements that we're aware of will take place on a group basis. And Sylvia is going to talk through the detail. It is you, isn't it? Yes, it's not me.
So. I don't know.
Sylvia's going to talk through the detail of this later on about how this works in the context of a group, because it's not necessarily a typical group as you would find in a normal financial reporting engagement. And that brings with it some additional challenges. And I think the thing that the CAG were very clear sort of with us on is that where you're wanting to use the work of another practitioner, you've ultimately got to have something that's practical and implementable and is not some standard that you set that is completely impossible to use. And I think that was a message that was well met. So that's headlines from the CAG. What I'm now going to do is hand over to Sylvia, who's going to do a quick recap on some of the key issues, which we thought would be helpful to just frame the discussion before we go into some more of the detail.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, so as Mark mentioned, and in this part of the presentation, we would just like to go through the key independence matters and explain that where we have landed based on the previous board's discussion, and if there were any questions from the board, how we address that in the paper that we had posted for this for the September discussion. So the first issue is the scope, and I think as we have discussed since the beginning, this part 5 will set out ethics and independence standards for sustainability assurance engagement. And just we have heard that it seems like an obvious statement. It's probably sometimes there is these challenges when we try to determine what are sustainability assurance engagements against another engagement or another type of engagement. So that therefore what a sustainability assurance engagement will be a defined term in the glossary of the code, and it will include both the limited and the reasonable sustainability assurance engagements. I think we also discussed it even back in March and June that the IESBA plan to focus at least in the independent standards, first to those sustainability assurance engagement when there is a same level of public interest as for the audit engagements. So these are the engagements that we would like to capture in part 5 at the moment. For the rest of the engagements, what we call these other sustainability assurance engagements, professional accountants can use the extent part for A provisions. So this is not the objective of this project to update or propose significant changes to part 4B at this moment, or to make it professional agnostic. This is something that the IESBA later consider how to address the questions around these other sustainability assurance engagements. Basically, this approach, by the way, this part 5, more stringent rules, is in line with the extent codes approach regarding audit and other assurance engagements, given that part 4A already includes more stringent provisions for audit engagements, and part 4B less stringent for other assurance engagements. So we believe that that's something that also equivalent to the extent codes approach regarding the audit engagements. So I think the workstream 1 and the IESBA's task here is to identify and describe those engagements that we believe is at the same level of public interest as the audit engagement. The first criteria that we identified that we are focusing only on attestation engagements. So attestation engagements where a party other than the practitioner measures and evaluates the underlying subject matter against the reporting framework, the applicable criteria. And there are the direct engagements. That direct engagements will fall under part 4B. We got questions at the last board meeting on the determination and the definitions. These engagements, we believe that it's already part of the glossary and it's well recognized and understood engagements, but we will provide guidances on how to determine these engagements for non-professional accountants if necessary. Furthermore, the part 5 will set out further criteria. So the independent standards in part 5 will apply if the sustainability information is reported in accordance with the general purpose framework. Again, the general purpose framework is something that we defined in the glossary before, and the board discussed and agreed on this definition at the June-March meeting. The further criteria is that the sustainability information is required to be provided in accordance with law or regulation, or is publicly disclosed to support decision-making by investors or other stakeholders. So these are the point A and B that's currently in our proposal, and there is no change to these criteria since the June meeting. However, we recognize that there might be other engagements where low jurisdictions believe that they should require the application of part 5, and of course that's a possibility based on our proposal as well. Great. So the next slide is on these other engagements. So from board members as well in June, and also from other stakeholders, we received some questions for clarifications that what are these other engagements where we suggest that part 4B should apply. So in the updated draft, so the draft that was circulated in September, you can see that we included an application material where we set out certain examples of the sustainability assurance engagements where we believe or where part 4B will be applicable. Again, it's not an exhaustive list. These are only examples, and we try to be helpful with these engagements. Therefore, these are quite high-level examples that could be applicable globally. So first of all, we believe that practitioners, or sorry, professional accountants should apply Part 4B for sustainability assurance engagements, where the sustainability information is reported exclusively in accordance with the framework designed to meet the information needs of specific users or entity developed criteria. So I think the solely or exclusively reported is important, because we recognize that there might be composite engagements where the provider is using a general purpose framework, but maybe for some part of the information they are using an entity developed criteria. So if there is any general purpose framework involved in the engagement, of course, they need to use the more stringent Part 5 provisions. We also believe that we also provided an example that Part 4B apply where the sustainability assurance engagement, where the report is reported in restricted use, or there is a restriction to the distribution of the report, so the non-public engagements. During the consultation, we received the comments that whether we considered including direct engagement. We recognize, yes, there would be the case that if there is a direct engagement, however, that is not a typical example. So there wouldn't be a lot of direct engagements, and we try to focus on those engagements that would be the typical engagements. So the next topic is the quality management. Again, there is no change to workstream 1's approach here, that Part 5 should be premised on the basis then the firm of the sustainability assurance practitioner is subject to ISQM1 or standards or requirement that is at least as demanding as ISQM1. Once we presented this approach to stakeholders, including the CAG, we got general support that this is an important element, especially to create a level playing field for PAs and non-PAs. And again, from the board as well and from others, we received a question about this standard that is at least as demanding, and who should be determined that the standard is at least as demanding. So what we added, or we updated our proposal by adding an application material that would describe the attributes of a standard that is at least as demanding as ISQM1. And that's what you can see now in 400.3G. But again, it doesn't mean that it should be on the firm or others to determine whether the standard is at least as demanding. It's really on the regulators, on those who are publishing or promulgating the standards to make that determination. And the final topic is the determination of PI in the context of sustainability assurance engagements. So as I think we, even back in March or probably in June, the board agreed that Part 5 would include different provisions or different regimes for clients that are public interest entities. This is an equivalent approach that we currently have in the extent Part 4A as well. And the discussion was around how should we determine a PI in the context of a sustainability assurance engagement. Where we landed in June that as part of this project, we will suggest that the providers use the PI provisions in Part 5. If the entity is a PI for the purposes of the audit of the financial statements, or the specific jurisdictions determines that the entity is a PI for the purposes of the sustainability assurance engagements. So basically the approach was that at the part of the project, we are not taking it up to determine further PIs other than those already in Part 4A. However, jurisdictions can decide or can make their own decision how they apply the PI provisions in their own jurisdictions. Again, there are no changes to this approach. However, we received some questions in June as well and during the early consultation that these criteria that the entities apply for the purposes of the audit engagement would mean that if the auditor decides to use the PI rules in Part 4A voluntarily, it would mean that the provider, the sustainability assurance provider, would also need to use the PI provisions in the context of the sustainability assurance engagement. As we has communicated before, that it wasn't the intention, so we don't believe that the voluntary application of the PI provisions by the auditor should mean that the entity is a PI for the purposes of Part 5 as well. And what we did in our proposed text in paragraph 400.13, as you can say, that we say, or we are including a specific reference to the paragraph that describes the 4 types of PIs. So what's already in the definition. So we believe that would restrict the application to those specific 4 cases and wouldn't include the cases when there is a voluntary application of the PI provisions. So again, it is not a change to the approach. It's really just some refinement to respond the questions we have received regarding the clarity. And I think I would pause here. If I can. Yes, I can pause here, and I would take some questions, but not really about the approach that we already discussed, but whether the board members are happy with the way we responded to the questions we have received regarding the proposals. Thank you.
No, no. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so
sorry.
in a nutshell, thank you, and Paul, the floor is yours. The rest is superfluous.
Thank you so much for that. Maybe just on the last point around PI, and that where PI provisions are voluntarily applied at audit, they need not be mandatorily applied for the sustainability assurance. Aren't we hardwiring inconsistent reporting by saying that? So as soon as someone is assessed against PI for any reason, shouldn't there be a reason automatically that all assessments are consistent with PI? Or else you'll have the financial on PI and the sustainability on something else, and you can't, and it's the same entity. So I just maybe a clarity on that. Thanks.
It's a really good question, Paul. I think one of the things that we were at some pains to try and do was to avoid creating almost like a series of voluntary confusions. So if you are a PI for the purposes of the audit, you are a PI for the purposes of the sustainability engagement. And if you are a PI because you've been designated in your jurisdiction, then obviously you're also a PI for the purposes of the sustainability engagement. What we have avoided going down the rabbit hole really of voluntary adoption, because what happens where you have an engagement where the audit is carried out by one provider and the sustainability engagement is carried out by another, so one firm cannot tie the hands of another firm, so you could end up with a situation where you have 2 different criteria that are being used within 2 different assurance engagements that might be reported by the same entity. So therefore, what we've done is very much tied this in to the existing provisions in the code. And we're also mindful for the fact that all of the work that was done around ETGA as well only comes into force from 15 December 2024. And the PI provisions come in 15 December 2024. And we didn't want to be reopening that up at this very early stage and proposing something different. So it was a way of trying to carve this in a manageable way.
Okay, thank you. Mark, please.
I will start from this point, and I will start from this point, and I will go back to IESBA 1. It is clear the intent. I wonder whether there is something to do in order to make it more clear. And in particular, when referring to 422, we are referring to, let's say, the minimum requirement for PIEs. And we could have two situations. First of all, these requirements could be adopted differently in jurisdictions. And therefore, in doing these requirements, we are not recognizing this different thing made in different jurisdiction, additions, for example. So I wonder whether there is something to clarify in this respect, in order to say that if a jurisdiction decided to consider something more or differently, these are the PIEs that should be used, the PIE definition that should be used. Also, where someone could read this reference as, let's say, just the PIEs for sustainability are just this one, unless it is clarified in the jurisdiction implementation. So there is a risk of less clarity in my view. So I would recommend the task force to clarify this point. In terms of, and this is instead a point for me to understand, if I understand correctly, even from the comment you provided to one of my requests in August, if the auditor of the financial statement is also assuring the sustainability information, whatever he decides on a voluntary basis should also inform the activity as an assurance service provider. If there are different type of firms involved, this should not happen. So the second one would not be conditioned upon by the decision on a voluntary basis from the auditor. I don't see it very clearly written in the rules so far. So if this is the proposal, I think the text should be clear in that, because so far I'm reading it that the second assurance could be done under the assumption that it is not a PIE, even though the same auditor performed the audit on a voluntary basis under the condition that under the assumption that the entity was a PIE. At least this is not clear to me. So this is something that should be focused and clarified in the text. In terms of IESBA 1, I have a doubt, frankly. We are not stating here that the ethics and independence rules are premised on the fact that a practitioner is adopting an IESBA 1 on ethics and independence. We are saying that a practitioner should implement IESBA 1 or something equivalent, full stop. And therefore, we may have in situations where practitioner have implemented something similar to IESBA 1 for ethics and independence, but not for the rest. And we are in a war where we should be professional and framework agnostic. And therefore, we are saying that there is a breach here, because it is a general statement. I wonder whether we may be precise in saying that for us, for IESBA, the IESBA 1, which is relevant, is the one relating to ethics and independence. If for performance purposes, the practitioner does not implement the rest of the IESBA 1, we may be in agreement or not, but nonetheless, the ethics and independence rule may be complied with. Or if we stay with these rules, we need to recognize that for non-PAs, this could result in a very difficult environment, because we are imposing something that it is not framework agnostic. I don't know whether I was able to explain my.
So if I sort of run through your points, I fully take the point on looking at whether or not we can make it clearer in terms of the expectations. And I think one of the things that we have used to quite good effect in some of the things so far is to actually supplement the text with a bit of an illustration, a diagram that actually shows how it works, because sometimes those are more helpful than yet more words trying to explain it. So we will have a look at that. But I absolutely agree with you on the where you have an engagement that's provided by the same, two engagements by the same provider, obviously there is only a single view of independence. You can't be independent for one and not independent for the other. And of course, that's you can't have the sort of passporting of requirements where there are different providers from one provider to the other. It can only effectively the only way you would have any sort of ability to do that is if the entity that was commissioning the work said, we want you to use the higher standard. So I think that is sort of likely how we will move that one forward. I think that the point you make on ISQM1 is a really challenging one. And I think we all recognize this, and I'm genuinely very interested to see what feedback the IAASB gets in its consultation. But I do think that, you know, if a provider decides to assert compliance with a quality management framework, it has to assert compliance and deliver on all of that framework, not just part of it. And the way in which we've currently framed this is you would adopt ISQM1 or something that did not fall below the level of ISQM1, but you'd still have to have a quality management approach. You couldn't just say, I'm only picking out the relevant bits of ISQ, because you take quality management effectively as a firm-wide package. You don't take it as a list of things that you can opt in and opt out of. So I think it'll be really interesting for us to see what comes out of the IAASB's outreach and their consultation, because I do think I share what I take to be your concern, which is if you're not a professional accountant, it is incredibly difficult for you to assert that you have complied with ISQM1. And it's also very difficult if you're not a professional accountant to be able to evaluate something that is no less stringent or no less demanding than ISQM1. So, you know, we will have to be alive to that. But we've done this very much to ensure that what we're proposing for the code is in alignment with ISSA 5000.
Can I, and I'm in agreement with that. My only worry is that if we go in this direction, we need to be aware that it could be very challenging for non-PA to implement the entire ISQM1 while we are speaking just about ethics and independence. And this could result in, let's say, issues in the implementation phase for non-PAs. So I'm fine to say that, of course, because I'm coming from the PA organization, but we need to realize that if we want to have something professional agnostic, framework agnostic, this is something to think about again. I will not say that we need to change, but it is something that we need to think about very carefully.
And I think the other thing that you know you highlight very well from the question there is, of course, for the PA community, there was an implementation period of over 2 years from when the PIOB endorsed ISQM1 to when it actually became effective. So even PAs who are long experienced with dealing with quality management arrangements, they had a 2-year run-up to be able to do that. And you know, it's right to highlight the fact that if we expected that a PA would take 2 years to be able to do all of the necessary things, if you're a non-PA, you're not going to be able to do that, you know, overnight. But I think that's something that we'll have to continue to engage with the IAASB over.
I finished my comment, sorry. Then I will stay silent for a while. I know that the wording you used in the task force is aligned with ISA 5000, but I'm still struggling even on other section about the concept of sole practitioners and member of a firm. While under the definition is clear, I'm not sure that all readers will understand as we are intending. So my point is there any risk that this definition may be read as if I am part of a firm, I am subject to this requirement. If I am a sole practitioner doing the same work, I'm not. So this is something to think about. I think it could be worth to clarify this point in order to make sure that everyone that is dealing with assurance of sustainability are treated in the same way.
Yeah, I think that's useful for us to be able to be clear that it would apply in the same way and that there's no carve out if you're not a member of the firm.
Thank you, Luigi and Mark. Ken, I think that you were the first, but I don't know if you want to come now.
Well,
Sorry.
thank you, Gabriela. My comments really on precisely the couple of matters that we're discussing now that Luigi has raised. Maybe on the latter point, at least from my understanding of the code applies to sole practitioners, as it does to a firm that comprises a number of individuals. And for that matter, if a sole practitioner is in effect a firm that constitutes only one individual as it were. Relative to the point about ISQM1, I do recognize in effect, the question Luigi is raising as to whether non-PAs would be able to step up to the expectations in terms of full compliance with the entirety of ISQM1. And that is going to be a question that's going to be out there. If anything, the fact that we're moving into the area of statutory assurance now is going to bring basically sunlight in this space, because as we know, there have been a lot of questions that have been raised in terms of how non-PAs have been actually complying with the assurance standard that IESBA has had for a number of years, IAC 3000, and with that, the related quality, previously the quality control standard, but now the quality management standard. So I think the jury is a little bit out on this issue, but clearly, whoever wants to use the IESBA standard, forthcoming standard on sustainability assurance, will have to comply with ISQM1. That's a precondition. But I would say also that from our outreach in engaging with some of the non-PAs, our understanding is that some of those firms actually do assert that they are able to use IAC 3000 or will be able to use ISA 5000, and therefore be able to comply with whatever premises will attach to that relative to the quality management issue. So as I say, I think the jury is a little bit out there, and we have to see how the market is going to play out. But I would say it would be really for the non-PAs, especially for ISO and IAF, to do what they need to do in terms of making sure that the non-PAs are going to be operating at the same level as the PAs, insofar as at least ISQM1 is concerned. And we heard earlier in the presentation today that Emanuele and Matt were saying that as part of the mapping exercise, they will also map not just our code, but also to ISQM1 and ISA 5000. So that's what they're doing on their side. And I think we have to take their word for it, and we will have to see what comes out of their exercise.
Okay, thank you for that, Ken. I'm not sure about the order of candidates, but I'll start with Andy.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we're not saying that there should be a difference between a sole practitioner or a firm, but I think, yeah, if you look at it fresh, which I can't do, I think there probably does need to be an editorial overview to that. With regard to the PI question, I certainly do agree that a firm, if there isn't a change in firm, ought to treat it the same for both these engagements. But where we ended up on the PI is we ended up with this funnel of that IESBA couldn't identify a single global standard of what a PI would be because of the vast differences in different communities. So we have our definition refined by public by local bodies, and then that little bit at the end of the firm took kind of a turn as we were going, and it came out to the application guidance that a firm is encouraged to consider whether others. And I don't know, I'm a little just troubled by the aspect of saying we've got this body, we got the local relevant jurisdictions, and then we encourage firms to consider others. That wouldn't be enough for me. That if the firm is encouraged to consider, and they consider the factors that are listed in that paragraph and designated a pie, that I think it's a pie. So I hear what you're saying about different firms, but I just want maybe more thought in that, because it wasn't that a firm may do it, but the firms are encouraged to consider. And I think that kicks it over a little bit more. It's voluntary, but voluntary for a purposeful voluntary. So then the other aspect is with this ISQM, I do support that the practitioner needs to have the quality management, because that is a distinguishing feature. But I've asked this before, and this might be my deficiency. I just don't understand where the requirement lies, because as it's drafted now with these paragraphs, it's listed as a statement of fact that it's a premise. The slide that we saw, slide 4 from the CAG, says that the CAG is supportive of a requirement that there be ISQL1. So and then as a statement of fact, as a premise, what if that premise is not achieved? What happens then? Is there something that you kicked out? Because I hear discussions as if we're believing that the practitioner will have this. And this is maybe a little difficulty how you sprinkle the magic dust over it and get that, but they will have it. So I'm going to just kick over to you guys that I'm not sure where the requirement lies, and if that requirement or premise is not met, what the consequences are. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Mark, do you want to respond, or can we take other comments and questions?
No, I was going to say we'll look at the wording with how that is. It's quite a difficult sort of use of the word required by whom in what context in a multiple series of different things. So we need to ensure that there's clarity.
Right. If we believe we're requiring it, then everyone who reads this needs to believe that, or if we believe it is required, I'll say it passively. Okay, we can't require it because that's not our remit. I got that part. What I want to understand is, where is it indicated that it's required? So I'll make sure someone has that. Yeah.
Okay, Chana, please.
Thanks. I think if you look at the definition of member in public practice, it captures both the sole practitioner and the firm. So you understand something?
No, it does. But
yeah.
Do the other people understand that?
Yeah. Okay.
That's exactly.
So it's an education and awareness issue. With ISQM1, I don't think you can pick it apart, like, just take the ethics and independence. Either you take the whole ISQM1. And I mean, when you look at the components of ISQM1, there's engagement, acceptance, supervision, and review. I mean, those are sort of very broad things that, somebody could have it in another standard somewhere. It might not exactly look like ISQM1, but the components could be there living in another standard. So I think you can't take it just ethics and independence. You have to take the whole of ISQM1 or something that is equivalent, and we might not know what that is. With the Pi one, I thought we sort of thought that there could be an instance where, you might, let's say in some sort of acquisition scenario, you might do to show some interested party, this is what would it look like. And that's a special circumstance where you might do full general purpose and show it. And that's why we didn't want to impose the sustainability in that instance. So it's sort of a rare instance than a general instance.
And just to confirm on that final point, Channa, I think that's right, because it is that sort of situation where if you go into the PI provisions in the code as it is now, and you can say a firm is encouraged to identify other entities that it would apply the PI conditions to, if there is a different provider for the sustainability engagement, it doesn't allow the auditor of the financial statements to impose PI requirements on the provider of the assurance engagement over the sustainability. So you do have that rare thing. As I say, the only way you would have teeth to enforce that is if it was a decision by the entity itself to say, our auditors treat us as if we are a PI, so therefore in awarding you the sustainability assurance engagement, we expect that you will treat us as a PI as well. But there is no ability of the auditor to impose that requirement on the sustainability provider.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Sadia.
I appreciate that none of this here is easy to solve, even though the comments might seem easy. So the first one is on the IESBA. I won't repeat anything that anyone has said before, but I heard us saying that there will be a question on who determines the application of that 400.3G. But when you read the paragraph, it's very hard to determine who's going to make this determination. And that might need to be clarified because everyone's going to think that they have jurisdiction. I'm sure that you're going to get asked how this gets done. And that I feel might be out of the remit of the IESBA because this isn't, ISQM isn't owned by us. The other one is on PI. And in passing, you said that a jurisdiction might elect additional entities to be a PI for sustainability. And I just want to caution on that statement because there's questions that are going to be raised. If you elect something to be a PI for sustainability, does that automatically mean you're a PI for audit? Because that's going to be a clarification question, whether the answer is yes or no, it will require clarification. The second thing is you'll be asked, how would a jurisdiction determine these additional entities that are required to be PI? And I don't think we have the answers or the capacity to go into that detail. So just in the way that we relay this information, you might want to caution on that messaging. And the last one is, it's on that 4B. On part 4B, I'm happy that we aren't making any editorial or any clarification on it. However, we have moved definitions in our glossary that don't just affect 4A, it affects 4B. An example is direct engagement. So direct engagement is used in 4B and we've moved the definition to practitioner. So now that definition doesn't read correctly with 4B. So we're going to have to, we are going to have to do this read of 4B to ensure that nothing has changed in 4B and the clarification we're putting into part 5 reads the same way in 4B. So people read it the same.
Thank you.
I think, you know, on the first two parts, absolutely, and we'll have a look at about that. I think the most difficult thing is if you ended up in a situation where you got a divergence where something was a PI for the purposes of one, but not for the purposes of another. And you would live in hope that jurisdictions were sane enough not to do that, but there's a risk that they don't. I think we can take a degree of comfort because explaining that a consistent level of independence applies is possibly slightly more straightforward. On the 4B thing, I agree that we'll have to look to see whether we have created anything that requires any sort of conforming amendment. But I still think that in a sense, 4B generally is outside of the scope of this project, but the board will need to decide, you know, when it wants to look at 4B and how quickly, because I expect as we go through any sort of consultation or an exposure draft, we may get quite a lot of questions.
And Sadia, thank you for your point regarding the direct engagements. We will have a look at it. It wasn't our intention, but I recognize now what's the point there, and we will see.
So just 2 points on what you've said. The PI definition Sometimes the definition of pi isn't determined by the audit regulator. Legislation and other regulators might determine it to be a pi for sustainability, which might create unintended consequences for the audit. So that kind of clarification might need to be determined. The second one was on, as we're going through consequential amendments, and I thought I'll put it up front, are we going to be exposing consequential amendments? Okay, thank you.
And sorry, just for the clarification, so for both part 4A and part 4B, that will be part of the exposure draft.
Okay, thank you very much. Tom, please. Sorry. Tom.
Thank you very much. And the part 4B type of engagement is a sort of issue. Because the a little bit an elementary and the standback type question is that what is the coordination between the workstream 1 and workstream 2? Because I think that the workstream 2 covers the part 4B type engagement. In that case, that's the under the part 5, you have some parts which covers the part 4B type, and some parts doesn't cover the part B type. So, the question I would like to ask the what that type of what's that sort of discussion between the coordination between workstream 1, workstream 2, especially the scope of those two workstreams, is how that sort of the strategic discussion is engaged in this board. I mean, that's it's a sort of a starting point, but at the same time that if you go out to the exposure draft, you have the same part 5, and then you have to stick to, first you have to clear what is your objectives, or what is your core trust you would like to protect. So then you have to clarify what is the part workstream 1 and workstream 2. From the other part of the people, it's very difficult. Oh, it's the same part 5, but some part is workstream 1, and sometimes the workstream 2. This covers the part 4B type, but this section doesn't cover the part 4B type. So it's very confusing. So that type of discussion has to be made within the board. Not this time, but that sort of the coordination they have to be how can I say, should be treated in this board. That's a very elementary question, but sorry for that.
It's a very fair question, and I think it's in a sense it's partly the way that this project has developed from the outset. So we've had a couple of sort of key strategic decisions. You know, how should we look to deliver the necessary ethics and independence material in the context of the code? One of the early discussions that took quite a long time to resolve was, should it be through another section of the code, which was standalone for standalone for sustainability, or should it be integrated into the code? And in order to support the sort of profession agnostic use, we went for the part 5 option. But in a sense, the part 5 option only addresses part 4A from an independence perspective. Part 4B remains as it is. And one of the things that, again, we decided early on is that there may be a future project to revise 4B.
Yes, I understand the point. The point I would like to make is that the coordination between workstream 1 and 2, because the workstream 2 has changed the scope, because they started to cover the part 4B type.
Well, it's only in respect that workstream 2 is looking at parts 1, 2, and 3 of the code.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at independence through part 4A as part 5,
but it's
with part
only
4B parked.
Yes, but it's only in the part 5.
Yes.
So for the outsiders, it's very difficult to understand. Some part of the part 5 covers the part 4A type. So, but the other part of the part 5 covers the part 4B type as well. So, for example, it happens that for the non-practitioner and giving the part B type or B type of engagement, what should I go? Should I go to the part 5 or should I go to the part 4? But it's not for the non-practitioner. That sort of question may arise from that sort of the discussion. That's what I'm.
And we've got some diagrams, haven't we, that actually,
Yeah.
actually help with that, because it's a lot clearer than trying to explain it in words.
The point I would like to make that's sort of the very elementary but very introductory question have to be answered before going out to the exposure drafts. That's the point.
And just for clarification, the approach we have in part 5, it's not different that we are having in the extent code as well for the audit and other engagements, that we have the ethics standards that applicable to all type of assurance engagement, whether it is audit, review, other assurance. In the part 5, we have the same approach. The ethics standards will be applicable to all sustainability assurance engagements and beyond. And we are at the moment only developing standards that for sustainability assurance engagement that has the same public interest as the audit. And we are using, so to say, the part 4B at the moment, and maybe at the later stage, we will develop that as well. But I think what probably makes it easier that there is no change in the approach that we are using in the extent code as well.
Thank you, Sylvia. Rani, I know that you're waiting, but I think that Geoff wanted to provide some more information on Tom's question.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. And certainly for workstream 1 and certainly workstream 2, we recognized potentially the challenge, for those who are not familiar with the code to understand where they need to go. So there are two issues, right? What the scope is and communicating the scope within new part 5. And so in tomorrow, when we look at the scope in which workstream 2 is also responsible for the introductory components, we do have some flowcharts or diagrams to explain it. So that's one aspect, but of course that's not part of the proposed text. So we will look at that to make sure that it is clear to any of our users that if they are a sustainability assurance practitioner, they are providing part 4B sustainability assurance, where they need to go when it comes to the independence part and where they need to go when it comes to the ethics part.
Okay, thank you very much, Geoff. Rania, please.
Thank you. So actually, I'm not sure if my comments are like substantial or minor or more or less substantial, but very much to what has been said before and very much actually to Tom's point. So I made some comments in the previous draft and you responded to them and thank you. And now I can appreciate your responses, especially that I'm listening to to your logic and I can see your logic. But very much to Tom's point, someone who just when I read the draft as it was sent, I struggled with some parts of it. I don't know if this is the right space to bring this up, but I can certainly understand what you're saying. I'm not arguing with any of it. It's just that really it took a lot and I had to go back actually sometimes to understand what has been said to the parts that relate to the audit engagement, that were struck out, so that I can, just because I understand audit engagements and how these are actually approached and, try to relate it to sustainability. So part of it I found a bit confusing. And I'll give you a few examples. For instance, your response to direct engagements, I understand that you don't want to put them in the section under other. I understand because they're not that common. However, when I was reading it, and I have to say that perhaps that was the first time I really go into the code so much in depth. It's I was just in my mind, where are direct engagements? Why aren't they there? Because you had mentioned them before. So for someone, it felt a bit confusing. And then, for example, the discussion on ISQM one. So I'm not sure if I'm missing anything here, but because like earlier it was said that the sustainability practitioner can be a firm or an individual, but then when we talk about the discussion around ISQM1, it was like all the time the reference is made to firm. And so sort of, I'm not sure if I'm missing anything, but then what about if it's not a firm? And so, and then there's also, I mean, I'm not sure if we got to that part yet, but then there's the whole discussion around engagement team and sustainability engagement team. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, because that was like really, so I'm not sure if, I mean, all I'm saying is that listening to what you're saying, it makes perfect sense, but I'm not sure for someone who is not familiar with this kind of narrative and this kind of vocabulary, if they read it, if it's going to be easy for them to absorb, and how honest it's going to be to actually implement this. Just a point I thought I would make.
Like so the honest answer to that is that I've spent 15 years reading the code. And so, but genuinely, it is difficult because, you know, it is ultimately a document that has been designed to meet a technical need of a profession. We have done what we can within the constraints of that to make it more accessible, but it is a challenging document. And I think that there are a number of things that you know may need to be addressed in the future about what can you provide by way of implementation support to help those who are not professional accountants do that. And the example that you said, for instance, and that we've touched upon about, you know, is it an individual or is it a firm? Well, in a sense, in the context of an audit, a firm could be an individual, or it could be a big four, you know, and they're deemed to be because of that's the way the language has evolved.
No, you're right. So my point is exactly. So because I understand the profession, I could get the spirit of what you're trying to say, but perhaps for an outsider to the profession and to the code, it might not come so easily. That's what I'm saying. And my point is, so I was saying this to Sadia over lunch, like I've never really, to be very honest with you, I've never really read the code. It's like we studied it, but indirectly through, you know, the books, our accounting books, we're studying for the CPA exam, but we never really got to reading it. And so, but now we have to keep in mind that it's not one profession that's going to be translating this code, because this is going to be applicable to so many different sectors and areas and different types of professions. So we have to keep in mind that, for example, for accountants, it was the accounting profession that's, you know, sort of making it more accessible and digestible through like accounting textbooks or whatever. The profession agrees on how to interpret this, but this is not going to be the same for when it's profession agnostic, and it applies to so many different professions or areas or practitioners. So I think we have to be mindful of that as we word it, or as we, you know, agree on the language of it. We have to take it one step higher or one step deeper. That's my
Again, it is the challenge that we have of developing something to meet the objectives that we have in the most accessible way possible. But it's a bit like the exchange with Sanjeev earlier, you know, sort of about that. Well, if you get something that lands with 2/3 of people to start with, that's a start. But you're not, like, the thing is, we are not going to get to the end of this project and have something that is usable by 100% of people doing 100% of these engagements, regardless of the profession they come from. And indeed, you know, if we look, the code has been built up over many years and people have got to work with it and learn it and understand it. And it's the same point as the point I made about ISQM1.
global audit firms have had 2 years to get used to it and to make it work. So we have to be very realistic and very careful in communicating how this works with people who have not worked with the code before, because you're not going to come in from a standing start and say, I'm complying with the code, because some of the things you need to be able to demonstrate that you've put things into place to be able to do that. And that is going to be a very careful piece of messaging and education that goes much beyond the delivery of the text. It's something that will be an ongoing thing. Like, sort of Vanya and I sit in the IESBA Sustainability Standards Advisory Forum, and they've issued their standards and they've got their effective date. But they're sort of saying that, for the next 3 years, 75% of their effort will be on implementation support. Like, delivering the standard is not the end of the road at all. And so I think we have to sort of move away from thinking we are going to deliver something that is going to be 100% there. There's going to be a lot that comes after it, which helps people use it, work with it, understand it, think about what they need to test, what they need to develop, the systems, the processes they put in place, all of those things that you need to do if you want to be able to assert compliance with the code in the context of any engagement.
Thank you, Mark. If you allow me just a comment on this very interesting conversation. I think that, of course, both you are very right. I agree that this is not the end of the story. It's probably the start of a much more challenging story, which is how are we going as a standards board to ensure that these standards will be implemented, adopted, enforced, etc. And that we can't do everything in one take, and that this is the product. What we have now, the code is the product of many years and many work and much work and etc. But that should not prevent us. And I'm not saying that is the case now, but that should not us prevent from making things from start as simple as possible. Because if the challenge ahead is so big, it will be a little bit less. If we manage to get things a little bit more simple from start. So it's again a big challenge of finding the balance of what we can do, but not postponing everything for the next stage if we identify any opportunities of making things simpler at the start. Again, I'm not saying that this is the case. I think that this is the message from Rania and Tom as well. Let's see if there is anything that we can, or not, most probably do in a way that it may make the next phase less burdensome for stakeholders and for ourselves, having to translate everything to those who will have, for sure, difficulties in understanding that. So I think that's it. Luigi, please.
Yeah, and I would like to provide one of the example that I mentioned this morning, where using the word part is introducing some lack of clarities. For example, in the paragraph 403b, you are saying that law or regulation may also require the application of this part to sustainability assurance engagement. I think that this part should be the independence, international independence standard in this part, because the World Stream 2 made it clear that at least the ethics part is applicable for every and each engagement of this type. So if you do not have this when using the term part, you may have an unintended consequence here. And the same for the following paragraph, the 3C, there is the same issues. So as I told this morning, I think that it is worth revising each time where part is used in order to make sure that the resulting meaning is exactly what you have in mind.
Thank you very much, Luigi. Yes, indeed, you're absolutely right. That was our intention. And I think In some places, we already using that instead of this part, that the independence standards in this part, because that's our intention, that we would like to use it only in the context of the independence provisions. Probably when we were coordinating with Workstream 2 and their new proposal, we didn't pick up that at each and every paragraph. But I fully agree with your point, and we were aware of that fact, and that was our intention from the beginning. So we will pay attention to use it consistently everywhere and not to refer to this part when we are only talking about the independence provisions.
And you have to remember, Luigi, that Part 5 existed before there was anything in it. so it was a convenient way of describing what we had.
Okay, good point. Thank you. Hector, please.
Just briefly going back to the previous point, I think it makes a lot of sense what Mark was saying in terms that we need to get out there and explain and educate. But I think we should also keep in mind that we are trying to address a need that exists in terms of avoiding greenwashing. So we are offering also a solution to people that are not used to work with quality management, that are not necessarily thinking in terms of independence or ethics in the way they address their work on sustainability. Maybe some of them do, but some of them are technical people. They are biologists. They're not thinking in the terms that you have been used to think because of the market attention to the quality of financial information and the need to have reports that you can bet your money on, and sustainability is way behind that. So in a way, the challenge is not only to educate some of the people, but to convince other people that this is a solution to the problem that they are facing. And in that, I think the strategy goes to tell them that there is a code that addresses the concerns that they may be facing in their practice, and that is written for them, not only for public professional accountants. And I'm not sure if the strategy is similar to the one that the IESBA is following, because we're coming, I think, from a different direction, and they are merging global standards that have been applied voluntarily in many places. We are building from a standard that has been the core of our profession, and we want to extend it in a different direction. I don't have the answer, but I think strategically, we also need to try to reach to another community, different communities, not only expand from PAs. Not sure if it makes sense, but I think there is a need, additional strategic element to how we go from here, from this part 5 to reach out to other people.
I think that's absolutely right. And you know, if I think why are we doing this from a public interest perspective, it is because we want there to be public confidence in reliable and trustworthy information that ultimately is going to be used for decision-making purposes. And, you know, putting in place the right behaviors, the right mindset, the right skills in order to be able to deliver information that people can have confidence in is absolutely the right thing to do. But ultimately, it is also not an easy thing to do. So I think we have to do, you know, we have to take the steps we can take to make the code as accessible as it can be. But I think as we've said from the outset of our deliberations on sustainability, this is not a low bar, it is a high bar, and therefore it will be difficult. And you will have to invest time and effort into understanding it in order to be able to act in a way that answers that public interest test of, are you delivering high quality and trustworthy information that does properly underpin that confidence. So we have a balance to strike in terms of something that is accessible, but something that resolutely does not compromise on delivering that end objective of trustworthy information that people can have confidence in. But that will be a careful balancing act for us.
And I think the fact that we're coming from a profession that has been doing that for so long has credibility into that effort, and the high bar, you can say it's what we are already doing for financial statements. It's not higher, it's not different. Somehow that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, just add.
Okay, yes, and then we'll have, I think we'll have to
one time, yeah.
Because this is still just to
Yeah.
recap.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just very much to what's been said. But I think it's very important also that we keep in mind that since we're targeting such a broad group of communities who might read into things differently and interpret them differently, I think we're giving, I mean, the clearer we can be, the better, because then otherwise we're giving more room for discretion, interpretation, subjectivity, and therefore I think ultimately that creates more risk and less trust. So we really have to be careful how we strike that balance, because we are, I mean, we're going much broader in terms of our audience. Thank you.
It's
Thank you, Rania.
It's also a really good point, Rania, and that is the difficulty of trying to square so many things, because that thing about discretion and judgment and flexibility, actually in my jurisdiction, we want more of it, we want less rules, more ambiguity and a greater ability to flex. But in other jurisdictions, they're much happier with a rules-based approach that has, and the thing is, we've got to develop a code that can deliver both. Yeah. So we've got an even harder job. So no, it's a really good point for us to bear in mind.
I'm sorry, now China, you have been waiting for quite some time, and then we have two more, and then I think we have to move forward.
Yeah, I mean, my start, leaving aside sustainability, I think we need to take faith in what the code has, right? I mean, it has been gone through global due process. Firms such as Rich Luigi, you have systems built on the code. So I think we have to take faith that people do understand that part. The other thing is time. We don't have time. We are pretty much out of time. And then going to the thing about, we are trying to keep the same bar, that this is the same as for audits. And that's why the equivalence matters when we look at equivalent sections, whether it's 400 in part 4A or 400 in part 5. So I think for the non-accountants, I think we may need to do the guide, and maybe the guide is the way to explain it, but trying to start tinkering around the extent code, I think, is fraught with danger.
Okay, thank you. Felicia, please.
Thank you. And of course, the conversation is a bit difficult. Of course, listen to the working group arguments and the back and forth. I would understand, of course, when you talk about ISQM1, for someone who is not a chartered accountant, it will be very difficult to understand the code. I'm just wondering from Mark's team whether there's any other quality management framework or system that is applicable for non-accountants that you could give an example of, so that at least whoever is reading the code can also relate to another quality management system that is not necessarily the one that relates to accountants. Is there any other system or framework as such that is not applicable to accountants that you could also cite and also give an example of? just to clarify the matter. I don't know whether it makes sense, but I'm just thinking aloud so that we can see whether we can move on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Felician. Mark, can we take Vanya's comment and then you take both on board at the same time? Please, Vanya.
Thank you. I would like to comment on Hector's observation about the difference between ISSBs and IESBA. I don't think I agree with you because in such a way, ISSB is building something quite new, even for them. They must learn about sustainability in order to standardize it. So it's completely new for them and for everyone else. That's why capacity building and education is so important. But here at IESBA, we are not giving up or creating any other ethical fundamental principles. We are keeping the same one that we already have. So what we are trying to do is to show how what we had applied to financials can also be applied to sustainability. So it's much more a question of communication that an exercise of communication that we should do. And it is complex and difficult. I am not reducing that, but I do not agree that we have a much more difficult task than they do because we are dealing with what is already there. So we are just extending that for other circumstances. But yeah, that's just an opinion.
And you know, sort of obviously on both of those comments, I think it's just very important for us to sort of continue to consider the narrative in which the code sits in and the work that we're doing sits in. And, you know, we can't lose sight ultimately of what is the objective we're trying to deliver and how is the best way to deliver it. And I think, you know, in doing that, we have to also remember Channa's very valid point of one thing we don't have is time. You know, we will develop proposals, we've got proposals, we'll continue to refine them. We shouldn't fear exposing those to public consultation because public consultation will allow us to improve them. And that has always been, you know, a principle of the way in which this board is engaged. So I'm very comfortable with that. But I suggest if you're okay, Gabriella, that we move on to Sylvia's next chunk. Which is very straightforward by comparison. I expect us to canter through this very quickly.
It's so straightforward that we probably won't have questions.
We will have.
I'm going to make
yes. Then we will move on to the next part. That this was only, as Mark mentioned, was a recap. So we are moving to the parts where there is actually a new proposals from workstream 1. And first we will focus on the independence considerations for individuals. And that part I would also like to start with a short recap.
No recap. Take it as read.
So the provisions in part 5, there is provisions in part 5 that are applicable to the sustainability assurance team. And who are the individuals in the sustainability assurance team? It's going to be involved in the glossary, and the determination is in line actually with the determination of an audit team. We can talk about sustainability assurance team and group sustainability assurance team. It's really based on the same approach. So the sustainability assurance team members, firstly, those are who are from the engagement team. And this is also defined term in the glossary. Engagement team members are all leaders and staff performing the engagement and any other individuals who perform assurance procedures on the sustainability assurance engagements. So this is a term that in the glossary, and we didn't actually develop a specific term of engagement team for only sustainability assurance engagements. We decided to have only one assurance team definition that will be applicable to every engagement in the code. So the audit, the review engagements, and the sustainability assurance engagements as well. However, the sustainability assurance team goes even beyond that, and it includes any other individuals within the firm, network firm, or component firms, or other individuals engaged by the firm who can directly influence the outcome of the sustainability assurance engagement, or where applicable, the group sustainability assurance engagements. So this definition is in line with what we have for the audit engagements as well. We will define these terms in the glossary. And in section 400, we will provide further application material to help the determination that who is an engagement team member, who is a sustainability assurance team member. But these individuals are basically all subject to the code, and the provisions in part 5 are applicable to these individuals. Where we go a bit beyond what we currently have in audit and what we have considered, that the reporting boundary for sustainability assurance or the sustainability information could refer from the reporting on financial statements. And financial information may include information from many other entities within the entity's organizational boundary, and also up and down in the value chain. This is not this is not the same as for the audit engagements. So in this case, the engagement team may need to use the work of another practitioner. These other practitioner, they can use their work not only for entities within the value chain, but also for entities within the organizational boundary, and may also consider using other practitioner, not only in the case of group sustainability assurance engagements, but other standalone engagements as well. I think the primary question on how we address the work or the independence implications for these other practitioners is whether whether they are under direction or supervision of the engagement team or the firm. As ISSA 5000 includes several requirements for the engagement leader, and one of the requirements is that the engagement leader needs to be sufficiently involved in the assurance work carried out. So this is the first step that the engagement leader needs to do, needs to decide or needs to determine whether he or she can be sufficiently involved in that work. If yes, and there is a direction and supervision and review, we would say that these individuals who carried out assurance work would be engagement team members. So the provisions that are currently in part 5 would be applicable to them as well. However, and that's what also IEESB considered why they are developing the ISSA 5000 ED, there might be cases when they need to use the work of another practitioner who is carrying out sustainability assurance work, but they cannot direct, supervise, or review the work. What are the examples to that? For example, when the assurance works relates to an entity within the supply chain, and neither the client nor the firm have any rights to access the work of that other practitioner. Or also the work, the assurance work has already been performed, but the firm needs to use that work as an evidence for the purposes of their work as well. So IEESB developed in their draft ED already some proposals that the firm needs to consider if they intend to use of this other practitioner who is not under direction and supervision, and they are not part of the engagement team. And they requires the firm who is using the work to evaluate whether that other practitioner is independent and has the necessary competence and capability to carry out the assurance work, and also to inquire this other practitioner about the threats and compliance with the relevant ethical requirements. So that is the current proposal in IEESB standards for using the work of another practitioners who are not engagement team members. However, IEESB is committed and already signaled that there will be a strong coordination with IESBA regarding these relevant ethical requirements. On the next slides, I just included a diagram. I hope it's helpful. It meant to be helpful, not more confusing. So what I have just presented so far, on the top left corner, you can see a box that includes the engagement team and the other members of the sustainability assurance team. So these are the individuals who are currently captured in the Part 5 provision. These other practitioners I was talking about, who also practitioners performing assurance work. However, there are no direction, supervision, and review, and they are not part of the engagement team. It's important that we need to distinguish these individuals from those who are on the right-hand side of this diagram. So they are not experts or external experts. And Laurie and Cam will provide a presentation for us later this week, their proposal on the independence application. Sorry, not independence, but the, the provisions. So these are individuals who are not performing assurance work, or they have expertise beyond the practitioner's competence. And also we need to distinguish with other practitioners using the work of others who are not carrying out assurance work. So they are basically providing some information or data to the engagement team that will use in their engagements. They are also not part of the independent standards. The issue on how the firm can rely on their work, it's part of the ethics standards as well. So what we are talking about further on, it's really these other practitioners who carry out assurance work, but they are not part of the engagement team. And just to make it even more complex, hopefully that's really this diagram, it just helps and demonstrate how the work of these other practitioners, their assurance work, will be channeled in to the sustainability information on which the firm will basically express an opinion. I think it's, I already said that, but I think it's important to emphasize that this entity that is basically that is subject to the assurance work of these other practitioners, it's not necessarily a value chain entity or someone further away from the group. It can be based on IEESB's EDs, an entity within the organizational boundary as well. So taking account all these information and what's in IEESB's proposal currently, the first step we had as a task force or as workstream 1, we try to develop a definition that would describe who are these other practitioners that we need to focus on. IEESB has no definition for them. They are addressing the issue as part of an application material. So we aligned our proposed definition to this application material, but there is no definition to that. And they are also using these not so easy term, another practitioner. So that's why we opted to use that word as well, which is not easy to fit into the standards from time to time. So I think the key point of these definitions that this is an individual who performs assurance work that are relevant to the sustainability assurance engagements of the firm. And the individual is not under direction and supervision of the practitioner. Therefore, they are not part of the engagement team. Although I was talking about individual before, I think the approach we have taken that we specifically address that this term, other practitioner, can refer to individuals, but also to firms. So we are not restricting it only to individuals, but we are considering the firms as well. So, and after that, I will pass on to Mark, who will talk about our proposals regarding the independence provisions applicable to these other practitioners.
So thanks, Sylvia. So we move on now to how Part 5 applies. So basically the work stream's jumping off point is where you have another practitioner carrying out work that you will use to draw on to support your conclusion. That practitioner needs to be as independent. So a similar level of independence applies if the firm intends to place reliance on their work. As Sylvia's already said, you've not got the ability to mandate because you might not have any ability to direct, supervise and review that other practitioner's work. And indeed, Sylvia already said the work might have been carried out at a different point and therefore your ability to do that
Sorry? It is a nightmare, yes. So there's no direct requirements in part 5 for such other practitioners. We've actually just made it a decision there that what's got to happen is if a firm is looking to place reliance on another practitioner, firstly, they obtain confirmation of their independence. And then if they can't obtain that confirmation, then they can't place reliance on that work. So that is very consistent with the existing provisions in the code. And we sought to build on that rather than to try and come up with something else. Then the question, well, this is where it gets more interesting.
enough here.
Oh, don't worry. The darkest hour is before the dawn, Andy, don't worry. So in terms of the independence consideration, then of course, it's independence from whom?
Yes.
And this is where it gets interesting and challenging because of course, as Sylvia said, the boundary might be very different. And this is sort of, this will lead you through where some of our thinking has gone later on. But obviously, that other practitioner has got to be independent from any entities that they express an opinion on. So where they've expressed an opinion, they have to be independent from that entity. So that would be independence in accordance with the provisions in part 5, applicable to the sustainability team and all the members of the team in that firm. And also it would require the independence of that entity's network in accordance with the provisions in part 5. So again, it's an equivalent requirement that would sit on the audit, on an auditor, the provision of sustainability assurance engagement, where you're going to place reliance on the work of another practitioner, the same independence requirements apply. So that's a consistent application of part 5. It's good, isn't it? No. So of course, in terms of the independence from other entities, we recognise that what that is going to do is potentially impact on those individuals that you can place reliance upon, because you might not have access to the necessary information to carry out any sort of assessment. And this is why we've got to what probably is one of the slightly more controversial bits of where we've gone. But in terms of where you're making an assessment, sorry, I've realised I was switched off. But don't worry, I'm loud enough. In terms of where we've gone, of how you evaluate that independence from other entities, we've come up with something that we see as a balanced approach. So what we've done is we've leveraged the experience of the tax planning working group, and what we've suggested is the application of a knows or has reason to believe principle. So in a sense, when you're looking at how you're assessing independence and who you're independent from, where you've got this very diverse reporting boundary, that you might have a normal financial reporting group, and then you've got associated entities that may be within the reporting boundary because they're part of the value chain, but your ability to know who you're independent of, well, you know you're independent of the group and you know you're independent of its components, but do you necessarily know how far the value chain goes in order to say whether or not you're independent? No. So if we use the knows or has reason to believe principle, that gives us a workable way forward. And certainly as a work stream, we felt that it was something that we could recommend to the board, certainly as a basis for consultation, because, and you know, genuinely not a flippant thing, but if you can come up with anything better that's workable, please let us know, because we've spent quite a long time wrestling over this one. In terms of relevant independence provisions, obviously the same ethical requirements apply to the other practitioner. So the other practitioner will need to comply with the provisions in part 5. And you know, that again is consistent with the approach that we've used all the way through here. And then just as a further consideration, where you've got the client in this scenario as a pie, but an entity that the other practitioner is expressing an opinion on is not a pi, the independence of that practitioner needs to be separately considered. And of course, the other practitioner will then comply with the non-pi provisions with respect to the entity that they're expressing an opinion on. Because if we were to try and level up, we'd again create a completely unworkable scenario. Long, cold, dark nights of the soul. Other building blocks, in terms of the independence of the other practitioner, there's going to be a requirement for the engagement leader to communicate what information is needed for the other practitioner to comply with the requirements in Part 5. So firstly, making that other practitioner aware of what those requirements are, the requirements in the application material that we've got, and then confirmation that that practitioner understands it and will comply with those requirements. So again, we've tried to build on what's already within the code and leverage that approach as a way of dealing with something that is really quite a complex engagement. Because we've learned to love diagrams, here's another illustration of just how that works. So it shows how it works in the context of the firm and the network firm, how they're independent. And then you'll see there where it works in respect of the application of this knows or has reason to believe principle, where you've got no supervision and no direction, supervision and review. But if you want to consider the independence of that other practitioner, you can do so using that schematic. So that's all really straightforward and simple. I suggest we pause there, go and run your head under the cold tap or something for a little while, because it is complicated. But I think the thing that we keep coming back to, and the thing that the work streams sort of considered, is that the real challenge in all of this is just the reporting boundary is a very different one to the one that we're used to. And what we've wanted to do is try and create this in a way that doesn't compromise on the independence requirements that you apply, because obviously that's keeping with our high public interest bar. But how do we make this sort of, how can this be operationalized in a way that can be done in a realistic scenario? So we've thought about it, and this is where we've got to.
Thank you very much, Mark. we have some body language around
Standing ovation.
So where we go is no, yes, no. Yes, no, yes. Okay, done.
I think that may surprise you.
Well, Andy described this as a nightmare. I'm sure that we are not going to be able to make it a sweet dream, but I think that the task force managed at least to be clear about the proposal, I hope, and the fact that everybody is willing to participate, I think shows that at least they got something from the message. So I don't have many criteria because all of you put your flag. I'll just go around the table if you allow me. Sorry. Yeah, starting with Andy. Yeah, it's
always
our front runner.
Yeah, well, you start. I'll do whatever. Okay. Well, no, thank you. Thank you. This was easy, so I can't believe you bungled it up like this. But this is very difficult. My mind is blown. But the last and the nose has reason to believe. I can start to walk around that block. But the part that I'm taking that I don't understand is there's a lot of intersection between a reporting framework, which is yet to be developed, and assurance framework, which is being developed, as opposed to in the financial statement world, where we know what financial statements are. They're actually something that comes out of a manufacturing process where the raw materials include transactions that the company is a counterparty of, things that may be public information that the reporting entity has nothing to do with directly. Internal controls process that all around as to information the company relies on, and out pops the financial statements. I think in the sustainability world is something similar to that too. For example, in the representation as to whether something is a collectible a trade receivable, entities look at the financial statements of another party. They consider those because management considers them. I don't think yet in the auditing standards we've invented this concept that the whoever provided assurance of those financial statements that our clients are relying on is any way tied up with our independence framework. I'm concerned that this aspect that we're dealing with is maybe calling that into question. Maybe it should be called into question, but I don't see it as a question. And so this value chain aspect, I see as evidence and stuff the company is using, the reporting entity, the sustainability reporting entity is using to develop its sustainability report, whatever that might be. And if they can process that through their systems and controls in a way that the assurance standards allow us to rely on that information, then I'm very agnostic, to use the word in a different sense, or maybe atheist in figuring out that those assurance providers, say my accounts receivable issue, are really something we're relying on. So with all respect to what you guys had to do, which is terrific and Herculean, I'm not sure I'm seeing where the end result is in the reporting framework, which is yet to be involved, and the assurance framework. So I don't want to do anything to weaken the independence of the overall assurance provider, but I also don't want to create a new concept of independence that's beyond the reporting entity. Because remember, it's the reporting entity is making assertions, right? The assurance provider is providing assurance on those assertions. So what's that factory of the reporting entity, and what's the evidence, the scale of that from reliability? So anyway, and we shouldn't be discussing assurance standards here. So I'm torn between that. But when I hear about the reporting boundaries, I think you've kind of invited questions there, and I'm really questioning. In like the best example I can come with is this receivable collectible? Let's look at the financial statements have the client look at the financial statements, the reporting entity look at the financial statements of the entity that owes it money. And I don't think we'd consider that independence. So good luck to you all.
Thank you. Thank you. How do you want to address this?
Let me just.
So Andy, so the framework that we're sort of seeing emerging at the moment, the one that's being addressed in IESBA 5000, is you'll have a reporting entity that's got to provide its sustainability information report. And the information that's included in that might come from a whole variety of other entities, many of which will be within its organizational group, the same group that we might recognize that's used for group financial statements purposes. But under the frameworks that are coming now for sustainability, they also have to include information from value chain entities. And what the IESBA 5000 recognizes is that the group sustainability issue auditor has got to somehow come up with an assurance report that covers all of that information that's included. Some of that information from a supply chain entity might have had an assurance report done on it by another practitioner. And our entity, the main reporting entity, may say, well, I've seen that report, I'm quite happy to bring that information, I'm putting this in. But the lead assurance firm for here has got to now say, I can see that information's come in relation to that value chain entity. And I know firm B, whoever that may be, has done an assurance report on it. The way IESBA 5000 is constructed at the moment, in order to give an assurance report on that information, you still need to be satisfied effectively as to the quality of the assurance work that was done on it. The problem is that you haven't got access in a value chain entity scenario to go in and you haven't directed and supervised and reviewed that work, and you can't get in after the event to look at it, because if a value chain entity might have literally tens of thousands of other entities that it's in the chain, and you're only one of them, and they're not going to be particularly receptive to requests that say, hey, can you please tell us that you were complied with that? Because you're going to say, well, hang on a minute, we've set up a whole new department now here with 300 people and just answering these letters, and we're not going to do that. So the way IESBA 5000 works, though, is it says, well, you might be able to rely on that work, that other practitioner. But part of doing that is you have to be able to assess their independence. But I think what this ISSA 5000 always also recognise, it doesn't shout it from the rooftops, but it does recognise there may well be a lot of situations where you say, I'm the practitioner here, I cannot see the quality of that work. So I cannot give a second opinion if you want, or I cannot assure the quality of that work. And therefore I have a scope limitation. So my report is going to cover this, except for this, where I've got a scope limitation because I can't actually, I've got no basis for assuring that actual work. Now, what the markets might well say is, well, you're not giving us a second opinion, second opinion on the work that was done by firm B. Actually, we know who firm B are, and we're quite happy with that. So we're not overly concerned that you've got that scope limitation there because we can see what's going on. But that's the sort of situation we're trying to deal with. So I think there may, in practice, actually be quite a lot of circumstances where there is effectively a scope limitation because you cannot get in and do it. And ISSA 5000 recognises that. As I say, it doesn't shout it, but it's also trying to build in those circumstances when you may actually be able to do something to satisfy yourself about that assurance work. And one of the conditions for doing that is you have to evaluate the independence of the firm that did that work. And that's what we're trying to deal with here in the another practice.
And that's certainly something different, but I may have a beef more with the assurance because I think it's a simultaneous equation that could spiral out as firm B is relying on information from firm C and firm D. And next thing you know, I'm in a Dr. Seuss book and I have little firm A, B through Z. I don't mean to be glib about it, but I think they're facts. I think for the sustainability assurance entity for which the practitioner is, they're getting facts from people in the value chain. And they could report those facts as reported to them in their sustainability assurance without then this overall blanket of is it double assured or triple assured, or it's not the assurance we're providing to the reader of the sustainability assurance is that the facts that my reporting entity is reporting to me can be true.
I really agree with you. I think it makes sense to say, is it right that firm A, the overall assurance firm for this entity, should have to reconsider the work that was done by firm B over here? The way the model works at the moment, that seems to be what's being put in place. There could be another model that says, actually, you've got the whole sustainability report here. These particular elements of it were assured by somebody else, and they're outside the scope of our report. But which have sort of avoided saying we're doing all of this, but we've got a scope limitation. When actually that information has been assured by someone. It just doesn't happen to be you.
But I think that the thing helpfully that prevents it turning into your Dr. Seuss nightmare is that these requirements are applicable where another practitioner has carried out assurance work and you propose to place reliance on that assurance work for your own conclusion. So if you can accept a sort of slight delineation on the not necessarily factual information, it's if you're proposing to place reliance on an assurance conclusion that another practitioner has issued.
See, I think the limit ought to be that I am accepting the carbon emissions per delivery truck as the faithful amount reported by this delivery company, not whether this delivery company has calculated its carbon emissions per truck correctly. So I'm only think as the value chain person, if my entity, which is a flower store, is saying that we've done our scope twos and the people who deliver it has this amount, we're not going back to the delivery truck and figuring out how much it is. We're just saying that we've got it from them, and that the independence of the people who provided it, I'm struggling with. I'm all right. Thank you. Thank you for your.
Thank you. No, thank you, Eddie. Sadia, please.
I appreciate that this project could be as big as the group audit project or experts project, and now it's within the scope of your project, which is already big. But as I said that, I couldn't help compare it. So the first thing I wanted to confirm is that these individuals are assurance providers. So we're dealing with assurance provider to assurance provider. The other thing is that it's not a group engagement. So I was wondering about why does it come under 406 and not 404, the placement of it? Okay.
And so, yeah, these individuals are carrying out assurance work. We don't have definition of assurance provider, but yeah, they are carrying out assurance work. And so the firm can use the work of these another practitioner, not just in the case of a group group engagement, but also for a standalone engagement as well. And I think the difference, but we will get to that once we are talking about the group, so I don't want to go into these details, the difference between 405 and 406, then whoever it is 405, they are part of the engagement team. There is direction, supervision, and review. In 406, there is no direction, supervision, and review. So it's not the engagement or the type of the engagement that will depend which section we need to use, but whether there is direction and supervision and review over that specific that individual who is carrying out the engagement.
Okay, so I'm happy with that project. Then the other things I've been thinking about, because it's kind of hard not to compare these individuals to component. And the first one was, why are we placing all the responsibility on the firm? So a lot of the requirement says that the firm shall determine and not an individual, which is usually the way that we structure it. The other things are, I assume that there's going to be timing differences between these reports. And those type of issues haven't been covered. And I'm not sure if they've been covered in the audit, in the assurance standard either. So, but those are going to be practical implications that we're going to have to deal with. The others are things like breaches, because you might get a confirmation and then it comes up that there's been a breach. The communication one, because the group engagement, and I know that we premised this on the previous one, but that communication requirement comes from IESBA 600, and there's a contractual relationship, and this doesn't seem to be in place for these individuals. So they might not respond to you, those type of things, which might become uncomfortable because you wouldn't be able to do any of this here. And then I do note that this is going alongside experts, and we're going to have to be clear on why they're not being treated the same. And I think it's because one is an assurance provider and the other is very wide and diverse. I have a problem with the known and reason to believe test, because if you don't understand the boundary and the value chain, then you're not going to know or have reason to believe anything. So you won't identify anything that might be an independence threat.
Like just on the sort of method to the madness of where it comes from, I see it being similar in many respects to independence requirements that apply when providing services to lending syndicates. Because you've got lending syndicates, you may have to provide reporting services to a lending syndicate. There's an independence requirement, but you may not know who is a member of the syndicate at any particular time, because these change throughout the duration. And you don't know what percentage of a syndicate someone actually controls. So it's not practical to know everything at all times, but it is practical to know at one point if your entity, say, controls over 20% of the syndicate, then there is a heightened need to be able to demonstrate independence in that context. And that's the sort of parallel that we're trying to apply here. As in, I fully take the point of, knows or has reason to believe of what, because if you don't know, you don't know, and you're sort of in a Donald Rumsfeld situation. But it is reasonable to believe that if something is so significant in the context of the information that's been assured, then you should know about it.
And I've mentioned a laundry list of things that might be missing, but I think that we just need to have a reasoning of why we haven't considered it necessary at this point in time. And I think that's what's missing, is that how many engagements does this occur at? How many another practitioners are there in an engagement? And what level of reliance can there be? Can there be multiple of these and your engagement hinges on these individuals?
Okay, thank you, Sadia. I think we are going to take one more comment and then break. And the others, please don't forget your comments, but I hope that some cookies will help for the next part of the discussion. Luigi, do you want please to?
Thank you. I have, say, different level of comments, basically. The first one.
You want to leave it for after the break?
Point.
Please go ahead.
I will try to keep it short. I agree with Andy as a general consideration. I fear that we are going too far here with the requirements to check or to confirm or to obtain confirmation from the value chain entities in order to perform an assurance work. I understand that the draft ISO 5000 included that, but I'm not sure that this will imply to set up this very complex architecture to be in a position to perform an assurance work. Having said that, assuming that this may be the final end state of this process, I still have issues with the process identified. I wonder why the task force did not consider the possibility to use the report. In the report, there should be a statement saying that on which basis the report had been issued, which ethical and independent standard had been used. So if someone says that, if another practitioner says that it has used a framework which is acceptable on one side, and independence and ethics standard that are consistent, even not equal, but at least consistent with those in Par 5, I wonder why we should set up all these process and we cannot rely simply on this report. Again, the following layer, assuming that this is not possible, let's say, another layer is why the task force is proposing that the group auditor, or let's say the reporting auditor, should confirm that the other practitioner understood the instruction. As already commented previously, I don't think this is the fair approach. I think that there is an approach to inform, and then the other practitioner should respond or could respond if there are no responses. That could be consequences, but it is wrong to say that the reporting one should confirm the understanding of another party. So I do not agree with this approach because it simply change the responsibility. The responsibility, even in the group audit, is to inform and to obtain information and then to assess the information, not to confirm that someone else have understood the instructions. I will stop here. I have other comments, but probably when we have the text in front of us would be easier to speak about that.
I think the sorry. I think the difficulty. I think the difficulty that we wrestle with is that that sort of works very well when your other provider is another professional accountant. It doesn't work as well when that's not the case, because you're asking someone to provide, you know, that you're asking them to report the basis on which the report was prepared and you know, applicable ethical and independent standards. Well, we know from IFAC's research that's very easy to do where it's another professional accountant, but it's a lot more difficult to do when it's not the case, because there may be no reference to it, or it may make a generic comment. So therefore, I suppose the question that we ask is it fair to put that greater requirement on the group engagement leader because there may be a lesser level of understanding about the sort of the standard that you are going to require. And then I think the other thing that we wrestled with quite a lot, and this is particularly in the context of the value chain, is that you can see some engagements where you have your core group and you have value chain information being reported into the group, which plays a part in the final reporting package, but the value chain may not be particularly significant in terms of in the context of the group report. You could have other engagements where the value chain is much more significant than the group itself. And you've got to have something that you can leverage both. Now, don't necessarily say we've given you something you can leverage in both ways, but it's a recognition that you've got potentially very different types of model that ultimately are being reported on, and that the group engagement leader is going to have to decide whether or not they can place reliance. I think in practical terms, you'll end up with quite a lot of these in the early years where you end up with a limitation of scope for those very reasons. But it is a question of how you try and shoehorn that in.
I understand the point. I wonder whether, assuming that we will go in this direction, I think that the mechanism that has been identified so far should consider the different option you are saying. So if the other practitioner is a PA, for example, and this should an assurance that clearly may be relied upon, even on the basis of to consider the ethics and independence of the legal, this should be factored into this process without the need to implement something that could be very burdensome and not very clear. If I read the opinion, I would see that he applied certain ethical standard, maybe IESBA, a certain independent standard, maybe IESBA for public interest entity. Why should I be in the need to ask more to this individual? So I think that if you want to set up something scalable and reasonable, this is to be considered.
Mark?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that really is the sort of struggle with this one. It's creating something that is scalable because you've got some very, very different scenarios that you're trying to deal with. And in a sense, the starting point was that there needs to be an equivalent level of independence that applies, but it's whether or not you need that level of independence to apply outside the core group as applies within the core group.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's break now for a very much deserved cup of coffee and some cookies. And we will reconvene in 4 o'clock. Well, yes, 20 minutes rest.
Decided to join.
Could I make a quick announcement, just a really administrative? When you're having your coffee or having your cookie, don't forget to dispose of the plates, etc., in the trash bins, because they don't really have a lot of people around to clean up after ourselves. So if you don't mind doing that, it would be great.
I think. I mean, you asked.
So, yeah, Megan's. Messaging you. Okay, good. Yeah, I wanted Yeah, right. So she's the name of the So I have a question. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think
Okay. That's weird. This is sort of match up. I don't think it's much less, which is good. I'm not entirely. No, can't. But it's better than what, so it's.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
New meeting? We need to reschedule. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of been to exactly getting the 6. And now it's maybe it's fine back on the day. So it doesn't help. So just need to move it because now I know Mary is not available.
It's a tough year. It's always been very tough.
Yeah, so we'll see. The problem I see now should is on the 20th, which is the week of Thanksgiving. So I don't know how much it's taken globally, but maybe we do it the Monday before Thanksgiving. It should be fine.
Two of them are in Texas, so they're probably really slow. It's great. The guy. In the middle.
There's 1 or 2 from the US. So that's one thing if we do it like early in the week, the Monday. Thanksgiving is a Thursday and Friday. So maybe I don't want to do it the week thereafter because then it might be taking like the next Monday, something like that. So maybe we do it the 20th. It should be fine. I think the chances are better for them because probably Mary I know getting into the 17th. Otherwise, alternatively, what we can maybe set the date, maybe the Thursday beforehand, and that's Monday, and see how many people, if there is.
That's the missing.
But how do we get those 2 days? Maybe the Thursday before, and then that Monday the 20th. Which one gets the most hits? But I'll send you an email, then you have it.
Yeah.
I think that might be the best, just in case. I know Mary went back to the table. She's got a thing, but I don't want to schedule it for the 20th and then she can't make it anyway. Then it's.
We'll send a start for Thursday the 16th and then Monday the 20th.
Yes. The same time as the week. We can do that, then we can get that. It's the best. I think, and then we reschedule the 6th for that date.
Just in the 16th and 20th.
But it's just gonna be totally be fine. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You effectively try and accommodate more and more things. You can't accommodate.
Did you tell David that you can?
Yes, I gave it to him. I usually wait for him. Yeah, I'm gonna reduce the orders.
Of the sweets. The other stuff in the pantry. I order a small pack of like pack of 6, and I'm like, that should be enough because the actual end up eating.
But I don't know,
if-
but then we don't know how often they top it up.
They're refilling. Yeah, that's what I started thinking. I'm like, oh my God. And then I asked for more Diet Coke because it's almost done.
But see, we don't know.
We don't
There.
do this, yeah.
I don't even know who to ask for, so we don't know about to.
I just don't want to order too much, and then we have to ship it over there, you know, or stay.
So, it's pretty tough. So everybody's things are hard to jump on the train.
That's not meeting. Oh, it's been going on for years. That
I thought you were being serious.
He's being serious.
Can we get a heater or something?
That's asking too much.
We're not falling asleep.
You're gonna do a cup of tea and the lovely brownies as your comfort
Yes,
food.
I shall come back.
And then yeah, in fact, outside's even worse than that side.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
I am really noticing. I don't know if I look up. You know, two people. This presentation.
It was so.
Well, I want to post it back. Okay, yeah, I need like the title.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, but we can email.
It's very good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right? Impressed, considering how much stuff it's lacking. I know.
So they are.
I think I worked for something. You know what? I just worried you email I sent them.
No, I'll find it.
Oh, no. She has it handy. That's right now. She's not because when she logged in, she saw a whole bunch of emails.
No, I saw it on Sunday. And then.
Anyone else so happy because it's getting it. This one, I'll show you. Oh my God, yeah, of course. Well, no, everybody told them specifically what to bring, plus I mean, those are all specific. To know exactly, they didn't think. It was great. This thing I had to push it, so that this- like,
It's gonna be in the chat.
I should even check.
No, it's the 17th instead of the 16th.
A Friday?
Yeah. Have you seen it already?
No.
Is the private?
What day? Yeah, let me check. Isn't it a Saturday for him? Okay.
Repeat the Friday, okay?
It's still Friday.
Barely.
Okay, very late for Australia.
Looking forward to everything else.
in Texas and early. Still Friday, everyone. So.
Oh, fingers crossed, yes. There's still hope, right? It's not a no.
So. Discussion before this. She was. So you can't also there. So it doesn't become also. So I think we need so how much for how we have so they shouldn't be but they would have this place to be better if not she's open up. Yeah, he doesn't want to go.
Yeah, I'm not to say
I have told.
Yeah.
So we just, yeah, so we can still give it to people, but the main job.
Yeah. I like the
Right, also, yeah, so maybe, so do we need to think this is and sure that's. Maybe we need to talk about that. Strategic drivers, or when does that come into discussion?
Did you invite the writer? Do you invite the writer?
Doesn't he know him though?
He knows another friend. Maybe you guys have a friend in common. Yeah, no. So there are movements in those remarks. It was nice.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for being back. I hope that you have restored some energies, and we will restart and pick up where we were, starting with Jorge, our JFSA observer. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I generally support the direction of the proposal of workstream 1, and I have 2 comments. And the first one is the independence provisions for group sustainability assurance. I think a continuous cross-coordination with IESBA to ensure consistency is needed. My understanding is the exposure draft of ISSA 5000 does not include detailed provisions for the group sustainability assurance. So it is important for IESBA to consider these provisions in light of the future development status of the ISSA 5000. And the second point is regarding the treatment of another practitioner of value chain entities. We support applying reason to believe principle and no request requiring the same independence confirmation for another practitioners of value chain entities as within the group. I think for non-PAs, it is not easy to understand what is required. So I think concrete guidance is necessary for the practical application of the reason to believe principle. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jorge. Mark, how do you want to deal with this?
Well, I was going to say, just to say very briefly, we have got some more slides on application within the group context, so we will move on to that. So, and then we'll deal with some other ones later.
Okay, wonderful. Galen, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I really appreciate the presentation that the task force you have made, Mark. This is a difficult area. And I think the trick is to try to make, especially in the first time through, the first pass through here, as you know, we're not, as you point out, we're not going to make this perfect in its first running, but you can try to simplify it and make sure that it's as clear as possible. So that the major problems can be avoided. I'm not personally convinced that sustainability reporting is that much different from financial reporting, especially when you get into this value chain business. And the one thing I was thinking about, I mean, for years and years, we've had something called equity method accounting, where a company has a subsidiary, and the subsidiary is they have their own financial statements. Those are audited and they're provided to the group auditor of the consolidation. And basically the group auditor accepts those, evaluates who is the firm that performed the services, and it would have a report indicating whether they're independent or not. How is that much different from a value change situation? And that gets into questions about, well, this phraseology about direct supervision review, and is that the driving force there? And what if you can review but you don't have supervision? Does it require all 3 things in that phrase, or can it be simply one of those things? Or that's just a question that I'm raising. In terms of situations where you want to evaluate and assess and then also confirm, are all of those steps required, or can it just be the confirmation? I'm a little bit unclear as to why all of that is required. And then the phraseology about knows or reason to believe, well, isn't that part of the assessment? So I don't know. Maybe those things can all be thrown. The task force maybe could think about that a little bit. But those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. Mark.
You know, I think one thing that we shouldn't lose sight of, which is a really important point, is actually sustainability reporting and financial reporting contain a hell of a lot more overlap than perhaps we appreciate. and indeed sort of just chatting to Andy at the start of the break, there are certain things in sustainability reporting that have an impact on significant financial reporting issues. So we can't treat them as two separate things. They do mesh together. So when we decide what the overall approach is, it has to work in the context of sustainability reporting, but it has to be sufficiently rigorous as to not undermine the ethics and independence standards that apply to information that is really important from a financial reporting context. Like I think a couple of people have said in the context of the break, in 5 years' time or a little more, we may well have that sort of SAS 70 type reporting where entities provide a package of assured information that other people can take away and use. So our problem is, what do we do until then? And that's sort of why it's so difficult at the moment. And I think it is challenging because, you know, the IESB has gone out in front. And part of the challenge for the task force is we're trying to answer an assurance problem with an independent solution.
Yeah.
And that is not an ideal way of doing it, but and that is why we did so much outreach before we put pen to paper. But that is where we are.
If I might come back, Mark, I think the contract staff type of issues that we see, you know, having a firm go out and observe inventory. I mean, I think there are some parallels, and I guess that's all I would ask is if those parallels can really be considered. It seemed like there's some underpinnings within financial auditing that should have a strong consideration in moving down the sustainability path. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Ellen.
Yeah, so very much to what has been said around the table. First of all, very much to what Andy said and what Galen said. I think we have to be careful not to make, I mean, the requirements so onerous that the engagements, that sustainability assurance or our standards become too much of a burden and not exactly implementable or practical. So I think that, I mean, I would suggest that we just leave it up to the IEESB to set the requirements for due diligence for the auditor. That is, I mean, they are setting the sustainability assurance standards basically. And so our understanding is that, for example, whoever is providing an opinion or an assurance engagement on whatever information, of course, the understanding is that these have to be, or they have to be independent. But should we add additional requirements? I think we can just leave it up to the IEESB to set the requirements, the due diligence requirements there. And very much to what has been said before, I mean, because you cannot otherwise, especially when we're talking about sustainability assurance and value chain information, the likelihood is that there will be so many different pieces of information and reports that you are relying on. I think the task would be way too much. That's my point number one. Point number two, just some quick reactions to what has been said. The issue of time constraints. Now, I realize it's much easier for all of us around the table to just be commenting, and I realize that it's up to the task force or the work stream to put pen to paper and get it all done. And so it's much easier. What you're saying is much easier said than done. And time is definitely an important issue, but I don't think that we can allow ourselves to use time as an excuse, because if we, I don't think the world will understand that. It's an issue of time. It's like an auditor saying, I cannot do my due diligence because I don't have enough time. And this is what we are taught. You can never use time as an excuse for not doing your due diligence. So I think that we, as a board, it's very important that we scope the work that we're trying to do, but I don't think we, for our own justification, can use time as an excuse. That's my second point. The third point, going back to what seems to be a much minor issue, the definitions of sustainability engagement team and engagement team. So just to make sure that I understand this, the sustainability assurance team is, wanted to put it in a mathematical formula, it's the engagement team plus the other practitioners. Okay, can we say that? Yeah,
We will. We've got some slides coming up.
Okay. But because I think that what you presented, Sylvia, in the slides was much clearer than what's in the standard, much clearer. And my suggestion, and that's very much to my earlier point, which is, let's try to keep it simple. What I'm trying to say is this. I don't think as a board, and I'm not sure if I may say this, but I will go ahead and dare to say it. I don't think we have to keep the same approach that was in the code before. We can try to change. I think we can try to be a bit more practical, a bit like keep things simple, not have too much narrative, because like what I read on the slide, the few lines, they were so much clearer than all the narrative that I read in the standard. And my suggestion is we don't really have to just take the old code and tweak it. We can sort of be more innovative, and noting that we are appealing to such a broader audience that is not familiar with our vocabulary or our jargon. And that's it. Thank you.
I think it's important that we don't sort of get distracted by this idea that there's this really simple way through, because there isn't. There isn't for two main reasons. One is something that we've spent a long time considering is for instance, in the provisions of the CSRD and the way in which the EU has brought the CSRD into law, it creates an equivalence between the requirements from an ethical and independence perspective that apply in an audit to those that apply in a sustainability engagement. So effectively, the requirements in the directive that say audit are cut and pasted and put down with sustainability. So you have to maintain that level of equivalence. However, if you say for an auditor, equivalence is delivered this way, and for a sustainability practitioner, it's delivered through a different way, you create regulatory arbitrage. And it becomes unenforceable, because what you end up with is you end up with court cases where auditors or professional accountants will say, you're holding me to a higher standard than you're holding the sustainability practitioner to, because if you change the words, you immediately create a difference in law between the interpretation of how that's applied, which is really important, because in any enforcement type context, you're always going to have a legal or quasi-legal interpretation of what you mean. So if I say to an auditor, you have to be personally financially independent of an entity that you audit, and that applies to your, whatever else, I can't say it in a different way for a sustainability practitioner, because then I create this regulatory arbitrage, and that will effectively undermine any sort of enforcement regime. So it's a really attractive concept, but it's not a workable concept, because then we end up with this arbitrage, and that's not a deliverable one.
May I just react to what you said? So I can see your point, and I'm not talking about changing the substance of the requirements, because I fully agree with what's in there. I'm just saying that change the wording such that it is more digestible by such a group of a large group of communities of practitioners, one. And second, to your point, the flip side of it is that if you keep everything as is and you just tweak a few words, we run the risk of being perceived as, the standard is not really for non-PAs. It's just that we took it and we just made a few tweaks, and now we're asking non-PAs to apply it. And so, I mean, yes, I see your point. I understand, but we have to understand also that there's also a flip side to that risk. You get my point? So the world might look at it and say, you know what? Yeah, but that's really, it's a code, it's a standard that's applicable to PAs. You just changed a few words and now you're saying it's applicable to us. That might not necessarily be the case. And
it may not be the case, but equally, I've got 70 enforcement lawyers back at home who tell me that it's not just about the substance, it is about the words. And if the words are not the same, then it will not be enforceable. So, we are in a sort of here rock, here hard place moment. And it is right, it is that difficult situation of trying to stretch something, but only being able to stretch it so far.
Yeah.
And that's where we find ourselves. Sorry, do you want to add?
And I just wanted to add that, absolutely recognize the point, for example, about the sustainability assurance team. And now I feel that what I put on the slide was really a synthesized version of what's a sustainability assurance team, and probably that wouldn't.
I understood it directly.
And I think what we can do maybe is, because when we did the same for the audit team definition as well, we used guidance diagrams, and maybe what we can do at the same time is like update those diagrams that we used and make it applicable for the sustainability assurance engagements, as well as Mark mentioned that we are capturing the same individuals. So we could provide the same guidance that we provided when we adopted the audit team definition. So that could be useful for those who are using the code for the first time as well. So they wouldn't be left alone with just the text, because that wasn't the case for the auditors either. So they would have guidance available to make those determinations, not just the text itself.
Thank you very much. And let me, at this point, add some comments on my side. And sorry for that. Again, I think that I see the points of both sides, if we may say so. I don't think that Rania was asking for a different level of substance or requirement, but for more simplicity in the way that we put the same level of requirements. And we have had this discussion since the very start of this project, how far we can go in that respect. It was desirable, and I think that some of us at least around the table mentioned that along the journey, that it would be desirable that while doing this work, we could, as possible, make it simpler, make it more understandable without lowering the level of requirement. And this is still where we are. And I think that's what Rania is saying, not saying that this is right or wrong in terms of what is being proposed. I'm just saying that I see value in all these comments to remind us about what we are doing here. But I have something in addition to add, and I was something that you said, Mark, caught my attention, which is that decision or that option in the CSRD to just refer to the audit ethics and independence requirements. And to my view, and what I'm going to express is a very personal perspective, is that this will not work, because if it worked, if it was enough, then we ourselves would not have to do anything in that space. We would just refer to the ethics and independence standards that we have, and it's done. My perception is that the European Commission one day will find out that this will not work, because we are not speaking about the same reality. And this is why I still think that these standards can be helpful also in Europe, even if they have a framework which is robust, which is tested, which is a lot of things in terms of independence, at least for audit, but there are the differences that we have to address. So somewhere in between, we will find the truth. And what creates arbitrage is if we go into a direction where some of these providers are subject to lower or higher requirements. This is what creates arbitrage. Okay, but I'll stop here. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to go back to another participant and the very clever and well thought process you have come up to assess independence. But it's true that it's demanding, and there might be many other participants in the work that you're conducting in the assurance sustainability assurance engagement. And I was wondering whether it made sense to have some sort of materiality plus disclosure to cut the lower half out of this process and say it's a tiny piece of information that we are using, we are relying upon this, but it's not material. And we are disclosing that this was prepared by somebody, assured by somebody. We don't know them, but it's not material. Maybe we don't need to engage in dialogue. We don't need to make sure that they are independent because their role is minimal within the value chain. I don't know if that creates a big black hole that might suck all the credibility of our work, but if it's not, it might deal with the minutia and leave the process that you came up with for what is really relevant. That's an idea.
And I think, Hector, that's helpful as long, and I think with one caveat, which is I think we'd have to express it in terms of triviality, because we wouldn't apply a materiality lens, because then we'd fall through the looking glass into the world of single versus dual materiality. And of course, people will tell you in a sustainability reporting context, it is not financial statement materiality. It's a very different type of materiality. And I think for very good reasons, the ISSB, the IAASB, and I also think IESBA should avoid being seen to fall on either side of that gap. But I do think, you know, if we could do it in the context of and it's almost like sort of, you know, Andy's challenge over factual information. If something that's being added in and is being reported is clearly trivial and doesn't affect the outcome, then you could potentially not require the same consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I'm sorry, I skipped Ken.
No, I'd much rather take the
Yeah,
board.
okay, so thank you. Sunam, please.
Okay, thank you. My question is a practical one. I believe there will be a lot of frequent change in value chain entities during the year. So I'm wondering what relief or guidance can be provided to help prepare us, to help assurance practitioners to deal with independent issues.
I think we may have a question for the 23rd of October, Vanya.
Yes.
It's something that we'll take away and raise with the ISSB, because I feel that is their problem to answer, not ours.
No, yeah,
but it is something we'll have to
much more
have to raise.
Assurance issue. I believe that there are independence consideration as well. So we'll receive a lot of challenges from stakeholders.
Thank you, Sunam. Rich.
Yeah, so I kind of have, if you could to use this as to make it clearer. Yeah, thank you. So in the first one is just, you don't have to answer this here, and I didn't have a chance to research it, but this approach that says the dotted line reasonable to believe, which I understand, and conceptually, first of all, I respect all the effort that went into this and all that. I think we should just make sure that that is not different than what we expect of the financial statement auditor when relying on a report from a material significant influence investee. Okay, that's just an observation we can take that away. In this example, though, do we expect the firm and network firm in yellow? We would expect them to be independent of entity A, right? Under the full standards, even though there's an other practitioner providing the report. I'm sorry, entity X. I'm sorry, entity X. I'm sorry. Yeah, because it's within the scope of what you're opining on. Their numbers are in the numbers you express an opinion on. What do you mean?
I mean, it depends because it will go to our next part of the presentation. But if we are talking about the firm and the network firm, so
In the yellow,
in the
top
yellow,
one.
yes. So they need entity X can be also a value chain entity.
Right, it is a value chain.
But based on IESB's standards as well, it can be an entity within the organizational boundary as well. So
It can be, yeah.
yes.
But if it's a value chain entity,
if it's a value chain entity, that's what we're going to talk about tomorrow, probably, that we will require the reason to believe principle as well.
that's different than the financial statement
But
standard we just approved for group audit.
no, the entity X, we are talking about entity X and the firm.
That's what Rich is saying. Rich, aren't you saying?
And the firm and network firm in yellow has to be
Independent of entity X.
If it's a value chain entity?
Yes.
Not necessarily, no.
We just said it, we did under the financial statements audits and group audit.
If it is a component.
If it is a component.
What's included in the numbers you're expressing an opinion on.
But that's what maybe
That's
Rich,
the difficulty.
that's what we were going to talk about when we are talking about the group and the.
So let me go, forget, that's a separate one we can table.
Yeah.
The third one applies to every scenario, whether you have, you can direct supervisor review or whether you're in one of these standards. What happens, and maybe we'll start with the you can direct supervisor review. What happens when the entity in the value chain is not part of the value chain at the start of the sustainability insurance engagement period, but becomes part of it during the period and has significant numbers in the reporting? Are we providing any transition for actions and relationships and services provided prior to the date it joined the value chain? Or are we just going to say you're not independent and can't opine on that?
So that is
Still red, sorry.
That is one issue more generally which we have to discuss, which is I think for all of this, and it goes back to the discussion we were having earlier about ISQM1. You can have all the effective dates you like, but actually you've still got to have transitional provisions that have to be realistic to say how, even though this is the effective date, how long is it going to take you to get to the right place? And for things like, as you say, Rich, where there's a mid-year impact, which is still significant in the context of the engagement overall, how do you deal with those? Because you can't have effectively a retrospective breach.
Well, I wasn't thinking of in terms of transition. I'm thinking that this is going to occur all the time, where you have no idea who's in that value chain until some point where they pop up. So for example, if you have a company that buys, I'm just using the aluminum as a significant raw material, and they switch the major supplier in the middle of the year, you may not be in a position to assert independence on anything you have to do with regard to that supplier, which is why I asked the question about what level of independence then do we expect the firm and network firm to have of entity X. So just put those on the list for the rest of the week, if that would help.
And this is in the list, which then we're going to address later on. And
thank you.
Thank you very much, Rich. Christelle?
Yeah. For sake of time, I concur with a lot of things that have already been said, so I would not repeat. I think there are some very important challenges about practically can be cost burden, but also practical, how to deal with a large number of suppliers,
diverse frameworks, diverse references to independence, etc. This is a nightmare, I think. So it's a big challenge. I would focus on the fact that knows or has reason to believe seems a well-known or practiced concept in the PA world, in the PAPP world, by the way. And I wonder, as it is not a defined term, if are we sure it will be understood and practiced the same way by everybody, PAs and non-PAs? So it's my additional little stress.
And I think you're right to say, Christelle, that it will need some careful explaining to ensure that there is a common understanding. But I think you do sort of land on one of the challenges at the heart of this, which is there common understanding of any of this between PAs and non-PAs? The answer to that is almost certainly not. And that common understanding will develop over time. But, you know, on day one, when this goes live, there will be very different levels of understanding. And, you know, it's almost as if you were looking at this in a regulatory context, you'd say, what you're actually going to do is almost like a sort of 2-year soft launch to say, go and use it and work out, you know, what it might mean, how it actually works, because there will be very significant implementation challenges for all of this.
Thank you, Christelle and Mark. And finally, I think Ken.
Well, thank you, Gabriela. Just, I suppose, a couple of observations based on what I'm hearing in this discussion. I think, first of all, it's important not to, and that would be my advice to the board, not to go back to our prior discussions in terms of where we're going with this idea of a single version of the truth of the standards, because we've had that discussion a number of times already. And clearly there are concerns around the board table about the usability, understandability of the standards, et cetera, and whether it can be operable by the non-PA especially. That is a fair concern to have, because at the end of the day, we want those standards to be as broadly adoptable as possible. That said, I would just caution the board not to swing the pendulum too far the other way, because if I were to turn the tables around and I think about PAs, auditors actually using the standards of ISO, well, guess what? The ISO standards are not a walk in the park. I mean, if you really want to do an ISO type certification on a piece of engineering, well, good luck with that in terms of understanding the standards. So my point is, the non-PAs, and as we heard this in this morning's presentation, they are very well intent on trying to achieve correspondence convergence, and they will do whatever they need to do. And therefore, the board need not, in that sense, be overly concerned as to whether they will find the standards that we're developing unusable or not, because they will do whatever they need to do to achieve that correspondence. But as has been said by Sylvia, Mark, and others, yes, it will be important for the board to commission the necessary explanatory material, the guide to the code, the whatever resources we can provide to enable non-PAs and others, including the PAs as well, to be able to use the standards. So I'm just conscious that we have a lot of issues to get through. So let us not go back to this discussion and reopen all the debate about whether the standards should be at the same level or not, and how they should be drafted and so forth. The second point, maybe is in relation to what we're dealing with here when we are addressing the issue of another practitioner. It is really about whether let's call the group practitioner, the group auditor for the ease of reference. Let's say the group auditor is looking at this another practitioner. The purpose of really looking at the other practitioner is really for purposes of using their work. And therefore, if the group auditor, as a result of applying ISA 5000, determines that they are not able to use the work of the other practitioner, well, they have recourse to a number of options. They can go in themselves and do the work, the assurance work that's needed, or they can have another practitioner come in and do the assurance work, and so on and so forth. So there is, in other words, it's all under ISA 5000 as to what the group auditor can or cannot do. But insofar as independence is concerned, ISA 5000 at the moment doesn't go where it needs to be, because all it says is the group auditor shall when evaluating the other practitioner's independence, shall inquire of the other practitioner about threats to compliance with relevant ethical requirements. And that's all that it says. Now, in the context of what this body is doing in trying to set a high bar of ethics and independence requirements for sustainability assurance engagements, and in the context of mandatory assurance and sustainability information that will potentially include information from the value chain, is it sufficient to simply stop at making an inquiry about threats to independence from the other practitioner? It is for this board to really weigh in on this issue of independence, because this is really clearly within the board's remit. And I say this in the context of also in the context of the project we have on experts. And we have to be careful that we are not taking an approach that will be less rigorous or less stringent than we're taking relative to the project on use of experts. Because if the board is going to simply say, all we're going to do is stop at what IESBA has done and leave it to them, then all the work we're doing on the experts project, maybe we can just dial back and just say, maybe we'll just stop at where we are today and just ditch that project. So I think we have to be careful and certainly be clear as to what we are trying, what animal are we dealing with here, which is really to help the group auditor be in a position to make the necessary evaluations for purposes of using the work of the other practitioner. And it is for the code to then specify what is reasonable to ask of the other practitioner in terms of independence. So that is really for work stream 1 to make that that assessment or that determination as to the nature and extent of the requirements.
Just to make sure that I understand this correctly. So my understanding is that, I mean, we're dealing with a number of different issues. Like one, we are like part of the work that we're doing is relying on another assurance engagement. Okay. And it's in the case of sustainability assurance, I'm assuming the likelihood is that we will be dealing with several reports, assurance reports. Okay, but when we're talking about the use of experts, we're the one issuing the opinion, but we're just using their expertise is informing our report. So I think we're talking about a different level of responsibility. I think we should ask ourselves, should we be looking into whether each of those assurance providers that have provided us with reports that we are relying on, should we go and investigate or assure or verify or validate their independence individually? I think ideally that would be great, but is it logical? That's the question. Whereas when we're talking about experts that we are using to inform our opinion, that's a different story. Of course, we have to satisfy ourselves as to their independence, because we're the ones issuing. It is our responsibility to ensure that we are gathering sufficient evidence and that is reliable, etc. But in the other situation, other scenario, I mean, it is the other practitioners' responsibility to be compliant with the code. I think.
So maybe it's a quick response to your question, Rania. It is no different under ISA 5000 because the requirement on the group auditor is to evaluate the work of the other practitioner for purposes of relying on that work in order to issue the group assurance report. So in other words, the group assurance practitioner takes overall responsibility for this single assurance report that is issued. In other words, the group assurance practitioner isn't able to refer to the work that the other practitioner has done. So they have to take ownership and do whatever work is necessary in order to be able to rely on and use that work. And if you're not able to conclude that the other practitioner's work can be used for their purposes, then they have to do whatever they need to do in order to be able to issue the group assurance report. So in other words, it's not a divided responsibility. Just like in the case of experts, they have to do whatever it takes to have confidence they can use that work. That is the position under ISA 5000. We may have a different view as to whether that's reasonable or not, but that's for the assurance, but that's for the auditor, the audit board, rather than for this board. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ken and all, for another great discussion. And again, I think that the key for the success is how much we are going to be able to calibrate the ambition, the need to set the requirements at a high level and at the same level, and at the same time address all these challenges coming from the profession agnostic approach that we decided to take. I think that this will be consistent across the discussions that we'll have on these topics. Mark, we have around 45 minutes, so I would invite you to move
so
to the next.
Keith's going to move on now to cover group sustainability engagements. And if we can get to the end of groups, then that should be a good place for us to end today.
Can I ask a question? Just not to understand. Are you thinking to present the detailed text after the general presentation?
Oh yeah,
just now. Okay.
Yeah. We have got all the text as well.
Oh.
Okay, thank you. So the good news is there's only 4 slides. The bad news is it's a continuation really of the subject we've just been discussing to a certain extent, so no promises. So really what we're doing here is really describing how we've structured the approach to group sustainability assurance engagements within the proposed revisions to the code, updates to the code. So our understanding and our belief is that most sustainability assurance engagements will be carried out in a group reporting context. We've seen that the EU, for example, it specifically requires consolidated sustainability reports. So we think users of the code would expect there to be C provisions on group independence. And the stakeholders at the roundtables we held also acknowledged the importance of addressing that issue. Now, we have had some comments that, hang on a minute, IESBA 5000 doesn't explicitly address groups. So why are we seeking to address groups? Shouldn't we just be in line with IESBA 5000? The important thing to understand is that IESBA 5000 is capable of application to group consolidated information. It just uses different terminology. It talks about entities and information from all the different entities that are combined, pull all the information together to form that sustainability report. But also the reason the IASB is taking the approach it's taken is because it's in its desire to get out something within the time frame, it's concentrated on providing an overarching standard, ISO 5000, and it acknowledges that there will be investigations and likely subsequent standards supporting that one in due course, one of which it has said will be on groups. Now, the code is not an overarching code, it is the code. So we don't have the same rationale for saying, well, we'll park groups on a specific basis later, we'll come back to it. We really ought to be addressing it now. And also, as we've said all along, we are trying to maintain the same high standards as we have for audit, and we want equivalence, and we want to be able to demonstrate that equivalence. So we therefore think that keeping the sections as far as possible, using the same terminology as far as possible, and the same structure as we have for a group audit, is the way to help do that. Now, as you'll see, there's the section 405 in part 5, which is on group information, and there's this new section 406. The way to really understand this is that section 405, and again, it's kept in line with the audit of financial statements type scenario. So you may have a corporate group where you've got all sorts of components within that corporate group, and at some of those components, there may be work being done by other firms. They're probably in your network firm, or they might be firms that, for whatever reason, in a particular jurisdiction, you have to use them rather than a member of your network. But typically, you have to, but to be able to do that and to be able to use their work, the group assurance leader would need to be sufficiently appropriately involved in that work, which ordinarily means direction, supervision, and review. If they don't have that, then it's usually a case of, well, you can't use the work. You have to do, as others have said, what you need to do. That might mean saying, well, we need to send our own separate team in if that's possible, or we actually commission ourselves, or ask the client to bring in another firm to specifically do this work, but they would be under our direction, supervision, and review, so that we can rely on the work. And then the worst case scenario, and it doesn't happen that often in my experience, is you actually say, well, you've got somewhere where you just can't get in and direct supervision and review, you can't be appropriately involved, and you've actually got a limitation in scope. And that's the scenario. The sustainability reporting, of course, it brings us into a whole new world now, where we've got more information being included in the report now than just comes from or relates to that corporate group. We've got all these supply chain entities as well, the information from which needs to be included as well. And typically in relation to supply chain entities, there'll be ones where there may have been an assurance practitioner that's done some work on some of that information. If there hasn't been and nobody's done any work on it, then the chances are, again, it would be a scope limitation because nobody's got any assurance work in relation to it. But where another practitioner has done some work on that information, as we've heard, then you might hope that you can possibly rely on that work. And that's what ISSA 5000 sets up, the ability to use the work of another practitioner, even though you don't have direction, supervision, and review. You're not, in an audit sense, sufficiently involved in the work. If it was a true audit equivalent, we would probably turn around and say, you can't use their work. And the reality would be that for all these supply chain entities, you shouldn't say, well, there's nothing we can do. We're not involved in the assurance work. We can't get in there. We can't look at it. We can't review it. We're basically just going to have limitations in scope, and it's all the supply chain entities are just out with. That's the way it is. So you, the market users, please just accept you've got a sustainability report here, and there's a whole chunk of information where it's just not covered by us as giving the overall assurance report. They may well be able to see, as we mentioned earlier, that firm B has actually done some assurance on that work, and take it or leave it, that's for you to form your own opinions on. But as the overall assurance report, we need to, so, and as has been mentioned in ISSA 5000, it says one of the conditions for using the work of another practitioner, whether, even though you haven't got direction, supervision, review, is to evaluate their independence. And that's highlighted in grey in ISSA 5000 exposure draft, which basically means, and we're passing that over to IESBA to sort out how that's done. And they'll give us the answer if there is one. And that's what we're trying to do. And so we're trying to be, with section 406, we're trying to come up with a sort of pragmatic, proportionate approach. So rather than simply saying, you're not involved, you can't use the work, end of story, we're trying to say, well, let's try and be helpful. There's probably going to be an awful lot of supply chain entities out there with practitioners doing work on it. Let's try and get some sort of inclusion there. So also to suggest, when it's within the corporate, when it's entities within the corporate group, the financial statement corporate group, ordinarily you might be able to say, we can get in there and we can, sorry, I'm in the chat now, and we can sort of do this. We can say, we can impose direct requirements on those other firms. We can say, look, you're under our direction, supervision, or review. We need you to be happy that you're independent. You will comply with all these bits of the code. And then we'll get confirmation from them that they have in fact done so. For another another practitioner, we're not in a position to do that. We have no contractual relationship with them. Our client may have no influence at all over them. So we're not in a position to be able to say, hey, we want to use your work, you will comply. For us to say, you will comply with the code. So and I think there will actually be, in practice, there will be money scenarios where we won't be able to use their work anyway. Think of a big supplier like British Gas, an energy supplier in the UK. It's going to have tens of thousands of different customers, all of whom are probably including information from British Gas in their sustainability information reports. But those tens of thousands of other people up the chain, they can't all write into British Gas and say, oh, or they're the assurer in British Gas and say, oh, by the way, can you just confirm to us that? But hopefully there will be some scenarios where we can go in and say, hey, this is an entity we can get in, and we can go in and say, we'd like to use your work. We want to be able to draw on it. But to do that, we need to be sort of satisfy ourselves to your independence. And therefore, could you confirm to us, we need to obtain confirmation, confirm to us that you are independent in accordance with these sort of issues. You don't have any of the following. That's the approach we've taken. And if you can't get confirmation, if they won't answer you, or you can't get confirmation, the bottom line is, well, then you can't use their work. End of story. It's now an issue for IESBA. Work can't be used. You've probably got a limitation in scope. And I think, and the ISSA 5000 does recognise that. It recognises there will be situations where there's a limitation in scope in these sorts of areas. As I say, it doesn't shout it from the rooftops, but it is clearly recognised within the standard. It doesn't assume that you will always be able to get this. So that's what we're doing. So that's the reason for section 406 coming in, because you can't apply the same requirements as you would apply in a component situation. So again, going back to that, so what we're saying is that for that block where we might say it sort of equates to the group financial statement organization set of entities, well, we would expect, and it's not unreasonable to expect, the group sustainability assurance firm to be independent in the same way that it would be for an audit of those entities within that block. So the group sustainability assurance client, so the entity, its related entities, and the other components at which assurance work is performed. The questions we had when we put the initial bit out as well, but hang on a minute, you refer to components in 405. Are they the same as for a group audit? Well, the concept is the same. It's an entity, business unit, or function, determined by the group audit, group assurance firm for purposes of planning and performing the assurance procedures. Now, clearly, for financial reporting purposes and sustainability reporting purposes, there's probably a bit of a Venn diagram. You'll have some overlap. Some of the components will be the same, but some of them may be different because the information's different. But the concept is the same. It's a component. It's part of that central core corporate group is how I would describe it. But our value chain entities components, you could probably read into the definition of component or the definition of entities that ISSA 5000 has got within it. So I could read that as saying that actually all value chain entities are components as well. We're going to try and be clear that for our purposes, they are not. So we would say components do not include value chain entities, partly because you are not planning and performing assurance procedures yourself in relation to them. So they don't count as components. But even if they did arguably count as components, we'll say, but it doesn't matter on it, because actually our main interest is the component assurance firm. And those are only the firms where we can direct, supervise, and review their work. And for the value chain entities, we can't do that anyway. So it's sort of a bit of a moot point, really. But so answering that question, no, components, the term components doesn't feature in section 406 because it's not really relevant. It doesn't really apply where there's no ability to direct, supervise, and review. We keep seeing it comes up in ISSA 5000 and it comes up in other standards as well, the reference to the organizational boundary. There is no actual definition provided by anybody of organizational boundary. There is a definition of the reporting boundary, which is basically the fence with all the entities within which get included, but we are not proposing to define organizational boundary. And we don't think we need to. we can apply the concept we've got is that if we look at the entities that were in the group sustainability assurance clients, that's where we can specify those which the group assurance firm and the other people, they need to be independent of that to be able to, for it to be a valid assurance engagement. They have to have that level of independence. And then, and this is sort of coming back onto Richie's point, well, actually going beyond that then though, but we've got all this information from value chain entities coming in, or other entities will be having directed, supervised and reviewed to work on them. Do we have to be independent of all of those as well? I think if it's part of the core corporate group, we would say, well, yes, you have to be independent if it was an audit, and there's no reason why you shouldn't have to be independent if it's in the sustainability scenario, it's equivalence. So yes, but if it's a value chain entity, well, I mean, as Rich has pointed out, you know, that could change tomorrow. I've got rid of this supplier and I brought this one in. Now, we didn't think it was a practical, achievable result to say, you'd have to monitor every single possible reporting chain entity that's out there and try and ensure some sort of independence from it. It just wouldn't work. You can't have with all your clients saying, oh, please tell us every time you change suppliers, and we'll think about whether or not it gives us an issue. And please don't change suppliers without consulting with us, because why should that be any of our business? But the question is, so we're not saying you have to be independent of all those entities within the reporting boundary that are value chain entities, but you do have to apply the sort of reason to believe approach. So you do need to think about it saying, you need to sit there and recognize that I'm giving an assurance report here on all this information. Some of this information has come from a value chain entity. Actually, do I have a reason to believe that I've got an issue myself in relation to my independence from that entity? And if the answer is yes, then you've got to address that in some way. If the answer is no, great, but we're not setting up a very onerous, detailed monitoring requirement that says try and keep track of these at all times, because you just wouldn't do it. You'd probably just end up with a situation where nobody could ever assure anybody. Thank you and good night. That was the last one. So as I said, only 4 slides, building on what we've just discussed, but clearly there'll be more questions relating there.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just remind the board that we have half an hour for the rest of the discussion, almost half of the presentation still to go through. And well, we'll have tomorrow's session, but also the standards, but we have 1 hour and a half tomorrow for this session, I think. So just trying to ask you to be as effective to the point in the discussion that will follow.
I think in terms of our planned timetable, we're roughly in line with where we...
Sorry, Keith.
I think in terms of our planned timetable for doing this, we're roughly in line with where we hope to be.
Okay, great. Let's keep it flowing. So thank you very much for these 4 slides and for the very detailed and clear explanation of how the task force addressed this also very complicated topic. The floor is open for comments, questions.
I just have
yeah, go ahead.
a clarification, just so that I understand.
Your mic.
So with the group sustainability assurance engagement, so you're talking about an entity that, I mean, has several entities within the reporting boundary, and all of those have several value chain entities. And so we have, and I mean, so many like organizations or entities that are like feeding into that one report that we're going to be responsible for. And so just so that I understand this, what's our responsibility for the independence of all the assurance providers of the value chain entities of the, you know, the other entities like?
As I said, we can't directly impose independence requirements on the assurers of those value chain entities, because we have no direct relationship with them. We have no influence on them. We might say it'd be really nice if you could be independent in accordance with the code and confirm that. And where we can do that, there may well be entities where we say, well, actually, maybe this entity, this supply chain or value chain entity is economically dependent on our client. So there's probably a good chance that our client will be able to exert a little bit of influence to say, well, could you please, make sure you answer all the questions that come in from my sustainability assurer to reassure them that you are independent and so on. But there will be many, many supply chain entities out there where we've got no ability to do it. And I think the reality, my personal view is the reality will be that in all those cases, you will have limitations in scope because you cannot confirm their independence for the purpose of that. And as I said, I think markets may say, well, that's fine, but we can see that they were assured by it's firms B, C, D, and E, and we know about those firms, and we're sort of happy with their general reputation and everything else. So the fact that there's a limitation in scope for your overall assurance report here doesn't give us huge problems. So and I think there's some messaging there to make sure don't spook the markets, as it were, by saying don't say, oh, there's a limitation in scope. My God, there's something horribly wrong. It's just that the practicalities, the realities of the world are that you can't do the necessary work in relation to those, but somebody else has already done the work. But we're just not reassuring that we're not doing, and so on.
And we will have a slightly more detailed discussion on value chain tomorrow as the first session.
Okay.
So if you want to miss it, arrive slightly late.
I would expect you to say today.
No.
But I think the key thing is that no one should be under any illusion that there are not going to be a lot of limitations in scope in practice, just because of the way this, the frameworks that are coming up are requiring all this information to be brought in. The fact is, an awful lot of it's just not going to be possible to give for the one assurer at the top to give assurance on everything, because they don't have the access to do that.
Thank you, Keith. Andy, please.
Thank you. Mindful of your comments, I also don't want to not say that I really do appreciate the work of the task force. It's a monumental amount of work. So please know that I do appreciate, even if I have comments that are not necessarily supportive. So, and I didn't mean those as throwaway. I meant it's a lot of work, and I know you gave a lot of thought to it, and the approach that you took is within a reasonable. The definition of entity, I did want to say, is I'm not responding well to it. I believe that a supplier of an entity is not part of the entity. It is just that, a supplier of an entity. So I think the ground zero for reporting, for financial statement reporting, is what is the entity? What is the collection? And this might be a financial reporting framework. This might be someone else's issue. So maybe I have a beef with someone else, but I'm saying, I just want you to know I have an issue with that as being part of the entity. The other one is with and I have a history, by the way, with group audits. We had hundreds of years we had at least dozens of years of audits without having the special considerations for group audits. It's a construct of the Auditing Standards Board to effectively and efficiently identify where evidence that boils up to what the audit report is. So the concept of group, I don't mean to lecture anyone here, I just want to remind me that the concept of a group audit and a component audit is not a reporting framework concept. It's an audit evidence and audit gathering framework. So it's not part of the underlying framework. I am concerned, therefore, that when our ethics standards use words like group and component where they are not used in the assurance standard, that we've maybe gone too far. I hear everything what you said about it's similar to the financial statement audit situation, but again, if I had the red pencil in charge, I would strike 600 from the auditing standards, and that's how I voted in the US. But because I think sufficient appropriate audit evidence is something auditors get. They look at control systems, et cetera. That's what assurance providers do. So I'm concerned with the confusion caused by agnostic standards that use component and group terms that are not framework terms. They're auditing procedure terms. So that's what I got. Thank you.
I appreciate your concern, Andy, but we are trying to just maintain a system where we can demonstrate equivalence to audit. All right, it's not a financial statement audit and it's an audit term, but this is still an assurance engagement. And actually the concepts are really the same. So you've got the components, which is where, and it's recognized in ISO 600 and it's recognized in the current code that a component isn't necessarily a corporate entity. A component is maybe part of an entity or something else or a function or whatever. So, and we're applying that same thing. We're just recognizing it may be, for sustainability purposes, there may be a component where there is sustainable information related to that component that's being brought in. And then now, as you said, ISSA 5000 doesn't refer to components, but that's because ISSA 5000 has been written at the moment to be an overarching standard. They haven't gotten around yet to doing the very group specific add-in, if I put it that way. But we're not developing an overarching code. We're developing the code at the moment. So we're sort of, sometimes one board is ahead of the other, and in this particular case, we're going to be ahead of them on addressing the groups and the terminology. But if you look at the end, but you look again, also you look at ISSA 5000, their definition of entities. If you look at how they describe entities, it's not a million miles away in terms of concept to the way components are described. It can basically be anything for which a piece of sustainability information relates. So a single rubbish tip somewhere could be an entity for the purposes of ISSA 5000 if sustainability information specific to that rubbish tip is being included within the overall sustainability information report.
I think there's a difference between information that's relevant to users versus the entity that produces that information. So, and I do respect that you're deriving it from other sources that maybe my beef is with them, but I thought I would just share with you that my bias is that I think it's information or evidence, not entity. And with regard to the initial adoption of our code for people who are not maybe professional accountants who don't know about the invention of components and groups, because those words are in the dictionary and people have different views as to what they might mean. I'm concerned without it being in the assurance standard that complements this, that it could be confusing. Now, I appreciate that the concept is the same. A component is a place where information that's relevant to the thing that's being reported on is born. There's some systems, and we need to have due care in our ethics standards. We need to have due care to look for it there, and to look at it with integrity and professional skepticism and questioning mindset. But I think it's really the remit of the assurance folks to use those terms with
we are framework neutral, so maybe some other assurance standards that is out there will use the term components. We don't know.
I think the other thing, sort of, Andy, is that I think it's absolutely right in the sense that the challenge is over how this aligns with the assurance standard, because we already have existing definitions that apply in the context of an audit of financial statements. And now we've got this additional sort of entity definition as well, which appears to sort of be a bit of a sort of mix and match of both and something else besides. And it is quite challenging as a result.
That's sea level. Sea level is the entity. And so if you're going to have a different entity, it changes the sea level, and that changes the entire orientation, I think, of the information and where you go to look to see if the information is reasonable, and then whether you can provide assurance on it. So anyway, it's a big task, and I realize that there are multiple pieces that have to be simultaneously solved.
As I said, the focus though is not so much on what is this component, as our actual focus is on what practitioner is doing work on a piece of sustainable information, and is the firm appropriately involved in that work? Are they able to direct, supervise, and review it? So that's really what the major concern is that we're focusing on, and we're just trying to keep the terminology as close as possible to audit, so that people can say, oh, I can sort of read across and see how it all sort of relates and seems to follow the same sort of concepts, as opposed to coming up with completely brand new terms and then maybe 3 years down the line saying, well, we're going back to using components now because IESBA has certainly done a bit on group sustainability assurance, and we're going to switch back to that. It would look a bit odd.
Thank you very much. Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you. If I have concerns with 4 or 6, I am very worried about group audit, frankly, because we are transposing or trying to transpose a concept from financial statement audit to sustainability assurance without any corresponding criteria, rules, provisions, and so on relating to group audit. We do not have an ISO 600 revised in place. So basically, we are jumping into something unknown without providing PA and non-PA a proper background or framework to implement this, and just hoping that the two words are equivalent, and it may prove not to be. Another matter that worries me is the fact that without such common rules or references, everyone may apply or interpret these rules in a different way. And therefore, we would not have a consistent application of these independence requirements, or even someone could simply argue that they do not have direction, supervision, and review, just not to apply one section and to go to the other section. And I don't think this is in the best public interest, frankly. I'm not saying stop and wait, but I don't think at this frame today respond to these matters. Another matter that worries me is how to consider a third-party entity without any sort of connection with the group audit client or the group audit, group assurance client, how to consider this entity a component as we are intending so far. There are no controls, there are no significant influence, there are no governance in any way. So we are simply in a position to consider this third-party entity as a component, where component is not well understood in this world because there are no rules. So I'm against the idea to consider these third-party entities as component in this respect. So probably if I need to choose my pain, I would prefer to treat these as under Section 406, of course, because it is easier. Sorry, I'm of course provoking. So I wonder whether it is fair to stop and see whether this is really the end state we would like to implement, considering that there are many practical issues in the 406, and here we would have much more practical issues and inconsistency and even the risk of arbitrage as the matter is defined so far.
As I said in the introduction, we are intending to be very clear that value check components does not include value chain entities. It does not include those third-party entities. So they are not components.
And at the moment, it's not.
But
it is not said.
Is that we've got the definition? I mean,
not so clear.
No, and we're going to add. There is a way you could read the definition of component and say, well, I can sort of see how I get around saying that. But we are going to be, or the intention, still to be discussed in the task, but the intention is to be actually much more explicit and say
that it's not.
That it's a value chain entity is not a component. And the whole concept of component only really comes into play when you've got a practitioner that we want to call a component assurance practitioner, because we've got direction, supervision, and review, and we want a term to be able to describe those practitioners where we've got that. And we've sort of latched onto the term component assurance practitioner because we've got direction, supervision, and review over it. The third party and is the value chain entities. They are not components. We've got 406 to sort of help accommodate what's in ISSA 5000 if you want for evaluating independence. As I said, and this is very much, I have no idea in practice, once this all kicks off, how many of those entities in assurance practitioner in practice, what proportion are you actually ever going to be able to get confidence or in there as to their independence and so on, because of the vast majority of them could be out with your ability to get any sensible communication going, in which case Section 406 might be largely moot, but it's there because there might well be some entities where you can get into, as I said, maybe you've got something which is financially, economically dependent on your client and there's a bit of influence there and you can get something in, but for lots of big value chain entities like, you know, power suppliers, metals manufacturers, things like that, where there might be big sustainability information. In fact, they're going to have thousands and thousands of clients. They're not going to be responding individually to lots and lots of different requests. So please, can you confirm that none of the people that worked on this have got any of these relationships? I think what I would hope is that somewhere down the line, as Mark mentioned, we might end up with sort of people saying, well, we need some sort of SAS 70 type situation where actually those British Gas, whoever, would basically say, we'd like you to come in and do a report on whatever it is, but anyone who's using our information in their sustainability can refer to that report and have some confidence that the numbers are bona fide. But we're probably a long way from that at the moment. So I mean, 406 is there and for those situations where it arises. As I say, I have no idea at the moment, you know, just how often will it actually come into play? Or just, is it going to be 95% limitations in scope? But also, as Richard, you know, for many of those value chain entities, maybe they're not even included in sustainable information anyway, because they'll be immaterial in the greater concept. But there'll be big things like if you're a steel provider for a car company, and a car company's almost certainly going to have your information in there, or if you're the main energy supplier, then that information's certainly going to be in there and so on. But again, those are the sorts of entities that probably aren't going to reply to requests for a confirmation of, you know, compliance with whatever. They'll say, you know, we've issued our report on British Gas. There it is. You can see it. Take it or leave it. It's up to you. But then, you know, and then the issue then is we're getting away from ethics now and into assurance. I'm not trying to write IAESBA standard, but then, you know, that's over to the assurance standard and to say, well, can you use that information? Now, I mean, I'm not a fan of what I might call auditing by representation. So firm A says it's done this and firm A says it's really independent, and yeah, we'll take their word for it. Thank you very much. I mean, if I was the risk partner or manager at the assurance firm, I would say, well, I want a little bit more comfort than that to understand that I'd be really happy that a genuinely good job was done if I'm going to actually give a report, assurance report that covers those numbers, as opposed to simply saying, I'm doing my assurance report and those numbers were covered by somebody else. They're out with my scope.
I have another couple of comments. I understand the point, but probably we need to consider whether there are other alternatives than 406 process, at least where the practitioner knows sufficiently about the real supply, the requirement in terms of independence and ethics supply. So if it is a PA issuing an opinion like the one we are issuing and stating that this practitioner is independent and is complying with the ethics that are similar to us, I think there is no need to perform a total work in order to evaluate. So I think that an alternative approach should be implemented elsewhere. In most of the situations, we will end in a situation where we cannot rely on the work of the others. If you consider the multiple situation where there are thousands and thousands of users of this information of the pipeline chain, for example. And in this egregious situation, maybe there are EAs issuing something which is under the ethical standard we can assess as practitioners. Second matter was relating to the independence applicable at group audit level. Let me use this word. While I understand the reason to believe or the reason to believe approach, it is not very clear to me, and probably additional guidance is needed in order to know whether this is a situation that could be solved and how or not. Because if there are situations where the task force believes it cannot be solved or mitigated or fixed, I think we should not leave any uncertainty in the goal. We should try to explain what the task force has in mind, because it seems to me it is a very broad issue, depending on how we compose such components. in absence of any standard that says what a component is, or how to determine whether an entity or any other perimeter is a component.
Yeah, well, we can look at that. And we can look at the clarity of how we're describing component and try and make sure we tie it in appropriately with the sort of sources of information that somebody is doing assurance work in relation to, because that's what it really boils down to. We did think about what are other approaches. I mean, I think we need to be careful that we don't basically start switching into doing the IEESB's work for them, because ultimately what we're doing is we're saying, this is what you need to be independent. This is what it means to be independent. And if you want to know if somebody's independent, this is what you need to know about them to be happy that they are independent. If you can't get the information, well, and if they're not independent, or you can't satisfy yourself with your independence, from an ethics perspective, we would say you can't use their work. Now, if IEESB wants to take a different approach and say, well, there are maybe circumstances where we can live with, make use of their work without being satisfied, I think that's a decision for them. I mean, I don't think they're going down that route, because I think, as I said, they do recognize that there will be limitations in scope, and I think, where you can't evaluate the independence. But I think we need to be careful. Otherwise, if we try to make it some sort of situation where it becomes much more high level, and we are already with 406, I think, toning it down a bit from 405. If you applied a strict 405 approach, as we have for audits, you would simply say, well, you can't use that work. Why are you worrying, thinking about it? We're already trying to be pragmatic and build a situation which is a bit less onerous to maybe hopefully accommodate more. But we need to be careful
about the perspective of the group audit.
Yeah.
Independence.
Yeah, but we need to be careful. But also we need to be careful that we don't go so far that can end up with a situation where we're saying, we're looking at independence for people that are doing assurance work, and actually we're going to end up with something where it's less onerous than when we're saying what the independence considerations are for experts. If you look, when we get onto the experts group a bit later, so it would look I think that would look very odd then if they sort of assurers were sort of somewhere down here and experts is up there. But we will look at it on the.
They are not comparable. Sorry.
No. I'm not saying they are comparable, but I am saying, but in terms of considering, is person A, who happens to be an assurer, independent of the entities they're doing work in relation to, and is the expert C independent of the entities they're doing relation? You're sort of thinking about independence of those people in relation to the work, nature of the work they're performing. We wouldn't expect a lower bar for an assurer than we would expect from an expert. I wouldn't have thought, that's my personal view. But we will look at how we, because I say, I think the main alternative we have is basically say we go a strict 405 approach, and you can't use that work because you can't get confirmation, hard confirmation of the independence of those people.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you. I'm sorry, but I think that we have to move forward because we have others wanting to make some comments, and of course this is not the end of the discussion. But let's listen to what the others have to say, because the task force will meet this evening, so we will probably give some consideration to these comments already.
Okay.
Thank you, Luigi and Keith, and Tom, please.
Oh, thank you very much. I would like to make the question very short. And your example of the British gas and British electricity might be very stimulating, because once your British gas is an entity X, and then you are the a practitioner who give the assurance to the British gas, then in that case, that practitioner have to be independent from all the clients of British gas and British electricity, in the sense that if the Lloyds, the Barclays, or the Midland might be there, use that British gas as a big client, big users, and the assurer of the British gas have to be independent from Lloyds and British Barclays and Midland. Is that the situation?
No, we're trying to be clear that is not the situation. We're trying to make sure we construct the approach that says whoever's assuring British Gas does not have to be independent of every single one of British Gas's customers, because that is not a workable position. It's literally completely impossible. You would say there's nobody could ever do the work. End of story. So we're trying to avoid that. Well, not trying to avoid it. We are definitely aim to be very clear that that's not the case.
That means that the reason to believe test doesn't apply to that.
They do.
Sorry? Yes.
They
It applies. Yes.
Yeah. If we wrote to them and said, can you confirm that you are independent of my customer here, we would want them to say, that's the only time then when they say, and we'd say, do you have a reason to believe you might have an issue with the numbers that you're giving to my customer? But I think the reality is they would turn around and say, take a hike, frankly, because we're not replying to that. We've got hundreds of thousands of customers and we're not going to reply. We're not worrying about monitoring this. We've done our report. If you want to use it or rely on it, great. But we're not, we've done as much, they've done as much as they can. I don't think you are going to be able to get them to say that they are independent of your client.
You're the auditor of British Gas. Should the auditor, correct? The auditor of British Gas is independent of.
I know that's something, yeah, but the only reason it really comes into play is because if those customers are wanting to use British Gas's report, and that's not actually British Gas's or the assurer of British Gas's problem. The assurer of British Gas needs to be independent of British Gas, absolutely.
Can they at the same time that independent from the reason to believe test applied to the
I think if they were answering if we've written to them and we're saying, could you answer our questions? And so we might say, do you have a reason to believe? But I mean, I'd suspect the chances of anybody writing to British Gas and saying, please could you confirm that you are independent? You don't have any reason to believe that you might not be independent of this in a way that affects our use of your work. I mean, I don't think you'd even write the letter in the first place. I mean,
for banks. So that's the assurer of the British Gas has been invented also for perhaps also for banks. I think it's very unpractical.
And it is, that's what we're saying. So I think the assurer would say, all they're doing is British Gas is producing its sustainability information.
Mm-hmm.
And they employ firm A to give assurance on that sustainability information.
Okay, so
they might need to worry about whether or not they're independent of anybody down in British Gas's value chain.
Sorry, Rania, is your question?
I'm just
the diagram. Yeah, the diagram.
Let's try to be a little bit more disciplined, otherwise we'll not get out of this discussion.
They don't have to be independent of all of British Gas's customers.
No, I'm asking that if that's the reason to believe test is applied to the some of the customer of the British Gas. It's in a green point line on the diagram.
So I think I understand the question. I think what Tom is asking is the reason to believe test. Does it apply to the auditor of the of British Gas or the assurers of the?
Yes, and the firm of another practitioner might be on a Big Four, and then Big Four have to be independent from if the entity P is an big banks. I think that's the Big Four.
That would say, but that is only going to kick in if somebody actually goes back to the assurer of British Gas and says, we want to rely on your work.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a reason to believe that we might not be able to? Is there a reason for you to believe that you might not be independent of the information relating to our client in particular? And I think in practice that wouldn't happen, because you wouldn't be seeking that from British Gas anyway. You wouldn't be seeking. There might be a different scenario where you've got a value chain entity that's only got a small number of clients, and maybe they do want to think about whether or not. But again, there are issues. It's really this is all about you being able to use the work of another practitioner.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, as I've said, I think my personal view is in very, very many cases, you simply won't be able to, because you won't be able to get sufficient confidence in as to their independence. Mm-hmm. But we are trying to address the situation that says, well, maybe there are those few number of circumstances where you can get that confidence and you can go away and do it. But I think the more likely scenario, my view is that you would understand, well, we can't do it. I've got a limitation in scope there. But if you're the market, don't worry about it, because although I can't assure that, firm B has assured it, and it's up to you to decide if you're happy with firm B. You know who they are. They've got a good reputation. They've said they're independent, and they've given all the necessary reports, ISSA 5000, whatever. So why wouldn't you be happy with their report? Or why would you be any less happy with their report than you might be with my report? But the model doesn't cater for that at the moment. The model at the moment seems to assume that you've got somebody who's assuring the whole lot.
Okay, thank you, Keith. I think that we have to be practical from now on, because we have exhausted our time. I'd suggest, if you agree, that we take the comments or questions that we still have around the table, and you try to address them. Well, let's hope that they are not too complex, but you try to address them in one take to try to finish, because I know that you should be meeting the task force in 15 minutes time. So, Rania.
Thank you. So just a few comments. One, so you're saying that you expect to see like quite a few limitations of scope. And my question to you is, does it make sense that we structure our standards such that there are so many, limitations of scope? I think normally we should accept that we should structure the standards such that the norm is that you get, you don't get limitations of scope, and the assurance engagement, can be carried out, properly. That's my opinion, because then, and what are the implications of that if there are many limitations of scope? That's one. And my second opinion is very much to what you were saying, which is, I think that as an ethics board, I think our role is more of like saying like, ethically, this is what it means to be independent, but then we leave it up to the audit board to say, and what should be done. This is what independence means. But then in terms of the steps that should be taken for us to rely on, for the auditor or the assurance provider to rely on the work of another, then I think that should be up to the audit board to decide, and not for us to add additional requirements. And just some food for thought.
I agree. It should be for the audit board to decide who can do what you're right. But one of they said is you've got to evaluate the independence. And what we're saying is, well, independence means this.
Yeah.
And I think that the reality is, if it was financial statement auditing, this problem wouldn't exist to this magnitude, because basically everybody is under the control of or influence of a single client who can say, you will cooperate with our assurer and do what needs to be done. In the sustainability world now, where we've got this outer band of value chain entities where there is no relationship, no ability to have any sort of control direction, it's a simple reality that in very, very many cases, you're not going to be able to confirm the independence of whoever did that work. You might say, I've got no reason to believe it's anything other than good. I can see it was done by firm B, and I know they've got a good reputation, but that's not how assurance works. You don't take people's word for it. You've got to go in and do some work at yourself. You can't simply make life very easy. Sometimes you turn around and say, oh, they said they done it, and that's great. So that's basically, that's not giving assurance. That's not assuring the work. So I'd love it to be very different, where we can't sort of lower the bar and say, well, actually, just to avoid having lots of limitations in scope, we'll actually lower the bar down here and say, as long as if it was done by firm B and you're happy with the reputation of that firm, you can regard them as being independent. That's perfectly good. That is a derogation of duty. That's not actually making sure that they were genuinely independent, because we all know that situations happen every day where even very good firms have problems, and suddenly turns out they weren't independent when they maybe thought they were.
Okay, thank you, Keith. Vania, and then Christelle.
Thank you. Just a brief comment. It's not a question, but I've been involved in sustainability reporting for quite a while. I don't think that IESBA, to give an example, knows exactly what report the supply, the value chain means, but I'm sure it does not mean to bring the entire report of every single supplier and client within your report in order for you to be responsible for all your suppliers and for all your clients. I think you are assuming here something that does not happen even for the financial statements. It does not mean that. What I think it means, it's something connected to what Luigi said. As a company, I must realize that I'm not an island. So I cannot wash my hands using raw material that comes from a supplier that is having some kind of behavior that is not the most proper one. And the same in connection to my client. It's the due care to know my client, to know my supplier, that I must be sure to have. And when I'm reporting, and that's what the auditors will be verifying, that's what we, with the code of ethics, want to protect. So it's not exactly that we will be incorporating the reports of all of them, and every single one, it's something that we should answer for. So we must be much more reasonable and sensible when approaching the reporting of the value chain. Just my perception. I think that you learn more as the implementation comes. So,
I was on the same line, meaning that here we are, it seems that we are defining independence criteria based on the fact that the information that would have to be certified or audited, etc., is consolidated with the suppliers, for example. Maybe on some indicators, you will have to present your own indicators plus and your supply chain information. Now, what are our stakeholders' requirements about this information? Do they wait? Do they? For sure, they want that if we use as an issuer an information, we do it the right way. So this is about where you got the information, how you treat it, and this is auditable, right? It should be in your process as an issuer. But I would argue that it would be a bad objective if market would ask that because there is a requirement that you combine your indicators plus your suppliers one, that there is the same level of audit requirements on both, because it's not under your boundaries, your control, etc. So you should do your best effort to produce an information that is that has sense, that has been well built, that is understandable, so compliant to a framework, etc., etc. But the fact that there might be mistakes in the production of information by your supply chain, I would argue it should not be at this stage of maturity, and probably for a long time, it should not be the same requirements or expectation from the market, or it's a bad, or I feel it is over, yes, over, I don't know the English term, but it's too much of an expectation, I would argue. No?
I think, yeah, so I think one of the things that we will discuss further is to look at the requirements so they can be applied in a way that puts appropriate tension over
the integrity of the information that's being reported. But I think what it also needs to be able to do is recognize that there are certain circumstances where there is a higher bar needed, and that is where the sustainability reporting has an impact on the financial reporting. So the example that I've used in conversations with a couple of people is, you know, your scope 3 emissions could have an impact on a KPI that determines executive remuneration. So therefore, it is in those sorts of circumstances, you would want to ensure that the information that you were relying on to determine whether or not that KPI had been met probably was coming from somebody that you could trust had been independent and who had exercised appropriate sort of objectivity and due skill and care and so on. So I think maybe sort of what we take away is that there is a sort of lighter touch in respect of the wider reporting, but there still needs to be an obligation on the group engagement leader to identify those situations where you have got a significant financial reporting issue, where you'd expect there to be that great attention in the system. But again, I think this is very much a product of trying to fit something around an assurance regime.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, we are not trying to drive the reporting standards in terms of what needs to be included, and we're not driving the assurance standard in terms of what work needs to be performed to be happy about that information that's being included. All we're doing is saying, if you require the assurer of that work to be independent, well, this is what it means to be independent. Now, we're not creating the problem. I would say we're simply saying, well, this is what it means to be independent. You know, we can't be held responsible for issues that might arise because somebody said, oh, we need all this information coming in from all over the place, where it's actually very difficult to get some sort of separate confirmation about that.
Okay, Rich, nothing. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I think that we will finish here for today. Let me say that first thing, we were already aware of the complexity of this topic. So the task force did an incredible job in addressing all this the way that you have already shown. And let's see tomorrow, because I think that the discussion on the value chain will bring also some clarity, probably some additional issues as well. But some of the concerns here were around those issues. So let's see what happens tomorrow. This is an incredible work done with an enormous technical complexity, but which touch upon some strategical options as well. It's more than natural that the board has concerns, comments, disagreements, etc. That's what we are here for. But I think that none of these disagreements go touch or impair the quality and the reasonable solutions with which the task force has already come up with. So thank you for that. Of course, I know that you will meet and that we will consider these comments further this afternoon and going forward, perhaps. But I'm very happy with the level of commitment of this board to such an incredible, complex topic. I mean, I was not expecting it, I must say. It was a very good discussion, and we'll have more tomorrow. I hope that you have a good deep rest this night tonight, because tomorrow it's going to be another long day. We will meet at 8:30 tomorrow, not at 9. So be ready for another long and intense day, starting with the value chain and everything that this work stream 1 still has to show us, including the draft standards. I hope. So thank you very much for this first day. The meeting, the session is closed. Thank you.